Pirates God Level Sign in System Chapter 81 100. Chapter 81 Ninjutsu Spree. The third. Perhaps it was Shu Kang's words that shocked Crocodile, and Crocodile didn't speak much at this time. Immediately afterwards, a roar could be heard outside the palace. It seems that the rebel army still entered the city. Shu Kang guessed. Shu Kang's move just now, although very appealing, could only temporarily stop the rebel army's pace. Bakuro agents was to make the two sides fight, so they provoked each other, and finally came up with a way to rush through the place. The royal army resisted desperately, but it was obvious that the pressure was getting bigger and bigger. Shu Kang, even if you can defeat me, I can't destroy this country. Crocodile was proud of Isho. As long as we can defeat you, we can save this country. Shu Kang said very firmly. Humph. Crocodile snorted coldly. Vivi looked at Cobra in front of him and said sadly, my father. I'm sorry, Vivi, I wasted the opportunity you've worked so hard to create, Cobra said. Really, is that the conversation between father and daughter that we haven't seen in a long time? Crocodile didn't seem to care much about Shu Kang at this time, because Cobra's life was in his hands. As long as Shu Kang dared to mess around, he will kill the king. On the surface, Shu Kang looked apprehensive, but he was actually delaying the time. He planned to let Cobra bring everyone over before starting to attack Crocodile. Miss Wednesday, I didn't intend to let your father and daughter live. It is a natural rule that the kingdom should perish and the royal family should perish together, right? But before the throne changes, I have something to ask you, the current king. Crocodile walked slowly to the front of King Cobra. That's my biggest goal, Cobra, where is Hades? Crocodile asked. When he heard the word Hades, Cobra's expression changed greatly, as if he was shocked by these two words. This shows that Cobra himself knows about Pluto. Why do you know that name, you bastard? Cobra asked. What the hell is Hades? What the hell is that guy talking about? It's not the first time I've heard this name. Shu Kang said it before. Vivi looked at Shu Kang, and Shu Kang was he shook his head slowly, indicating a momentary silence. Vivi saw that Shu Kang didn't plan to shoot. She believed that Shu Kang had her own plan, so she didn't move. Pluto, I heard that just one shot can make the whole island disappear. It is the most evil ancient weapon in the world with the name of God. He should sleep in a corner of this country. Crocodile said briefly. Life. Vivi is really at a loss. That kind of ancient weapon actually exists in this country. Your father has long known about it. Gaka also said. Is it a secret to inherit with the throne? My purpose is it from the beginning. As long as we have it, we can build a strongest military state here. Kurer Katter said. Just for this. Everyone felt that Crocodile's approach was a little weird. As long as I have this, even if I want to bring those pirates under my umbrella, it is still an easy thing to do. If you strengthen your power, you will one day get power that is above the world government, a country like a dream. Crocodile said frantically. There is absolutely no way the world government would allow that kind of thing, Cobra said. Yeah, that's why I need it, mighty Hades, Crocodile said. Although I don't know where you heard the name, I don't even know where he is, and I'm not even sure if it exists in any corner of the country, Cobra said. It turns out that it doesn't seem like what you said is a lie. I also thought about this possibility before, and I also understand that this thing may not really exist. At this time, Shu Kang spoke. No, this thing exists. Cobra feels a little weird. Shu Kang. Vivi is also looking at Shu Kang, not knowing what Shu Kang wants to do. Go on, it looks like you know. Crocodile asked. The three ancient weapons, Hades, Sea Kings, and Heavenly Kings, I know the whereabouts of them, but I just don't want to tell you. What can you do? Shu Kang said for a long time, but in fact, he still hooked Crocodile's appetite, but he didn't tell him the information, which brings everyone a sigh of relief. Bastard, it seems that you really want to die. Crocodile became more and more angry, but he still took a breath and said, Forget it, anyway. You are all going to die, whether the rebel army or the king's army will be killed by then. Killed by powerful shells. All of you will die. It's a 5-kilometer diameter bomb. The scenery from here should be red, right? The war will end, but in my way. Crocodile said. You really take human life seriously. I want to beat you even more. Shu King said lightly. Why? Why do you have the heart to do such a thing? How did they feel sorry for you? Vivi shouted at Crocodile angrily. It's boring. Crocodile ignored Vivi, but turned to Cobra and asked, where is the location of the text that records the history? Why do you even know this? Vivi asked. If I tell you this place. Nothing. I'll take you there. Cobra finally compromised for some reason. Princess Vivi, I can't stand it anymore. At this time, Jackal Yaka pulled out his knife. Crocodile in front of him also instantly turned into sand, and Crocodile was expected to be ruthless against Jackal Yaka, so Shu King directly folded his hands together, and immediately, a wooden clone was created. The wooden clone stood in front of Yaka the Jackal, while Shu King walked in front of Crocodile in an instant. Sand Crocodile, don't act rashly, otherwise, I won't be as merciful as before. Shu King said lightly. And everyone watched all this in shock, especially Crocodile. The devil boy, what's going on? Why, you have become too. Is it your fruit ability again? Making water out of thin air, being able to clone, possessing demon-like abilities, and extremely fast movement speed. How many abilities do you have? In other words, who are you? Crocodile finally put the question in his heart all were asked. None of your business. Shu King faced Shichibukai without any fear at all. At this moment, Shu King received a prompt from the system. Congratulations to the host. The sign-in is successful. Staying in Alabasta for a long time will reward you with a spree of practical ninjutsu. What the hell? Does it have to be now? Yes, it's now. The system responded. Chapter 82 Surrender to the King's Army. First change. Shu King was immediately taken aback by the system's words. Why is it at this time? System, you gave me a reward after arriving at a place before, and then after leaving the island, what about now? Directly when I was fighting, I have never seen someone give me a reward during a battle. Rewarded. Shu King couldn't help but complained. Oh, I see, it seems that you are not very satisfied with my service. If so, I will not send you. The system immediately said. Don't duck. Don't. Since you gave everything, I won't say anything. Shu King looked at Crocodile in front of him and said, anyway, Crocodile doesn't dare to act rashly now. Let me see what kind of ninjutsu you gave. Shu King then carefully browsed the things sent by the system, and found that this ninjutsu gift package is very practical. It contains some commonly used 5-element escape techniques, such as water shockwaves and water formation walls. Of course, the most important thing is that there is a trick from Nagato to the dragon and tiger at ease. Although this trick is to detect ninjutsu, it can make it rain for a few kilometers. Although these rains are made with chakra, they are full of vitality. Shu King already knew how to use this trick. Crocodile knew that Shu King was not easy to deal with, but seeing that Shu King had no intention of saving Cobra, he didn't know what to do for a while. Do you want me to do it? At this time, Robin asked Crocodile beside him in order to express his position. Crocodile just shook his head and said, you can't be his opponent, but that Jackal Plus card, I'll leave it to you to deal with it. Humph. I will never be slaughtered by others. When Gaka saw that their target had become himself, he immediately said aggressively, and then directly turned into a jackal. Yes, Gaka is the owner of the Devil Fruit Dog Fruit Jackal form, Zone's ability to enhance himself. Gaka charged towards Crocodile on his own initiative, but directly penetrated Crocodile's body. Don't forget, Crocodile is the owner of the rustling fruit, although it is also a fruit person. Logia's advantage is greater than Zone. Shu King naturally wouldn't let his allies die in Crocodile's hands. Just when Shu King was about to start the seal, a figure appeared here. It was Kosha, who had just recovered from the attack. Kosha was taken aback when she saw this scene. What's going on? I originally planned to convince the king's army. As a result, even the king was about to be killed by the country's hero. Kosha's head is very messy now, although the rebel army is now occupying. However, Kosha also smelled an unusual breath in this battle. He was attacked, and it seemed that someone else had arranged it. It's an unbelievable sight. Kosha now believes Crocodile is behind it. And Crocodile stopped hiding himself and laughed directly. Things have become interesting. Now is the time for a fierce battle. Unexpectedly, the leaders of the two sides will meet again. It seems that this war has become a battle of lizards whose heads have been screwed off. You seem confused, but this is also a natural reaction. It's very simple. Just use your imagination to surface the worst plot in your mind, and that's it. Said Robin. Kosha has now finally determined one thing. This country was brought into the war by himself, and this was designed by others. Vivi, who the hell stole the reign in this country? Kosha confirmed again. It's me, Kosha. What you misunderstood was what the king did. It was all a trap set by my company. You have been very interesting in the past 2 years. The royal family and the king's army have been tricked by us. Ha 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 ha. If you didn't know this fact, you could have died sooner. Katter laughed at Kosha. Cobra shouted. Don't listen to his nonsense. Kosha, you still have work to do. Do what you can to save the nation. In less than half an hour, the square in front of the palace will be blown up. It's over. Cobra told Kosha about the bomb in the plaza. And Kosha naturally planned to do his best to tell his subordinates that there was a bomb in the square. Seeing this, Shu King stopped him immediately. Why are you blocking me? Kosha asked rhetorically. Vivi, you said. Shu King looked at Vivi. He knew that Vivi had the same judgment as himself. Kosha, if you do this, you will panic people below, and war will be more inevitable then, right? Crocodile was also surprised by Vivi's actions. It was a wise choice. What you have to do is set from the beginning, and that is to stop this rebellion that was designed so well, and this is already what only you can do. Vivi said sadly. It was originally an avoidable war, but in the end it still developed into what it is now, but now if you work hard to stop it, there is indeed hope. Do you think I'll let you guys get out of here so easily? Crocodile then directly attacked Kosha. At this moment, Jackal Gaka transformed into and blocked Crocodile's going attack. I am Gaka the Jackal, the patron saint of Alabasta. I will never let you hurt them. Gaka said with a sense of conviction. As long as I'm still alive, I'll fight, said the Jackal desperately. That's called stupidity, Crocodile said very casually. You all do what you want to do. I can still block him for a few minutes. Jackal Gaka said hard. And then, Kosha really came out of the palace and said to the people below, hurry up and do as Vivi said, we no longer pursue life and victory, we want to stop this war. The royal army below was somewhat unexpected. At this time, Kosha picked up the weapon in his hand and said, I will inform the rebels that this war is meaningless, and tell them that we have no reason to continue fighting. In order to stop bleeding in vain, hurry up and raise the white flag. Please. At this time, the rebel army's attack became more and more fierce. They rushed to the vicinity of the clock tower and entered the nearby square. Almost to the square in front of the palace. Prepare to attack. However, when they arrived, they found that the king's army had raised a white flag. One of the leaders was also shocked when he saw this scene, the white flag. The king's army has raised the white flag of surrender. At this time, they noticed that there was a leader of Kosha in the king's army. Chapter 83 Luffy's Return. The second. Mr. Kosha. It's Mr. Kosha. Why is Mr. Kosha here? The rebels were all puzzled. Kosha said desperately, the war is over. All the troops to quell their anger. Put down their weapons. The king's army is no longer in the mood to fight. At this time, Vivi also prayed, hurry up and stop. And Shu King said, Kosha was attacked by the Baroque works before. There are already secret agents in the Royal Army and the Rebel Army. If the agents from the Baroque Works Society in the Royal Army suddenly attack, I think war is inevitable, right? What? Kosha. Dangerous. At this time, Vivi felt that he was still too naive. Is it true, Mr. Kosha? Asked the rebel soldiers. Well, the battle has been. At this moment, Kosha was really hit. The person who did it was naturally Crocodile's subordinate, who arranged to enter the king's army as an agent. And the next scene is conceivable. Originally, there was no reason to fight the rebel army, because the leader of his own was hit and changed again. And Kosha desperately wanted to speak, but the surrounding was inexplicably dusty. No one can hear what Kosha said. Shu Kang said to Vivi, Crocodile, I have already guessed this trick. Go and save him. Shu Kang, please, Vivi said with tears in her eyes. Don't worry, I will protect Princess Vivi and His Majesty the King. At this time, Jackal Yaka was also reliable. It doesn't matter, I have to go back and save Kosha with my wooden clone. Shu Kang's wooden clone had disappeared in place at this time. It was naturally impossible for Kosha to die so easily. After seeing Kosha, Shu Kang immediately used the immortal palm to heal him. Surrounded by the instigation of the Baroque Works Society, they fought together again. The war, which should have stopped here, started anew. You've worked so hard, but no one can hear you anymore, Robin said to Cobra beside him. What about you, Shu Kang, what will you do next? Robin was looking forward to what Shu Kang would do. Did you do it? This dust whirlwind, Crocodile, Vivi said, staring at Crocodile. It's not over yet. As long as the bombardment can be stopped after 15 minutes, there will be fewer victims. Vivi seemed to have renewed hope. Doing that will stop the rebellion. Wake up. Her Royal Highness. Your idealism is ugly and unrealistic. The so-called ideal is the reality that only powerful people can speak, and you are not qualified for that. Crocodile looking at Vivi said. At this time, Shu Kang was guarding Vivi's side, and Crocodile, who knew Shu Kang's strength well, did not dare to be too presumptuous. Although it is ugly, I will not abandon my ideals. How could someone like you understand? I am the princess of this country. I will never yield to you. At this time, Vivi was very strong, and Shu Kang's heart was also affected by Vivi got infected. What an unlovable woman, Crocodile said. I'm not going to give up, I'm going to save this country. Vivi said. There are still 15 minutes before the shelling of the square. The reinforcements of the rebel army will continue to gather here. You don't even know your own destiny, so you are running to the explosion area one after another. If you just told the king about the explosion. In the military, even if there is a panic, at least thousands of tens of thousands of lives can be saved. It is your naive idea of saving everything, and in the end, it will only lead to the death of all the people you love the most. Quote. Kuro Alcadar looked at Vivi and said smugly. From the beginning to the end, everyone is so ridiculous, bastards in this country, you have worked hard as a spy in our company for 2 years. In the end, you didn't stop anything. What did you say to stop the rebellion? What saves the kingdom? It is precisely because of playing that boring ideal with you that innocent victims keep appearing. Let me tell you, you can't save the whole country, Your Royal Highness. Go to hell. Kurr Katter directly attacked Shu Kang and Vivi. The sand swept in the direction of Shu Kang. Vivi, as I said, I will protect you. Crocodile, such a weak opponent, I said it was for Luffy. Don't worry, the bombs here won't explode. And the war will stop. When Shu Kang said these words, he didn't take it too seriously, but it gave people a feeling that it would definitely be a fact. Baby, Shu Kang's speed of forming the seal was astonishing, and the seal was completed in a few seconds, and then said, Water Escape Water Formation Wall. Shu Kang's water formation wall is not only one face, but a 360-degree defensive ninjutsu like the second Hokage. The blue and white water wall appeared out of thin air, shocking everyone on the scene. This actually created a seemingly endless wall of water out of thin air. Is this also the ability of the devil fruit? It's really surprising. I'm afraid the devil fruit will not have such abilities. Even Robin is silent at this time. He wants to see how far Shu Kang can reach. Crocodile originally wanted to use the sand to push Vivi off the palace, but due to Shu Kang's water formation, the sand could not attack Shu Kang at all. Water escape, water dragon ball technique. Shu Kang used the water dragon bullet while maintaining the wall of the water formation. The riding wheel eye locked the crocodile, and a water dragon bullet flew out like a cannonball. The water turned into a dragon form, which looked very frightening. It stands to reason that Shu Kang would not have learned the ninjutsu on the ninjutsu gift package so quickly, but because it was given to Shu Kang by the system, Shu Kang understood it instantly and was able to use it proficiently. Crocodile naturally wouldn't sit still. Facing the water dragon bullet, he directly chose to naturalize, and then desperately avoided it. Shu Kang would not let Katter escape so easily, but continued to control the water dragon to attack Crocodile. Katter. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the sky, and Crocodile raised his head in shock. Straw Hat Boy. This guy. I should have killed him at the time. It must be the devil Shu Kang again. What did he use to save him? Shu Kang. It's Shu Kang again. Why are you doing this? What are you trying to stop me again and again? Is it just for ridiculous friendship? At this time, Crocodile was indignant, and at the same time there was a water dragon avoiding Shu Kang, and he was really full of grievances. Luffy. As agreed, I didn't kill Crocodile and left him to you. Shu Kang said to Luffy in the air. The reason why Luffy is in the air is because of the help of Bell, the deputy captain of the Kingdom Guard. He is a zone, bird fruit, falcon type, ability, Hayato. That's great. Thank you, Shu Kang. Chapter 84 _ The Art of Freedom of Dragons and Tigers. For silver. Shu Kang. Is about to explode. Everyone has been defeated, and I can no longer convey my feelings to anyone. What are we going to do? Let's go on like this. The country will. At this time, Vivi was heartbroken and didn't know what to do. Don't worry, have you forgotten? Here comes Luffy. Luffy will defeat Crocodile, and my wooden clone will clear all the bombs, don't worry. Shu Kang has a way to save the country. As a partner, we can hear your heart. Shu Kang looked at Vivi and said very seriously. At this moment, Shu Kang really regarded Vivi as a partner on the ship, a trustworthy person. Yeah, at this time, Vivi also chose to trust Shu Kang and his friends. At this time, Luffy was full of energy, carrying a large wooden barrel and said, I won't lose again. Bastard. Crocodile finally got rid of Shu Kang's water dragon bullet, because Shu Kang wanted Crocodile to move away from Luffy, but although Shu Kang consumed some chakras, Crocodile was pushed to the point of exhaustion. You bastard. I must make you a mummified corpse, Crocodile said. Your wish will never come true, and your next opponent is not me, but Luffy. I said, you can't beat Luffy, so in my eyes, Shichibukai or you are just a small role. I already played against Hawkeye Mihawk before I entered the Great Waterway. At that time, I could fight him to a tie. Now do you think I used swordsmanship against you? After Shu Kang finished speaking, he walked over to Luffy's side, patted Luffy and said, be careful, I will watch your battle by the side. Okay, Luffy said energetically. At this time, Crocodile was trying to recall Shu Kang's words. It's a tie with that guy. That is to say, he is the strongest swordsman in the world. How is that possible? He's not just a child. But, this guy really doesn't seem to move the knife in his waist at all against me. What do I think? I'm a crocodile. Now I just need to focus on killing the Straw Hats. Crocodile then fixed his eyes on Luffy. At this time, the Straw Hat group also appeared together. Usopp, Sanji, Chopper, Nami, Zoro. Shu Kang looked at everyone and gave a thumbs up. Everyone did a great job. Everyone is safe and sound. Great. Vivi was also slightly better at this time. What's the situation now? Vivi, Nami asked, looking at Shu King and then at Vivi, looking at the surrounding war. Shu King then said, let me make a brief explanation. After Shu King finished explaining, everyone understood. What did you say? The square will be bombarded in 10 minutes. Usopp was also surprised. Yeah, the shelling time is 4:30, Vivi said. It's 4:30. There's still 10 hits left. Nami said, looking at the clock tower. If the shell hits, no one will survive within 5 kilometers in diameter, that's what Crocodile said, Vivi said. Then that means the King's army and the rebel army will be wiped out, Chopper said. That sand crocodile is really annoying, Sanji said. So we're going to find the shooter, Zoro asked. That's right. Our mission is not over yet. There are 2 missions waiting for us to complete next. One is called the War Stop Plan and the other is called the Explosion Stop Plan. Shu King found that when he was talking, his friends were quiet. Listening to him quietly, this made Shu King feel the heavy burden on his shoulders. Find the shooter, stop the bombardment, and stop the war, let it rain, and leave it to me. Shu King's words surprised his friends. It's raining, Usopp said in disbelief. Captain. Don't be joking. What follows will involve many lives. I believe in Shu King. Everyone looked at Shu King and nodded, and Usopp also nodded. Only 10 minutes, how do we find the gunner? The buddies asked. Leave it to me. It's time for Alabasta to rain. Ninjutsu, Dragon and Tiger Freedom Jutsu. Shu King made a seal and used such a ninjutsu technique. Immediately afterwards, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and then it began to rain slowly around. Shu King's move, but no matter how dry the place is, this move exists as a detection ninjutsu, and the rain full of thousands of chakras is more vital. The rebel army and the King's army who were fighting in the past also stopped fighting at this moment, because it has not rained in Alabasta for a long time, and even Albana has been dry for a long time. My God, it's actually raining. Captain Shu King, I admire you so much. You are my idol. Then what kind of ninjutsu is really handsome? The friends couldn't help but praise Shu King. Shu King said, I just learned this trick, I'm really sorry, if I learned it earlier, I can save Yuba. But then again, after solving this problem, I'm really sorry. Other things, I might save Juba too. Seeing that Shu King caused a miracle, Vivi burst into tears. Thank you, Shu King. I don't know what to say anymore. Don't forget what we are doing now. Shu King reminded, and then Vivi raised his brows. There's a gunner over there. 3 o'clock, over there. And here. Shu King pointed in many directions one after another, and then Sanji, Zoro, Usopp, Chopper, Nami and others all ran towards the place Shu King said, and they really found the hidden location of the gunner there. What a hidden location, thanks to Shu King. Otherwise, it would be impossible to find these gunners within 10 minutes. Nami and the others thought. And here. Back then Nagato used this trick to easily discover Jiraiya who had sneaked into the land of rain, while Shu King used it to discover those hidden gunners. I can't find it. If I find it, I'll let you know, but I guess there are still gunners. Shu King has eliminated most of the gunners, but there are some people who haven't been detected because they haven't touched the rain. Please everyone, stop it. At this time, Vivi saw that the rebel army and the King's army had stopped, so she started her speech, and Shu King was protecting Vivi by his side, preventing any younger generation from attacking Vivi. Shu King's wooden clones were also dispatched in full force. There were fewer and fewer gunners, and the confidence of his partners was also growing. Almost, Shu King thought. Chapter 85_King, S Graveyard ____. First change. Shu King was looking for the gunner's position. At this special moment, Tashigi led Marine to the vicinity again. At this time, Luffy was at war with Crocodile, and Robin took the opportunity to capture King Cobra, ready to go somewhere with the king. Don't worry about me, at 4:30, there will be shelling in the square, and everyone will die at that time, go and help stop it. Cobra said, looking at Tashigi in front of him. However, Tashigi ultimately intends to save the king first. As a capable person, in the face of this group of marines who had no advantage, he naturally knocked them down to the ground with ease. Tashigi then confronts Robin. At this time, Shu King and the Straw Hat group were still sifting through layers to find the positions of the remaining gunners. I've tried my best, but I really can't find it now. Shu King's dragon and tiger freedom technique couldn't sense anyone hiding, and the others didn't find any other gunners. But Shu King knew that although there was no gunner, there was a good chance that there would still be bombs, so everyone was still investigating. As for the king's army and the rebel army, who had been appeased by Princess Vivi, they also began to look for the gunner. Everything seems to be going in a good direction. The battle between Luffy and Crocodile temporarily came to an end. Although Luffy was strong, Crocodile was Shichibukai after all. He grabbed Luffy with his own hands and absorbed its moisture, and Luffy fell weakly on the sand. However, don't forget that Shu King's dragon and tiger freedom technique is still running. In other words, as long as there is water, Luffy won't die. Soon, Luffy fully recovered. How dangerous. I thought I would die. Another life was saved by Shu King. Where's Crocodile? I saw it turned into sand and flew over there. Shu King said. Never let you escape, that crocodile. Luffy gritted his teeth, trying to chase him all the way. At this time, Shu King's body had also followed Robin and Cobra to the tomb of the royal family. At this time, Shu King and Robin had a delicate relationship, that is, they did not disturb each other. It's here, right? The royal family's tomb is the place where the corpses of the kings of all dynasties slept. Where is the historical text? Robin asked. At this time, Cobra walked to a statue of a sea cat and opened the mechanism very easily. Immediately afterwards, a hidden staircase appeared. The historical text is deep in the ground, and most people don't even know that there is a historical text, Cobra said. Then Cobra asked, Mr. Shu King, are you an enemy or a friend? Shu King followed behind Robin and did not plan to rescue him. He just followed without speaking. Now that Cobra asked himself, Shu King said, Your Majesty, I am Vivi's friend, and naturally also your friend. However, I've agreed with Luffy that Crocodile needs him to beat him, so I don't have a reason to do it right now. However, I won't let others kill you, don't worry. Shu King said this, but Cobra was even more puzzled, not knowing what Shu King's motive was. Shu King naturally did not explain. Seeing that Shu King didn't mean to stop him, Robin didn't say much. The reason why Crocodile didn't kill me is also because I have the ability to read historical texts. You are not guilty. Robin expressed his position. Afterwards, Shu King, Robin and Cobra walked into the hall. It's in the inner door, Cobra said. Then Shu King and Robin pushed open the inner door, and they did see what they wanted to see. In front of him is a huge stone tablet with some words written on it. Of course, Shu King couldn't understand these words. These were all ancient words. Is there anything you want to see on it? Cobra asked. And Nico Robin just read the historical text carefully. Is there nothing else? Is that all this country hides? Robin asked. Aren't you satisfied? I've kept my promise, Cobra said. Yeah, Robin nodded when Crocodile came in. As expected of the country's top secret, no matter how hard you try to find it, if you don't know the mechanism, you won't be able to enter here. Crocodile said. Then, Crocodile saw Shu King. Why are you here? Nicole Robin, why not kill him? Crocodile asked. This guy is too strong, I can't kill him. Robin said. Instead of following me, it's better to see if you find what you're looking for. Shu King's words made sense, and Crocodile immediately asked Robin beside him, is this a historical text? Nicole Robin. I feel a strange feeling, have you read it? Crocodile asked. Yeah, Robin nodded. Very good, then you can read it to me. Crocodile doesn't have to know Shu King now, because he knows that there will be a battle with Shu King, and it will be a battle of his death or my death. Then Robin began to say, Kahira Government Alabasta, this is in the 239th year of the history of the sky. Robin said a lot, but none of it was what Crocodile wanted to know. What are you telling me about? What I want to know is the location of Hades. Crocodile said eagerly. There is no record here. There is only history on it. Robin said calmly. Really? Crocodile visibly disbelieved. Robin then said, the word Pluto has never appeared before. At this moment, even King Cobra was stunned for a moment. Shu Kang knew that Robin must have lied. That's it, that's it. It's a pity, even though you are a very good partner, I'll kill you here. Crocodile said suddenly at this time. There was no pity in his eyes. What? Robin looked at Crocodile unexpectedly. She didn't expect this guy to change his face when he said that. 4 years ago, the agreement we reached has been completed here, and the conditions you put forward are as follows. As long as I take you to the location of the historical text, you will transfer the information of the weapon to me. You are in Baroque during the 4 years of the Works Club. Both the brain and the commanding ability were very good, and that was enough for me. Quote. You can be called a useful woman, but you failed to abide by the convention in the end. The historical texts of this country have no clues about Hades at all. Or even if there were records, you didn't plan to tell them from the beginning. Me. Crocodile was really angry at this time, questioning Robin. Chapter 86_Mudden Ninjutsu. Crocodile looked at Robin and said lightly, I won't be angry with you, do you know why? Nicole. Robin. How stupid. We've been working together for 4 years, and I knew you would do it. Robin threw a test tube of water while he was talking, and then grabbed Crocodile behind him using the ability of Wawa Fruit. Immediately afterwards, he planned to kill Crocodile in one go. However, the person in front of him is Shichibukai. As a person with the ability of the sand fruit, Crocodile instantly turned into sand and disappeared. Bang! Robin didn't expect that Crocodile was so fast that he had appeared behind him and pierced his body with a going hook. Nicole. Robin, I don't hate you, because I didn't trust anyone from the beginning. Crocodile's voice fell, and Robin slowly fell to the ground. At this moment, Shu Kang swiftly hugged Robin with his body. Humph. I already knew from Cobra's reaction whether Hades really existed. Even if I didn't rely on any historical texts, I would find him by my own power. This country fell into my hands and it was only a matter of time. It's just a matter of time. Crocodile then locked his gaze on Shu Kang. Boom. At this time, the king's cemetery shook rapidly. What's going on? It shouldn't be time for the bombardment yet. Crocodile looked around in a panic. King Cobra said, It's nothing, I just took away a small pillar of this underground temple. The center of everything has lost its balance and is about to collapse. You will all sleep here forever with me. I bet on the name of the 12th king of the Neferutari royal family, and I will not hand over the land of sand to you. King Cobra intends to die for the peace of the whole country at the price of death. Mr. Shu Kang, I'm sorry, it may kill you here. Cobra said. Shu Kang shook his head and said indifferently, Don't worry, death is not that easy. I still have to wait for Luffy to come and defeat Crocodile. Shu Kang couldn't help complaining afterwards. This guy Luffy is really ink. If it wasn't for him, Crocodile would have died long ago, did you know that? After Shu Kang's words fell, Crocodile sneered, Straw Hat Boy Luffy. That guy was completely killed by me this time, and it is absolutely impossible to survive. If you put your hope in him, then I advise you. Just save it. I know that you are very strong. To be honest, you are indeed a decent opponent. Today we will see who can go out. Crocodile showed the meaning of a fight. You can't kill me, Cobra, just turn all the rocks into sand and I can escape, and you. It will be buried in this abandoned palace. Ha ha, you're just dying for nothing. Crocodile laughed. Shu Kang looked at Robin in his arms, and started to treat her with his palm immortality. Because Shu Kang has the blood and cells of the Thousand Hands clan, his vitality is extremely amazing, and the chakra of the immortal palm also has a strong vitality. Therefore, Robin felt a lot better in an instant. Why did you save me like this? Robin asked weakly. I like you. You should be our partner on the boat. I said a long time ago that only my boat is suitable for you. Shu King smiled, and once again divided a wooden clone to Robin. Healing, Shu King's body was just staring at Kurakater to prevent this guy from doing some outrageous things. Less than 3 minutes. Everyone who hinders me will disappear in an instant, and in that instant, this land will become a newly acquired country. Crocodile is still doing this at this time. Your own spring and autumn dream. Shu Kingmu's clone received a message from Vivi. There is a place where you can't see the inside from the outside. If there is another place, it can only be there. I really can't think of any other place. As soon as Vivi said this, Shu King said, you know, that's right. Because other places have been searched, there is no more suitable place. It's there, Vivi said, pointing in that direction. Follow me. Shu King wanted to go to a place. It was too simple. After the Devil Fruit's ability was used, he flew directly. Due to the lack of time, Shu King didn't care what civilized way to enter, and directly condensed a spiral pill, which knocked down the wall of the hidden place. Sure enough, there was indeed an enemy of Baroque works in front of him. Shu King killed him without saying a word, and found that although the gunner was killed, the bomb still did not stop. It turns out that this guy made a time bomb. Kuro El Kader is really insidious. He wants all of us to die. Even his own subordinates are not spared. Shu King couldn't help scolding. Vivi, who was beside him, asked eagerly, how can I do this? Even if the gunner is killed, the bomb will still explode. We've done all this, is it worth it? At this time, Vivi was also at a loss as to what to do. The time for the bomb to explode was getting closer and closer. Shu King was also very anxious, but in his urgency, he couldn't think of anything. Great way. However, at this moment, Shu King had an idea. Who am I? Shu King. I'm a man with golden fingers. Shu King then did not say a word, and directly used one of his own ninjutsu moves. Wood Dun Wood Ingot Wall. Shu King's move is a technique that can only be used by the Wood Dun who has awakened the Chinsho clan. Although it is a defensive ninjutsu, it can play a great role at this time. The wooden wall completely wrapped around the bomb, and then Shu King grabbed Vivi's hand and ran out quickly. After Shu King ran out, he folded his hands again and instilled a lot of his chakra into his ninjutsu. But after a while, the ingot wall becomes a super ingot wall. I've tried my best, even if Deidara blew himself up, he wouldn't be able to destroy this level of wooden ingot wall defense. Shu King was extremely confident in his wooden tunnel. The preparations here are almost done, and at the king's graveyard, Luffy finally arrived in time. He blasted the wall in front of him with a punch, and the whole person appeared in everyone's sight. Crocodile was taken aback. He didn't expect that the Straw Hat Boy Luffy he killed himself stood in front of him alive again. How is this possible, you boy? After you, Crocodile, Luffy said. Chapter 87 Luffy's mouth escapes and Crocodile __. The third. Straw Hat Boy, why have you been killed by me so many times, and you have to stand up against me? Crocodile's mentality had already exploded at this time. Say it, Straw Hat. Not only Crocodile, but King Cobra asked in amazement, why did he come here alive? Who the hell is he? Shu King. Luffy looked at the intact crocodile, turned his head and said to Shu King, thank you. Leave this guy to me again. Sorry, I'm late. It doesn't matter, this kind of guy, I'll leave it to you to defeat him. To deal with him, I think I've bullied him too much. Robin and Cobra are handed over to me. I will not participate in your battle. You will definitely be able to beat him, I believe. Shu King smiled, without the slightest doubt about Luffy's ability, this guy but the protagonist of the comic One Piece, King of Pirates. And in the original, but finally defeated Crocodile. Okay, Shu King's approach was naturally exactly what Luffy meant, so that Luffy could fight against Crocodile in front of him wholeheartedly. Water. That's Crocodile's weakness, Robin said with all his might, despite being seriously injured. Don't worry, he already knew about this guy. Shu Kang nodded. Robin also nodded as Vivi, and Shu Kang, the wooden clone, continued to treat Robin. Robin was seriously injured and could not be cured for a while. Say it. You have to be killed by me a few times before you give up. Crocodile's mentality was about to collapse. Because you haven't returned what you took, Luffy said. What did I take away? Money, fame, trust, life, reign, ha 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 ha. How do you think I should give it back to you? The things I took are countless. Crocodile said frantically. It's the country. Country. What a joker. I'm only officially taking him now. Become king of this land and rule it through me. When we came to this island, it was no longer a country, it was her country, Luffy said. If this really belongs to her country, she should be able to laugh even more. Ah, Luffy rushed to Crocodile. Even if you are amazing, but you don't have water, what can you do? Crocodile relied on being Logia, and could be elementalized, so naturally he was not afraid of anything. However, what he didn't expect was that Luffy kicked it away with one kick. Impossible. Why can you kick me without water? This guy should have already understood hockey. Crocodile didn't do anything other than stunned. Crocodile. Luffy punched Crocodile again, and Crocodile, who was Shichibukai, was instantly knocked away and hit the wall. You bastard. Do you mean, with blood? Crocodile finally noticed Luffy, who was dripping blood on his hands. Even if there is no liquid, the use of blood can make Crocodile's elementalization ineffective. Shu Kang never thought that Luffy, who had a thick line, would be able to notice this. Blood can coagulate sand, right? Luffy said. Ha 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 ha. Rain. The royal palace. Then you went to this underground temple, you have been to hell twice, and you dared to single out with me. Just let me repay your dedication, right? You bastard. Luffy just kicked Crocodile regardless. Crocodile took off his going hook at this time, revealing the inside. As a pirate, it seems that you want to defeat me no matter what. Then I agree that you are my thorn in the side. Crocodile finally intends to be serious. What's that? Luffy asked. It's a poison needle. Really? As a pirate on your own, it seems that you already understand that the battle between pirates is a life and death struggle. There is no despicable thing at all. If the top explodes, this place will collapse all at once. Right. This is the last time, let's make a break. Crocodile had already planned to settle everything with Luffy at this time. Although Shu Kang couldn't say anything, Crocodile still feared Shu Kang in his heart. After all, Shu Kang's strength was too dazzling. In addition to the strong ability of the rustling fruit, Kuro Urkadar has his own poisonous needle. The poisonous needle touched the rock, and the rock was melted. Humph! Crocodile looked at Luffy with some pride, while Luffy looked at Crocodile with some dread. After all, Luffy only understood all of Crocodile's abilities. However, Luffy was not afraid, shot the rubber pistol, and used the malleability of the rubber to knock the crocodile away. It was just a few encounters, but Luffy had the upper hand, which shocked King Cobra. Who the hell is this guy? How strong is this? I feel that the crocodile in front of me is not like the crocodile before. Stabbed to death, buried alive, sucked dry, even you who have experienced it and stood up again, can't bear this. The winner is already divided, and the toxin will soon penetrate your body. Crocodile said. You don't understand anything, Luffy said. You're saying I don't understand anything. Crocodile's anger ignited again. Rubber machine gun. Luffy lunged at Crocodile again. Don't you understand? The venom has entered your wound, and your body is almost paralyzing you. Whether you win or lose, you will be buried under the temple. This country should not have what you want. Isn't it? What do you get by just going to die for something irrelevant? Just a buddy or two, as long as you don't care about them, you won't get burned, you're a bunch of idiots. Crocodile explained, said as it should. That's why I said that you didn't understand. At this time, Luffy was accidentally hit by a poisonous needle. The poison had already entered his body, and his body had become paralyzed. He stood up desperately and said, Vivi, that guy clearly said he didn't want people to die, but he was always the first to give up his life to save others, and if he let it go, she would die. You will kill you, Luffy said. What a fool. That's why I told you to drop this troublesome baggage. Crocodile said. I don't want her to die. Aren't we partners? Luffy continued. So, as long as she doesn't give up the country, we won't stop fighting. When Shu King heard this sentence, something seemed to wake up in his heart. What a fool, Luffy, but it's nice to have such a fool as a company, don't you think? Robin. At this time, Robin has recovered a lot, and she also said with a smile, what an interesting pirate, you guys are really interesting. I can't catch up with today's time, tomorrow will be 5 watch. Oops. Chapter 88 _ Sand Crocodile's Shock S. Ellipsis. First change. Shu King looked at Robin in front of him with a little doubt, and asked, what do you mean? Interesting. Yeah, it must be fun to be your partner, Robin said. Yeah, then, what do you mean? Shu King looked at Robin with great anticipation. Yes, Crocodile is defeated, and I have nowhere else to go but to go to your ship and be your companion, said Robin. I'm not that reluctant to know if your mates will accept me, Robin said. The companions on the ship have already learned about Robin's life experience in advance, and naturally they also understand why Shu King prefers Robin everywhere. Accepting Robin has long been a good thing, everyone said. Don't worry, everyone will accept you. In the next journey, there will be more historical texts. I hope you can achieve your goal. Shu King Vivi Isho, very gentle. Robin also learned from Shu King he felt a touch of warmth in his smile, and this warmth came from the warmth of his companions. Do you really believe that the Straw Hat Boy can defeat Crocodile? At this time, the King Cobra asked Shu King. He knew the strength of Crocodile, but he also understood the power of the Straw Hat Boy. It's hard to tell what the outcome will be now, and he doesn't know why. Shu King believes so much that Luffy will win. Don't worry, King, Luffy is our captain and will definitely be able to defeat Crocodile. Shu King said. At this time, Crocodile said with a little doubt, why hasn't the bomb exploded yet? It's strange. Although I want it to be launched in the center of the square, since it is launched from above, the fatality rate should be similar, and the time difference should be only more than 10 seconds later, the explosion is certain. Haha, you may not know it yet, we have already found all the gunners, and even the time bomb has been found by us. Shu King said indifferently beside him. You found it. How is that possible? It's possible to say so, but what would you do? Those bombs, how would you go out? They're timed, and they're amazing. Crocodile was still immersed in his own the world. He waited for the bomb to explode, killing the countless warriors of Alabasta. How can this be good? King Cobra looked at Shu King again. As a king, he knew the consequences of the bomb explosion. At this time, Cobra's heart was still very uncertain. Don't worry, all my wooden avatars have been dealt with. Shu King was not worried at all. More than 10 seconds passed, 20 seconds passed, half a minute passed. At this time, there was no explosion at all. It was not that the bomb did not explode, but Shu King on the other side used the wooden ingot wall to completely lock the damage of the bomb to the minimum. Even Deidara's self-destruction can be blocked, let alone an explosion of this magnitude. How is that possible? Why, there isn't any sense of explosion. What the hell did you do? Shu King. After a while, it was confirmed that it would not explode again, and Crocodile couldn't help but complain. As for Luffy, he was knocked to the ground by Crocodile again. At this time, Crocodile also focused his eyes on Shu King again. I said, no matter what this country is, it will be in my bag. Even if I use all methods. Crocodile said very enthusiastically, Shu King. No matter what I do, you have to stop me. You the guy is arrogant. Although he has a little strength, he never takes me seriously. I've had enough, let's make a break. I'm going to run over you. Crocodile was about to shoot, but saw Luffy's hand twitch again. Immediately afterwards, Luffy stood up again panting. Hoo. Luffy seems to be a little weak, and he has not recovered from the toxin damage he received before. And Crocodile saw Luffy stand up again, and the whole person almost went crazy. Every time he knocked Luffy to the ground, Luffy could get up from the ground again and again, which made Crocodile almost collapse. The explanation given by Shu Kang can only be the aura of the protagonist. You can't beat me, Luffy said, looking at Crocodile. Humph, that's all I got out of it. For a bereaved dog that's about to die, there's no basis for even the right bravado. Crocodile sneered at Luffy. I am the man who wants to be One Piece King of Pirates. Luffy shouted out his going sentence again aggressively. Crocodile grinned isho and said, listen, kid, no one with a deep understanding of this sea would say such things lightly. I should have said that a newbie like you is here. There are as many as you want in this sea area, and when you get to know this sea area more and more, you will no longer have such dreams. Quote. Crocodile rushed towards Luffy suddenly, and the poison needle in his hand waved again. At this moment, Luffy actually became very flexible, and easily stepped on Crocodile's going hook, easily breaking the poison needle. I'm the man who will surpass you, Luffy said seriously. Immediately afterwards, Luffy slammed out another punch and hit Crocodile heavily. Crocodile spurted blood, and the ability of rustling fruit was almost useless. Luffy then kicked Crocodile away, and then smashed again. Crocodile was beaten unilaterally, and the king's graveyard had begun to collapse. Are we still here? Cobra said. It's about to collapse. Rest assured, I will escape before it collapses. I will watch Luffy defeat Crocodile with my own eyes. Shu Kang said. He was full of confidence in Luffy. Cobra and Robin didn't say anything anymore, watching the battle in front of them carefully. Luffy grabbed Crocodile's clothes and pulled him to his side. Crocodile thought in disbelief. The scorpion poison should have already taken effect. Why does this kid still have such power? You little bastard of unknown origin. Who do you think I am? Crocodile rushed over with a blow, and Luffy ducked his head and said, no matter how holy you are, I will surpass you. Luffy kicked Crocodile flying. Crocodile was in the air, and said condescendingly, you can go to the west with this temple. Heavyweight sandstorm. Spoke. A huge sandstorm formed on Crocodile's hand, and he threw it towards Luffy, destroying the surroundings. And Luffy took a sharp breath. Then Crocodile said again, Desert King Kong Sword. Chapter 89_Go to sea, leave Alabasta please collect. The second. Luffy wrapped himself into a twist, and then exhaled, and the whole person flew like a Superman. Rubber. Tempest. Desert King Kong Sword. Both Luffy and Crocodile used their most powerful skills, and their attacks collided, but Luffy's attack passed through the Desert Diamond Sword. Crocodile with one punch after another. The sanctuary was about to collapse completely, and Crocodile was beaten by Luffy as well. Shu Kang said at this time, come with me. Immediately afterwards, he grabbed King Cobra with his left hand and Nico Robin with his right hand, and the whole person flew into the air in an instant. Come out. How is this possible? There are still quite a few rock walls from the surface. Cobra didn't expect Luffy to be so strong, nor did he expect Shu Kang's speed to be so fast. It's the first time I've felt Alabasta in the sky. Cobra was a little excited. Save the straw hat, Cobra said when he saw Luffy in the air. Leave it to me. Robin grabbed Luffy with the ability of his own flower and sent him to a safe place. At this time, the rain was getting heavier and heavier. After defeating Crocodile, the long-awaited rain finally started to fall. Even without using the Dragon Tiger Freedom technique, Alabasta returned to normal. Vivi was stunned when he saw the defeated Crocodile. Recalling the previous series of things, Vivi couldn't help feeling a little emotional. Luffy did what he promised himself, that is to defeat Crocodile. This seemingly impossible thing happened right in front of Vivi's eyes. Win the fight. Usopp and the others already understood that Luffy had defeated Crocodile. The King's army and the rebel army had already given up the fight early on. Shu King's wooden avatar was not idle. He used his perception to catch a lot of Bakuro agents. Shu King did not spare a single one of the bad guys who were provoking trouble on both sides. EPUB also appeared at the most critical moment, holding a child, which Shu King knew was the only witness who knew that Mr. 2 had transformed into a king. After the child told everyone the whole story, everyone realized that they were being used. Shu King's wooden clone also healed Ko Sha. As the leader of the rebel army, Ko Sha finally announced the end of the war. All the truth came to light. Everyone knew that the real mastermind behind it was Shichibukai, the hero crocodile in their hearts. King Cobra finally expressed his gratitude to Shu King and Shu King's partners, and Shu King came to his partners with Luffy on his back. Vivi went to give a speech with the king and Ko Sha, while Shu King and his friends went to the palace, planning to have a big meal. This war has been going on for a long time. After careful calculation, Shu King and others came to Alabasta. It's been a while too. The end. Crocodile was captured by Marine and deprived Shichibukai of his name and all special powers. Tashigi knew that the Straw Hat Pirates had done justice, so they did not continue to attack them. Even Smoker was in this incident. He helped Shu King and others, so Marine also withdrew. The whole of Alabasta is shrouded in excitement. It is not that the war is over, but that it is finally raining. It is a joy for everyone to survive. After everything returned to normal, the Straw Hat Gang began to prepare for the sailing, shopping for food and some necessities, and Luffy finally woke up. The reason why Luffy woke up so quickly was closely related to Shu King. Because Shu King had obtained a constitution that was invulnerable to all poisons before, with the help of the system, Shu King gave Luffy a little bit of his blood, and Luffy instantly defeat Crocodile's scorpion venom. Immediately afterwards, EPUB's wife appeared. She looked almost exactly like EPUB. She pushed the car and brought a lot of fruit. Luffy ate all the food in an instant. Shocked. Soon, all kinds of staple meat food were served, and then the Straw Hat Big Stomach King started. Everyone started to eat unscrupulously, and the partners had completely lost their demeanor. I don't know how long I ate before I finally finished the meal. Immediately afterwards, the king invited everyone to go to the bathroom. It is very good for a dry country to have a bathroom, and everyone has not taken a bath for a long time. In the evening, the partners discussed and left quietly. When Shu King was leaving, he accidentally overheard the conversation between EPUB and Jackal Gaka. Are we going to tell them? They're already too famous. Roronoa Zoro, 60 million Baileys. Monkey D. Luffy, 100 million Baileys. Demon Shu King, the reward is as high as 300 million Baileys. This level, the director level of Marine Headquarters, the characters must be out, right? There's no turning back. They go this way. You defeated a Shichibukai. EPUB was very nervous and wanted to tell everyone in good faith, but when he came to their room, he found that everyone was gone. Shu King flew towards Mary. He thought, what's the matter? Why is my bounty so high? The bounty for Luffy who defeated Shichibukai is only 100 million bellies. Why am I only 300 million bellies? Is it so exaggerated? Shu King didn't understand, and he didn't think about it in a hurry. Anyway, the high bounty showed that he was valued by Marine. Shu King used his ability to quickly return to Mary, and his partners also quickly boarded Mary on the fast-running duck. Goodbye. Say hello to Vivi and Uncle Curly for us. Luffy and the others waved goodbye to the running duck, and saw Mr. 2 on the boat. In order to help everyone, Mr. 2 protected Mary, which surprised everyone. Do you know what state this island is in now? Mr. 2 asked. It has been completely blocked by the marine ship. Why are you helping us? Why? Everyone asked. Because we are friends, Mr. 2 said with a smile. Afterwards, everyone played together again, and at this time, Shu King discovered that a Marine's ship had discovered him. Asura / Shu Kang saw Marine's ship and drew out his knife without saying a word. However, Shu Kang did not slash at Marine's warship, but shifted slightly, and then Marine's ship started violently. The surrounding sea water was stirred up by Shu Kang. Take this opportunity. Move quickly. After Shu Kang finished speaking, everyone at the helm, pulling the lever, began to prepare to break through Marine's blockade. Chapter 90 _ We are partners ____. The third more our partner. There were indeed a lot of Marines, and it took an early morning for Mary to break through the siege. At this time, the sky was already bright, and Vivi could be heard giving a speech, telling his own adventure story. And when the story came to the most critical time, Vivi still couldn't see Mary and his friends. At this time, Mary finally appeared. Everyone turned their backs to Vivi, raised their left hand high, and there was an X on the arm, which was the mark of a partner. On the shore, Kaluduk and Vivi also raised their left arms, which also had the marks of X's partners on them. No matter what happens in the future, as long as we see this sign, we are partners. Vivi seemed to hear Luffy's words again. Sail! Luffy shouted with all his strength, and Mary also went to the next island indicated by the record pointer. Originally, there were countless marine warships around, and they were about to capture the Straw Hats. Mr. 2 Feet's swan boat suddenly rushed out, took countless attacks for them, and covered the Straw Hats and his party to escape. A pink-haired girl, Jun, stared at Shu Kang across the sea. Shu Kang saw the beautiful marine in front of him and confirmed her identity. Is that so, Tina of the prison fruit? Shu Kang didn't say anything. Using the wind, he quickly escaped Marine's blockade. Marine still wanted to catch up, but Shu Kang directly started to finish the seal. Fire escape, how fireball technique. A huge fireball hit the marine, and those who didn't know thought Shu Kang ate the burning fruit. In this world, even if you eat a devil fruit, you can only use one kind of ability. Shu Kang's ability is beyond everyone's understanding. Generally, people who are not familiar with Shu Kang are completely unaware that Shu Kang ate it. What fruit? It seems that I finally left the island. It's hard work. At this time, Robin suddenly walked out of the cabin. Everyone was a little surprised. What's going on? Why are you here? Although Zoro knew about Robin's background, he didn't know that Shu Kang invited Robin to become a partner. And everyone else was surprised. When did you get on board? Everyone asked. Always, I should have been killed by crocodile, but Shu Kang rescued me and invited me to become a partner. Baroque Works is gone, crocodile has been arrested, I have nothing left to stay. In the end, I agreed. Robin pushed everything to Shu Kang. Shu Kang then said, don't worry, Robin is not a bad person. I think we have discussed it before. Robin is our partner from now on. No matter what happens, she will be our partner. Luffy, what do you think? Zoro asked. Me, nothing, it's good to have one more partner. Don't worry, this guy isn't a bad guy. Luffy trusted Robin easily. Sanji is naturally irresistible to beautiful women, and he welcomes all beautiful women. Coupled with Shu Kang's agreement, everyone did not refuse much, and finally everyone accepted the fact that Robin became a partner. Although it is said that at present, the relationship has not reached the point of going up the knife mountain and down the oil pan, but it can be regarded as harmonious. Robin did what he liked and took out the gems from Crocodile, and Nami was instantly conquered. It can be said that Robin easily broke into the interior of the Straw Hat Gang. However, Shu Kang still talked to Robin alone, not what Shu Kang wanted to talk about, but what Robin wanted to talk about. Captain Shu Kang, I hope that if one day in the future, when I am dying, you can go as far as you can without saving me. Robin said to Shu Kang very seriously. Shu Kang did not expect that Robin would make such a request, and he could make such a request, saying that Robin had already regarded Luffy and others as his partners. Why do you say that? What are you afraid of? Shu Kang asked. My partner, nothing will end well. I think since you know my past, You should know that in order to survive, I have to deal with all kinds of villains, but the end is not very good. Marine in the world, if the government wants me to die, it will definitely affect you. Robin said seriously. If you don't agree, I think of the next place and I'll leave, Robin said. Shu King thought for a while and then replied, Robin, I know you better than anyone. How much do you know? Robin asked rhetorically. At least I know Saren, your first friend. At least, I know the O'Hara incident very well. At least, in the blank 100 years, I probably know what the world government is hiding. Shu King's words hit Robin's heart instantly. Sometimes I really wonder if you are a spy of the world government. How can you know so many things? Robin couldn't let go for a long time. My companions on the ship call me prophets, or prophets. I don't have that great ability to predict the future, but I can probably know what will happen, and some past events. I know those warships are not you. Destroyed, that was destroyed by Kuzan, a man with a mouth full of justice, to see if his friend Saren made the right choice. Quote. Well, back to the previous topic, do you agree? After a circle, Robin went back to his topic. After knowing your identity, those people in the past may abandon you and betray you, but don't underestimate everyone on this ship. We can die, we can be defeated, but we will never abandon our companions. Shu King said, even if you are captured by Marine, even if you want to kill Marine 3 Admiral, Marshal Marine, facing the entire CP organization, hundreds of Wan's Marine, we will go to save you without hesitation. This is how we treat our partners, right? Luffy. Shu King pulled the door like this, and Luffy fell from the door. It turned out that Luffy had been eavesdropping on Shu King's speech. Ha ha ha, I was just looking for something to eat, and I accidentally overheard your words, but Shu King is right, we will never give up and leave our partners behind. Luffy said firmly with a smile. Okay. At this time, Robin had nothing to say, but he was very moved. These guys. Robin looks at the restless people on the boat, but has a long-lost feeling. That's the feeling of being a real partner. Do you know Sky Island? Robin. Next stop, we are going there. There is a historical text there, and there are words left by Roger. Shu King made another prediction. Sky Island. Robin was naturally interested when she heard Sky Island and the historical text. She walked into the cabin and began to flip through the book, looking for information about Sky Island. Chapter 91 The Wreck of Sky Island ____. First change. And not long after Shu King and Robin talked about Sky Island, the sky didn't know what fell down. Things sank into the water around Mary with a plop. Soon, everyone was shocked, because a huge ship fell from the top of their heads. The ship was too huge, in stark contrast to the little Mary. Hold on everyone, hold on tight to the boat, Zoro reminded. The whole Mary shook violently. What is this? My God, Nami couldn't help but said. Everyone did not expect that a ship of this size would fall from the sky. This is a dream, it must be a dream. Usopp said unwillingly to accept the reality, and Chopper beside him also agreed. However, Sanji raised his head and said again, hey. Something fell again. Turn the rudder and leave. Nami reminded. It's strange that this kind of big wave goes away. Sanji complained. At this time, Shu King spoke. Let me take the helm. You are responsible for stabilizing Mary. Immediately afterwards, Shu King quickly grabbed the rudder of the boat and turned it on the left full rudder, and then the boat turned its direction and avoided the falling objects above his head. Although everyone said that it was much safer, the debris in the air continued to fall, and it was not known how long it took before the sky stopped falling down. Mary calmed down. Everyone also started a discussion. Why did the ship fall out of the sky? Luffy asked in confusion. It's so weird. Sanji also thought it was weird. But there is nothing in the sky. Zoro also expressed curiosity. Really, what the hell is the Great Root? Something unexpected happens all the time. Now a ship has fallen from the sky. Usopp hugged Chopper and was already terrified. At this moment, Nami stared straight at the recording pointer on her wrist, motionless. What's wrong, Nami? Sanji asked. The recording pointer is broken, and it keeps pointing at it, Nami replied. No, I think it should be attracted by the island with stronger magnetic force, since the pointer does not move on it. Robin replied. Maybe there is an island in the sky, Sky Island, so it is normal for a ship to fall from the sky, right? Shu Kang added Robin's words and told the facts to his partner directly, which immediately caused an uproar. What? Sky Island? Is there such an island? Is it suspended in the air? It's amazing. The person most interested was naturally Luffy, who was always interested in this kind of adventure. Did that ship and the bones of the dead fall from there? Usopp asked in fear. But there is nothing like an island in the sky. Zoro doubted. Robin, just tell us something about Sky Island and let everyone hear it. Shu Kang looked at Robin and said. Well, of course, it's correct to say that it's the sea that floats, Robin explained. Sea. Oh, Usopp, Chopper and Luffy came to be interested. Wow, it means that the sea floats in the sky, and there is an island there, right? Good. I'll take a look at it right away. Luffy said excitedly. Sail at the helm, going at full speed, Usopp said excitedly. Frankly, I haven't seen Sky Island, and I don't know much, Robin said honestly. That's right, it's impossible. How can the island and the sea float in the sky? The recording pointer must be broken. Nami was still skeptical. No, Miss Navigator, you should not be thinking about where the pointer is broken, but how to get to the sky. Robin was convinced of the Sky Island thing. Since there is some information about Sky Island, Robin can be sure that there is Sky Island. After all, as a scholar, he knows more or less. No matter how bizarre the ship is involved, or how much crisis it is in, there is absolutely no doubt about it. It is common sense in his head. Record the direction pointed by the pointer, there will definitely be an island. Robin educated Nami, saying that it is education, it can be regarded as a warning. After all, Robin once traveled the Great Waterway. Seeing Nami still staring at the recording pointer, Shu Kang also persuaded. Robin is right, Sky Island must exist, but there are not many ways to get there, so most people have no way to get there. Nature is very magical. Anything is possible. Believe in the record pointer and continue going. Shu Kang cheered for Nami, and Nami nodded. At this time, there was a skeleton body on the deck. Robin was not afraid at all, but opened the coffin, put together the fragments of the skeleton, and finally recovered a head. This hole should be man-made. This is the scar of the treatment. It should be called a piercing, right? Ship doctor, Robin asked. Yes, when people used to treat brain tumors, they cut a hole in the head cover, but that must have been a long time ago, Chopper said. Yeah, this person should have been dead for 200 years, right? He was about 30 years old, and he should have died of illness during the voyage. Compared with other bones, his teeth are still intact, because they are covered with tar. This funeral custom is a tradition unique to some parts of South Blue, and it is inferred from the historical process that the ship should be the ship of a past expedition. Quote. Robin then flipped through the book again, and immediately found it and said, There, the kingdom in South Blue, the ship of the kingdom of bliss, the Saint Bliss. Sail before 208. Quote. Everyone said, it looks exactly like the previous ship. Then it seems that the emblem was also on the ship. This ship has been floating in the air for 200 years, Robin analyzed. Only then did Nami deeply feel Robin's power and said, I didn't expect that you can analyze so many things just from the bones. Although the corpse can't speak, the information on her body can't escape. If it is an expedition team, it should be left behind, all kinds of evidence and records. Robin said. But the ship has sunk to the bottom of the sea. Nami then saw Luffy and Usopp, and they were already salvaging something. Hey, guys, I found something great. Luffy spread out the things in his hands with great excitement. It turned out to be a map of Sky Island. Sky Island. Does this mean that Sky Island really exists? Of course. Don't you believe what I said? Shukang Vivi Isho felt that Nami still believed in herself too much. Awesome. This means that Sky Island really exists. That's Dream Island. Usopp, Luffy and Chopper danced happily. Don't get too excited. This can only mean that there is such a possibility. Although Nami already believed it, she still did not dare to confirm it. Chapter 92_Salvage the King of the Apes S. The second. If even a large sailboat like the one just now can reach Sky Island, there must be some way for us to get there. Find out all the records left by the big ship just now. Nami said. But the ship has sunk, Usopp said. Sink, just fish it up for me, Nami said. Okay. After hearing it, Luffy and Usopp naturally picked up the net in their hands and prepared to salvage it. Chopper asked weakly, what is salvage? It's to salvage the sinking ship, but that ship may not be able to do anything because he is too big. Robin responded with a smile. However, as long as you find the voyage log, the voyage record will suffice. Since you can find the map of Sky Island, you should be able to find that kind of thing, right? Shukang said. It's not that simple, though, said Robin. At this time, Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro all wore special diving barrel suits, so called because he looked like a big wooden barrel. This diving suit was a new invention of Usopp. Don't worry, my design will never go wrong. Usopp is very confident in his invention. Good luck, I'll pray for you, Nami said. Afterwards, the three of them slowly dived into the water. Although Shukang knew that there was no danger in the sea, he still preferred to stay on the boat. And soon after the three were put down, they could hear a magical sound. Good salvage, good salvage. What the hell is that? Shukang asked. Who knows? Usopp also felt very strange. On the deck of the giant ship in front of him, there were rows of people standing in front of them, and the people at the head shouted for a while. Shukang soon learned that the person in front of him was the King of the Apes, who specialized in salvage work from the Orang Asli pirates. Who are you? This is my territory, said the orangutan. We just passed by here, Shukang said in a low-key manner. Passing by, then leave quickly. All the sunken ships in this sea area belong to this uncle. You shouldn't have taken action, right? Don't whisper. Quickly answer my question, the Ape King roared. Nami suddenly said, I'm sorry, can I ask you a question? I asked you first. Forget it, if you have any questions, just ask, said the orangutan. Are you guys on the salvage ship? Nami asked. What, ship ape? It seems that I really have the demeanor of an orangutan. Oh, I'm so sorry. The ape's ears may not be good, and he accidentally listened to his words as a compliment. Can you let us see, you have to salvage skills, Nami said. I understand, you think salvage is a very rare thing, right? No problem, let you see it, the orangutan said very happily. Nami said quietly, let's act according to chance. Shukang admired Nami's tricks very much in his heart. Quick, get the salvage basket ready. Let's start salvaging. The orangutan king then started the salvage work. Their boat itself was used for salvage. Naturally, they covered the boat that fell off before. Using the air, the huge boat was fished up. Seeing that the boat came out soon, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared in the sea. The black shadow was so huge that it emerged directly from the sea. In front of him was a huge tortoise. What is this? What kind of land is this? I didn't even see the devil, this must be a dream. Usopp said. A dream, really, Chopper said. This thing should be a creature, right? Shukang was also a little unsure. After all, he didn't remember all the plots clearly. They won't all be eaten, right? The trachea is in the mouth, Robin reminded. It looks like a huge tortoise. How can there be such a huge tortoise? Shukang didn't have much impression of the huge tortoise in front of him. Because the tortoise swallowed the gas pipe, the tortoise moved, and the boat could only be dragged by the tortoise to run around. In the end, Nami decided to cut off the gas pipe. However, at this moment, it suddenly became dark. Immediately afterwards, Luffy was thrown onto the deck, and Sanji and Zoro also appeared on the deck and said, "Get off the boat. Get out of here. That guy is in trouble." "Anyway, get out of this turtle," Usopp said. "Turtles? I'm talking about orangutans. Turtles must be some kind of sea beast," Sanji said. Luffy was having a good time talking to him, and then when he saw us looking for something on the boat, he suddenly got angry, Zoro said. "It's like an angry gorilla," Sanji commented. "Oh, where is this place?" Luffy woke up. "Luffy, come and help. Let's leave this ghost place together." At a critical moment, Shu King was in charge of the overall situation, and everyone planned to work together to move to another place. "Wait, you guys are actually stealing my treasure on this uncle's site. Do you think you can escape?" The orangutan appeared on Mary and said angrily to everyone. "Treasure? Is there any treasure?" Nami seemed to be a different person after hearing the treasure. "Well, more," Luffy said with a smile. "Oops, if this guy goes crazy on the boat." Sanji is also ready to meet the enemy. But at this time, everyone was shocked again, because the sky suddenly turned black at this time, and the day suddenly turned into night. There were 5 black shadows in front of them. These were not ordinary black shadows. These shadows were huge, with wings, and they seemed to be holding spears in their hands. It seemed that they were looking at the crowd, and then they raised the spears in their hands, and then jabbed them down sharply. When Shu King and the Straw Hat group saw this, they were naturally going crazy. Everyone tried their best to control Mary to flee as quickly as possible. After a while, the sky became brighter. It's unbelievable. Too big to believe. In places like the Great Waterway, there are indeed a series of strange things, and today is also. First a huge ship fell from the sky, Zoro said. Then the recording pointer pointed to the sky, Nami said. Then another strange orangutan said to salvage the boat, Usopp said. Another turtle that could eat a whole ship, Chopper said. Then suddenly it was night, Robin said. In the end, a monster that was dozens of times bigger than the giants appeared. Luffy said. Yeah, even I'm terrified, said the Ape King. Get out. Everyone kicked the King of the Apes into the air with one kick. Shu King, do you know what that monster is? When everyone didn't understand, they came back and asked Captain Shu King. Everyone was curious about the black figure. This thing, they seem to have wings, they must be people from Sky Island, right? I personally estimate that what we saw was just a shadow. Because of the lighting problem, the shadow was stretched and enlarged. It's not really that big of a deal. Chapter 93 _ Shu King was provoked. The third. Really or not? If that's the case, then why do you only run so fast as we do? Fear is contagious. You are also afraid, and I will naturally take you away from the sea of misery. There was nothing wrong with what Shu King said. Immediately afterwards, everyone focused their attention on the things they had just salvaged, but unfortunately, apart from bringing some scraps of copper and iron, everyone did not find any logbooks or the like. Then it's more important to find information, isn't it? If we go to Sky Island, maybe we will end up in the same situation as the ship just now. Information is a matter of life and death. What do you bring back? A rusty sword, cutlery, a live octopus. I want a diary, a nautical chart, etc. Nami was naturally furious when she didn't see what she needed, but Shu King was naturally spared the death because Shu King was killed. King did not go to sea at all. Here, I got it on the orangutan ship just now, let's use it for now. Robin just got the permanent record pointer while everyone didn't notice the other side's ship. This, Gaia. Nami felt a little unfamiliar when she saw the name. Shu King immediately stepped up and said, in this way, I can probably figure it out. If you want to go to Sky Island, you must go to Gaia and wait for the heaven to prepare. However, we are following our own recording pointer to move towards Sky Island. Gaia, alright, going at full speed towards Gaia. Luffy raised his hands high, showing quite the excitement. Immediately afterwards, Going Merry drove in the direction of Gaia. After tossing for so long, Mary finally reached the normal route. The island called Jaya shouldn't be very far, right? Sanji asked. Yeah, the weather has been stable since just now, and we should have entered the island-shaped climate sea area, Nami said. So, Jaya Island must be Spring Island, right? Luffy said expectantly. The weather is so warm and comfortable tilde. At this time, Chopper was basking in the sun, lying warmly on the deck, looking very comfortable. Spring is really a few years, and Heiyu seems to be very comfortable. Ah, the seagull was shot down. Just as Chopper finished talking about the seagull fell on the boat and died. It seems that there was a master sniper who shot them far away. Shu King thought about it, but couldn't think of any master sniper, Usopp. Not too possible, his dad, nor can it be here. However, soon, everyone on Mary can already see the town not far away. This town is very lively and everyone is looking forward to it. Don't you guys think this looks like a resort? Usopp asked. Resort. Chopper was also looking forward to it. Go ahead, Mary. Luffy was already looking forward to it. Really, there is a feeling of wanting to spend a leisurely day, Nami said. Still restraint, this place is a gathering place for pirates. Shu Kang said. True or false? Wow. Usopp then saw the flags of countless pirates fluttering in the wind. Sure enough, as Shu King said, it seemed that all the pirates in this town. Is it my illusion? There are so many pirate ships parked here. Really, how could the pirate ship be parked in the port above board? Nami looked disbelieving, but she soon chose to trust Shu King again. What kind of town is this? Everyone couldn't help but complain. In this way, Luffy, Zoro and Shu King got off the pirate ship, and the others stayed on the ship because they were worried. Do you think these three guys can come back without causing trouble? Nami asked. Of course not. And the town doesn't look good. Not impossible. It's definitely not possible, Usopp said. This can't be done. Nami followed. Walking down the street, a drunk man fell off his horse. Excuse me, can you help me up? The man said drunkenly. Luffy and Zoro threw it on the horse, and the man wanted to give everyone the apples in his basket. Neither Shu King nor Zoro did anything. Luffy grabbed one and ate it. Immediately afterwards, I heard rumors that someone was killed by eating an apple. You're lucky, if it exploded, the first bite would have exploded. The drunken man rode away drunkenly. Then, Nami once again blamed Luffy. Did you know you almost died just now? That's a common thing. Luffy said it wasn't a big deal. You're a big bastard. Nami couldn't help complaining to Luffy. Let's go, don't bother about things that have nothing to do with us. Let's find out the news about going to Sky Island soon. Everyone was willing to listen to Shu King's words. Soon, everyone came to a very unique villa, but this villa was empty. Guests, I will be very embarrassed for you to be like this. Suddenly someone ran out and said, because this tropical hotel has been packed by Uncle Bellamy and his party, ordinary guests are not allowed to come in. It turned out to be a hotel. Zoro finally understood. If Uncle Bellamy finds out, the matter will be very serious. Please leave the four of you quickly, okay? The receptionist was naturally afraid of Bellamy's anger. Bellamy is famous. High status. What? You can't even come in and take a look. Luffy curled his lips. Who is that Bellamy? Nami also felt very unhappy. It's just a little pirate with a bounty of less than 100 million. Shu King didn't care much about this person. Hey, what's the matter? At this time, a man and a woman walked in from the door. Where did these few, dirty boys who don't know how to live or die? The man said. Do you know how much we spent to wrap up this place? The woman said angrily. I'm sorry, uncle. Go away, little devils. Luffy asked, can I knock this guy off? No, Nami didn't want to cause a lot of trouble. This man named Thatch looked at Isho with the woman who slapped that. You want to knock me out? This kid is very interesting, but you look so shabby. Take it, buy some clothes you like with these boats. Quote. Thatch threw the money on the ground, and the woman beside him sneered. Thatch, what a waste. Why give money to such a person? That's right, it's better to throw it in the stinky ditch. The two just wanted to laugh at everyone. Can I take it? Luffy asked innocently, not understanding that others were trying to humiliate him. Let's go, it's really uncomfortable. Nami pulled Luffy and walked outside, while Shu-King stayed where he was. Why don't you leave, you stinky bastard? Are you reluctant to give us alms? Ha 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 ha. Shu-King, expressionless, looked at the two people, and finally Vivi Isho. Are you provoking me? Chapter 94_Blackbeard appears. Chapter 1. Thatch's body trembled involuntarily, and he couldn't say why, but felt that the smile of the man in front of him was a little scary. Bastard. Not leaving yet. Thatch and the woman were already frowning. Seeing that the situation was not right, Nami was ready to come back to persuade Shu-King. Who is Shu-King? As soon as he crossed into this world, he was subjected to endless humiliation, and even Shichibukai Crocodile was ultimately his own defeat. The two people in front of them were using Bellamy to provoke him, so Shu-King naturally couldn't bear it and didn't need to bear it at all. Do you want to court death? Shu-King said lightly. Ha, what do you mean? Kid, are you going to shoot at me? Don't even look at what you are. Although Thatches already felt something was wrong, but he was used to it, so he blurted out the words. Shu-King finally moved, only to see his left and right hand open, and a spiral pill with blue flash appeared in his palm in an instant. Thatches and the others had never seen such a thing, and were naturally surprised. Shu-King's speed was very fast, and the moment they saw the spiral pill, they had already smashed the spiral pill into their abdomens. Just listening to, boom. The bodies of the two flew backwards like cannonballs. They fell heavily into the villa, obviously seriously injured. The shopkeeper first looked at Shu-King in shock, and then he remembered something and said nervously, It's over. It's over. Uncle Bellamy will definitely avenge them. This guest, you should leave here quickly. Seeing that his anger was relieved, Shu-King also cared about him very much, so naturally he didn't say anything. Humph. Do you think you can leave so easily? A voice suddenly came from the villa. Shu-King took a closer look and found that the entire villa was actually full of Bellamy's lackeys. Do you have anything else to do? Shu-King still said calmly. This is your reward list. It says 30 million Baileys. I'll let Bellamy meet you for a while. The lackeys didn't seem to want to fight. Shu-King nodded and said, let him let the horse come. Knowing that this group of people must have missed a zero, Shu-King didn't say much. In this way, Shu-King followed Nami. Nami, Zoro and the others held back their anger and had no choice. They went to the tavern and began to drink alcohol to relieve their worries. I am so pissed. Nami sulked. It's really unfortunate, but our mock town can be said to be a town made up of pirates who wield a lot of money, said the tavern owner. So pirates who have no money can't come, right? Nami said angrily. It looks like you can't hold back your anger. Come on, I'll treat you to this cup. The tavern owner was still very considerate and prepared a drink for Nami. This group of people are extremely vicious people. If you take everything to heart, you will not be able to stay in this town. The best way is not to provoke them, the tavern owner said. Actually, I think there is another way that can allow us to avoid trouble very directly. Shu-King said. What? Everyone asked. That is to defeat the most vicious pirates in your town. At that time, everyone will not underestimate us. Shu-King said it is also a fact, but if you keep causing trouble, you don't know what to do. How long will it take to find out the news of going to Sky Island? It makes sense, but it still feels really bad, this place. Nami was still very depressed. It's unfortunate to think that you are a normal person. Normal people are rare animals in this town. Anyway, if you stay here for 4 days, you will be able to keep records. Before you get into trouble, just leave as soon as possible. Already, the tavern owner reminded. 4 days. I can't even stay for 2 days. After Nami finished complaining, she found that Shu Kang was staring at Luffy carefully. Nami looked back and found that there was another person beside Luffy. Luffy and the black-haired man ate a cherry pie at the same time and said, "This cherry pie is so delicious, too bad." Afterwards, the two of them picked up the drink and drank it again and said, "Why is this drink so delicious, unpleasant? Is there something wrong with your tongue? I see that there is a problem with your head." Tavern owner said, "I'm not a cook anyway, it doesn't matter what you say." Shu Kang looked at the man with black hair and a black beard in front of him, and instantly recognized his identity. "It seems that it's still the same as the original plot. I bumped into you. Blackbeard, teach," Shu Kang thought to himself. Luffy said to the boss in front of him, "Hey, uncle, I'm going to buy 50 servings of meat as a gift." And Blackbeard said, "Boss, I'm going to buy 51 servings of cherry pie." "Wait a minute, I'm going to change it to 52. Sorry, my pie has been changed to 53 inches. ... The two quarreled for a while, looked at each other and cursed, "Are you trying to go against me? Why are you all arguing?" Zoro complained aside. "Luffy, don't forget what you promised me, and we don't have the money to buy so much meat back. We didn't come out to buy it," Nami said. "Are you a pirate?" Blackbeard asked with a wicked smile. "Yeah, that's right," Luffy replied. "How much is the bounty?" Blackbeard asked. 1. Luffy hasn't finished answering yet. At this time Shu Kang answered first. "My bounty is 300 million Bailey." Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, "You should be hunting those strong." "I should guess right." Shu Kang's words instantly attracted Blackbeard's attention. "Come over. You said that your head is worth 300 million. What a joke. Liar. However, you actually recognized my identity, which surprised me." Blackbeard smiled. Blackbeard, Zoro and Nami were both a little surprised. Wasn't it the Blackbeard that Ace was chasing before? "Okay, fighting is not allowed in my store. This is your meat, and this is your cherry pie. Take it and leave immediately." The store owner took action in time to prevent the upcoming battle. Blackbeard didn't say much, took the cherry pie and walked out. While Blackbeard left, another person walked into the tavern. As the devil Shu Kang in this tavern, a rough voice came. A man with blonde hair, who was not a good thing at first glance, appeared. The surrounding guests were very frightened. "Bellamy," Bellamy said arrogantly, "are you the devil Shu Kang with a bounty of 30 million? Do you have anything to do with me?" Shu Kang asked lightly. The surrounding guests also began to discuss. "Did you hear? That kid actually has a reward of 30 million. Chapter 95_Arrogant Bellamy. The second. No way. That kid. Really or not? Shu Kang was originally a teenager, so he didn't look like a guy with a bounty of 30 million. Who is this guy? Luffy also felt a little strange. The person in front of him didn't look like he was here to chat. "Give me the most expensive wine in the store, and order this kid's favorite things." Bellamy folded his arms and crossed his chest, looking very dragged. Shu Kang shook his head heavily. Just like this guy who doesn't know the sky and the earth, still wants to follow Doflamingo. Shu Kang didn't like Doflamingo, but he had to say that Dover was a man with brains, who controlled the underground world, and became a king himself. In a country, it can be regarded as the crocodile after success. Such a person, there are too many Bellamy-like people to follow, but Dover does not give him Bellamy at all. Immediately afterwards, a group of Bellamy's doglegs came in from outside the store. The doglegs were aggressive and quickly drove everyone in the store away. The bastards were looking forward to it. They couldn't help but want to see how Bellamy abused Shu Kang. Shu Kang handed his drink to Luffy. After Luffy saw it, he asked, "Aren't you going to drink it?" "Then I'll drink it. I didn't expect this guy to be quite good." At this moment, Bellamy shot, and punched Luffy hard. Shu Kang thought that this guy would attack him, but he didn't expect it to be so bad. Whoever drank would hit anyone. Bellamy's attack was very sudden, But Shu King had been prepared for a long time, and Shu King's speed was not covered, so he instantly grabbed Bellamy's wrist. "I'm sorry, my friend doesn't need to beat his back," Shu King taunted, and then threw Bellamy out of the tavern, and the tavern didn't suffer any losses. Ah, the guests of the tavern and Bellamy's dog legs were stunned. I didn't expect Bellamy to kick the iron plate. But they still kept smiling, because they knew that Shu King's actions would only make their ending more tragic. "What's the matter? Is this guy going to beat me on the back? What a nice guy." Luffy was still confused. "Luffy, how slow is your reaction? However, since it's Shu King, I don't think I need to help. Zoro subconsciously pulled out the knife just now, but now he has retracted the knife." "Shu King, don't do it, we haven't asked the news yet," Nami said. "There is no news here," Shu King said firmly. These people did not believe in the existence of Sky Island. Even if they were beaten up, it would not change this fact. Nami then asked, "How do I get to Sky Island?" Immediately afterwards, the entire pub burst into laughter. They all laughed like idiots. "Did you hear that? She said she wanted to go to Sky Island." "Forgive me, ha ha ha. What's so funny? But the record pointer clearly points to the sky," Nami said. "Ha ha ha, remember, the record pointer is clearly pointing to the sky. Ha ha. The record pointer is very easy to break. Ha 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 ha." I laughed so hard, although I was outside, but I also heard it. How can you believe in such old-fashioned legends? There are islands in the sky. Ha ha. What era are you from? At this time, the pub there was laughter again from outside, clearly Bellamy's. The mystery of the peculiar ocean currents on the Great Route has proved this one by one. The upward current is one of them. It seems that you haven't even heard of it, right? Bellamy had already walked in at this time. A ship swallowed by the uphill current will be pushed into the air, and then the whole ship will drop directly into the sea. The unknowing ancient navigator, seeing the vision of the ship falling from the sky, just imagined that there is a sky island in the sky. To say that there must be another world in the sky, it is too stupid. Every phenomenon has its cause. The dreams in your eyes have now been unraveled, and I lost to you. I originally wanted to test you and let you join the team of the new era, but I didn't expect it to be a paranoid. Bellamy said solemnly, "Listen. The era of pirates embracing treasure hunting dreams is over. Going Township, Emerald City, and the great secret treasure One Piece. Only if there are idiots who are deceived by the treasure hunting dream, they will ignore them. In view of the immediate interests, even those guys who are stronger than anyone else and dominate this ocean are played to death by fantasies that do not exist at all, and the dead idiots are also said by everyone, that guy can live in dreamland. How happy. This is simply a satire on a lost dog. As long as I see idiots chasing treasure hunting dreams, I'm not happy." Bellamy charged towards Shu King again. Originally Bellamy was supposed to attack Luffy, but now Bellamy is attacking Shu King. Shu King easily fended off Bellamy's attack again, and turned his head to Nami and said, "See. Nami, these people don't believe in the existence of Sky Island at all, because they haven't been there. Don't believe there is such a place. This kind of person is the most hopeless person." "Are you talking about me? It's ridiculous. It's because there are people like you among the pirates, and we, who are also pirates, have been harmed, and our level has been lowered. Get out of here. Get out of this town." Bellamy's puppy next to him also coaxed. "HMPH, Nami, just give me a minute." After Shu King finished saying this, the next second he kicked Bellamy out of the door again, and Shu King was also ready to walk outside the tavern. At this time, Shu King felt more like a bully. However, at this moment, Luffy grabbed Shu King's arm. "Huh?" Shu King asked strangely, "What?" "Shu King, Zoro, please, this fight must not be fought." There was firmness in Luffy's eyes, and Shu King knew that Luffy was serious. "Understood." Shu King nodded, and just stood there, never fighting back. However, although he doesn't fight back, Shu King won't be hurt so easily. Its own defense is already very strong. Coupled with the increase of its fruit ability, it can be said that Shu King, Luffy, and Zoro were beaten unilaterally. Shu Kang hardly suffered any damage. Why, Nami still haven't figured out what Luffy is doing. And Shu Kang already somewhat understood what Luffy meant. It's easy to defeat them, but you can't use force to make other people submit to you. Others have other people's will. Even if they beat Bellamy and others, they will still say that Sky Island does not exist. Therefore, Bellamy is all kinds of insults to everyone. Shu Kang admired about Luffy was that he would never miss fights that should be fought, and would never start fights that should not be fought. Forget it, an unremarkable child is worth 30 million. I thought he was such a powerful person. After seeing it, I was completely disappointed. This is the first time I have seen such a coward. Chapter 96 Another Gorilla King. Ellipsis. The third. It's not over yet. Bellamy took a sip of wine and sprayed it at the crowd. It's an eyesore to drive them out. Ha ha ha, look at that idiot. All kinds of humiliation, Bellamy's bastard said. Following these pirates who can't keep up with the new era will not be promising. Let me buy you, woman. Nami couldn't take it anymore. She turned around and said, I'm sorry, I don't like a pirate group like you who are not in the mainstream. Each other. Ha ha ha. Then everyone laughed. It turns out that they are all big fools. This woman is amazing. Take those 3 people, and get out of here. While there's still some breath, scumbags. Bellamy said, looking at Nami. Shu Kang had the bloodline of the Thousand Hands clan, so naturally he would not be knocked to the ground so easily. After walking out of the tavern, Shu Kang stood up and picked Zoro up. And a voice came from outside the door again. Sky Island does exist. It was Blackbeard who was speaking, and he was eating the cherry pie that the tavern owner had just given him. Ha ha, the cherry pie here is really the best. Blackbeard laughed while eating. Blackbeard said to Nami, what are you unwilling to do? They won the fight just now. You are also very imposing when you scold people. You are a courageous woman, ha 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 ha. Zoro and Luffy also stood up afterwards. After all, they were both masters, and it would be fine if they were beaten. The new era that those guys are talking about is just shit. What is the era of pirates seeking dreams is over, ha 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 ha. Human dreams will never end. Blackbeard smashed the bottle on the ground, very loudly said. Yeah, Blackbeard said, looking at Luffy and the others. But there were many people around, and they all laughed and said, hey. What are you suddenly excited about? What do you say about people's dreams? Isn't it a happy thing to endure others? Wow ha 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 ha. Blackbeard laughed. Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? Everyone looked at Blackbeard and couldn't help laughing. Stupid guys, let them laugh. If you want to stand in the wind, you will encounter unreasonable provocations. Right. Ha ha ha. Blackbeard said with a smile, like an expert. To be honest, the current Blackbeard and Straw Hats have no grudges. After all, Ace has not been caught. Hope you get to Sky Island. Blackbeard walked in the opposite direction while drinking. Luffy. Shu Kang glanced at Luffy. I'm fine, let's go. Luffy, Zoro, Shu Kang, and Nami just returned to going merry. Soon as they got back to merry, everyone's injuries were noticed, and Chopper healed them right away. Shu Kang's injury was the lightest, and now it has healed automatically. What happened to you? Usopp and the others asked. We were beaten by the pirates, but it's over, it's okay. Luffy said with a smile. You guys are all right now, but my anger hasn't subsided. What? It's so nasty, Nami said angrily. A man should beat this kind of guy back. No, this town of people should be knocked out, Nami said angrily. What did you say before? Zoro was speechless. It was before, and I'll beat you up before you mention it. Nami couldn't stop her anger. Why is an unscathed person so angry? Usopp expressed his incomprehension. It's normal for a partner to be beaten and humiliated, right? Shu Kang said. By the way, have you heard about Sky Island? Chopper asked. Sky Island, who knows that kind of shit? Nami's expression suddenly became very scary. As soon as I heard the whole store in Sky Island, people burst into laughter, as if I said something funny. What's so funny? At this time, Robin also came back and said with the things he bought, why is it so lively? So excited, what's the matter? Where have you been, Robin? Luffy asked. I went shopping for clothes, and inquired about the news of Sky Island by the way. Robin said. Yeah, it's because of you, Robin, what you said about Sky Island, that this kind of shit happens. If there's really no Sky Island, I'll kick you to the bottom of the sea to feed the fish. Nami is still so angry. In other words, Sky Island does exist, we just didn't ask the right person. Shu Kang said. Then who should I ask? Nami was also quite speechless. However, Robin handed a map to Shu Kang, and Shu Kang also showed it to Luffy and others. What is this? A treasure map. This should be just an ordinary map, right? Where's the map? Usopp asked. It's here. The town on the left of Thule is the mock town where we are now. On the other side of it, do you see the X mark on the east side? I heard that there lived a strange old man who was not accepted by the people of Jaya Island. Said Robin. Blame the old man, everyone asked curiously. His name is Mont Blanc Cricket, and he was expelled for talking about his dreams. He should be able to talk. Robin entered the cabin after speaking. Shu Kang then asked Nami to get the map of Sky Island before she came, and then compared it and said, did you see it? Sky Island and Gaia's map overlap. Do you know what this means? Sky Island should have been a part of Gaia a long time ago. During the day, Bellamy should have said something about the sky and the sea, right? I can make such an assumption that due to the sudden emergence of sky currents below the island, part of Jaya Island was sent to the sky, and finally Sky Island was formed. Shu Kang combined the plot he knew and the map to put the results of their own analysis are stated. Wow, it's very similar to you when you say that. Let's go find that weird old man. It seems that if we find him, we will have a way to go to Sky Island. Shu Kang thought that everyone's thinking was clear. Then, Going Merry set off towards the other side of Gaiad, and the destination was naturally where the old man was. However, not long after the voyage, everyone saw some strange things. It is a huge ship, and the boss of this ship is a man who looks like a gorilla. We are the orangutan pirates, the king of underwater exploration. Lord Orangutan is so famous, you'd better not annoy our big boss. Said the little trash fish on the boat. It's okay, it looks like you are also pirates, right? Then you should know that Crocodile of Shichibukai has been arrested. In terms of strength, I am not under him. Maybe one day, I will go back and take that guy. I've been very nervous waiting for this seat. Shu Kang thought to himself, you really dare to brag. Chapter 97 _ Big Liar Rolando. First change. If you want to say that I have any specialties, it is that I haven't cut my hair for 25 years since I was born. How about it, are you surprised? Said the Gorilla King. Shu Kang looked at it this way, and it was true that the Gorilla King in front of him did have very long hair. But, what does this mean? Shu Kang doubted this. Stinky boy, how dare you disrespect the big boss? The crew condemned. Forget it, really, your answer is really frightening. Listen carefully, if you try to break into the sea of anger, it will be a sea of blood. The Gorilla King warned. Although the Gorilla King said so, but none of the Straw Hats were afraid of him, Luffy said directly, it doesn't matter, we are going to a place, and now we plan to go there. Gorilla King said angrily, I am in charge of the sea area in this area. If you want to go there, you can leave it to buy road money first. What a mess, what you said is like the king of the apes just now. Usopp also found the clue. Ape, you said what happened to the orangutan? Asked the orangutan king suddenly. He was just kicked away by us. Luffy said nonchalantly. After hearing this, the ape king was naturally very angry. What? How dare you treat my brother like this? The enemy of the orangutan is my enemy. Luffy said immediately, hey, wait a minute, we just kicked him, did we do anything to it? And the Gorilla King has already begun to prepare to attack. Sonic. Destruction roar. Seeing this, Shu King immediately reminded, "Get ready to fight. I didn't expect this guy to be so kind to his brother." Ah! The Gorilla King shouted out at this time, and he could clearly feel the sound waves coming from him. However, since the sound waves came from there, I didn't expect the Gorilla King to put the planks on the deck of his ship instead. Called broken. The whole ship is being ravaged, and if this continues, the ship of the Gorilla King will fall apart like this. What are they doing? Sanji asked in confusion. But this sound is really powerful, you can destroy the ship with a sound. Luffy said in surprise. Shu King felt that he was completely wasting his feelings. Mass turned out to be another funny character. According to the law of immortality of funny characters, the person in front of him is estimated to be unkillable. Hey, don't stand and watch, why don't you hurry up and go now? Nami urged. Yes, Sanji said enthusiastically. Oh, Nami is no longer the devil, Luffy said happily. However, soon, everyone felt that something was wrong, because the sound waves of the other party were still able to pass over, which eventually affected the melee. Wow, it's not good. It can still affect us. The crack that was just repaired with great difficulty is cracked again, don't make trouble. Our ship is already broken. If we stay any longer, it must disintegrate, Usopp said worriedly. At this time, Nami was not idle and immediately said, "Immediately drive the boat to a place where there is no sound wave." Wind escape, great breakthrough. Shu King directly used his own wind escape ninjutsu, and there was a lot of wind around him. Taking advantage of this wind, the Straw Hat group quickly went in another direction. In this way, he gradually avoided the attack of the Gorilla King. Everyone finally came to a peaceful sea again. Usopp and others started repairing the Mary again. While hammering the nails, he complained, "Really? It's maddening that bastard orangutan. The ship is even more broken. Take a closer look at when this ship is tattered, should it be replaced?" Zoro said. "Why do you even say that? Unconscionable guy." Usopp's affection for this ship is very deep, surpassing everyone on the ship, so naturally he couldn't help but complain. "How we got this ship in the first place, you should know very well," Usopp said. "I know, Usopp, it's no use complaining now, the Going Merry is our important partner, let's work hard and fix it no matter what." Luffy's words were very touching, but the next second, Luffy accidentally broke one of the Mary's hammers. "Luffy, are you going to fix him or hammer him?" Usopp was furious. At this time, Shu King, Robin and Nami were discussing the next plan together. After leaving Mock Town, turn a corner and go east. The location marked with an X on the map is here. "This is the one, what's it called?" Nami asked. "Mont Blanc Cricket," Robin replied. "That dreamer lives there, right?" Nami confirmed. At this moment, a magnificent small castle like a palace appeared in front of everyone. "It's amazing. It's like a castle. That guy named Mont Blanc Cricket is really rich." Luffy, Usopp and others were all very excited. What a dreamer, to put it nicely. Just a person who loves appearances. Sanji and Zoro have already revealed the truth. After disembarking, everyone really saw that the castle just now was just a board. What? It turned out to be a board. The real house is only half, the rest is 3 plywood. What a stingy man. This also shows the identity of his ancestors, Shu King said calmly. "I really don't understand what you're talking about." Nami feels more and more that what Shu King said is very intriguing. "What dream did he sing about before he was deported?" Nami asked Robin. "I don't know the details. It seems that the guy said that a lot of going is buried in this Jaya island." Hearing going, Nami instantly became more curious. "Going? Was it the going buried by the pirates?" Nami asked. "I don't know." Robin shook his head. "It seems to be a place called Going Township. The man in the tavern also mentioned it," Shu King said. Nami was naturally excited. Nami finds an old book that reads, Rolando the Big Liar. The title of this book is good, it should look good, right? Usopp said very curiously. This is a very famous story in North Blue. Although it is a fairy tale, the protagonist Rolando really exists. Sanji said. Immediately afterwards, Nami read the story to everyone. Poor liar, just died, not yet a brave sea warrior. Nami looked at Usopp, obviously dissing him. Hey, don't look at me, and don't add such a tone casually. Usopp spit out. At this moment, Luffy suddenly fell into the water, and a man appeared in front of everyone. Who are you? How dare you break into someone's house? Chapter 98 _ Uncle Mysterious Diamond. The sea area in this area is all my territory. The upper body of the person who spoke looked very capable. Quick, pick up Luffy. Sanji rushed towards the sea with all his might. You guys are here for the gold nuggets. The man immediately wanted to stop Sanji. Shu King made a move at this moment, and did not use any special moves. Just using the fighting technique, he was able to temporarily entangle the man in front of him. The man's attack was very fierce, but Shu King was able to keep all the attack tickets open. This surprised the man in front of him. Shu King already knew the identity of the person in front of him, but he did not reveal it. The man in front of him was about to continue the attack, but suddenly fell to the ground in great pain. Luffy was also rescued, and everyone decided to heal this man first. Putting the man on the bed, Chopper figured it out after diagnosis that the man had a diving disease. Diving disease. Everyone felt a little strange about this disease. Yeah, divers sometimes get this disease, and it wouldn't be a chronic disease. When they came up from the bottom of the sea, due to insufficient decompression, some elements that were originally dissolved in the blood could not remain in a dissolved state. In that case, air bubbles will form, and the air bubbles will expand in and outside the blood vessels, causing damage to blood flow in muscles and joints. Chopper explained it carefully. It's complicated, but that's how it should be, Luffy echoed. Shu King knew about this disease in the real world, and naturally nodded in agreement. This uncle must have not waited for the bubbles to disappear from his body and dived into the bottom of the sea every day, Chopper said. But why is she fighting so hard? Nami was puzzled. I don't know, but this is very dangerous, the situation is different, diving disease can be fatal. After Chopper finished speaking, he and the others continued to take care of the man. Not long after, two people suddenly broke in from outside the door. The so-called enemy has a narrow road. These two people are naturally funny Tsuruyama brothers, Orangutan and Orangutan. What are you doing? Are you going to kill our boss? The orangutan and the orangutan asked eagerly. What are you talking about? We're taking care of this sick uncle, get out of the way, Luffy said. Idiot, they will only listen to you. Don't forget that they are wild animals. Usopp was very anxious. Unexpectedly, the orangutan and the orangutan said with tears on their faces, you are really good people. I didn't expect them to believe. While taking care of the man, Shu King and the others also chatted with these two wonderful brothers. Do you also live here? Shu King asked. Of course, because the boss's home was originally the base of our Tsuruyama United Army. But we usually sleep on boats and it's too small for the two of us. It's the two of you who are too big, but if Uncle Giant sees you too, he'll probably think you're like a piece of earwax. Ha ha. Luffy always burst out golden sentences, but he didn't expect that Tsuruyama brothers not only didn't mind, but instead getting to know everyone better makes it hard for Usopp to understand. After chatting for a while, Chopper came out and said, Hey, Uncle is awake. Are you awake? Shu King and Luffy walked in. Soon as he walked in, Luffy asked, Uncle Diamond, I have something to ask you. After the uncle took a puff of cigarettes, he said, I've caused you trouble. I thought you were all treasure hunting idiots trying to find gold nuggets. What do you want to ask me? Said the uncle. Uncle, we really want to go to Sky Island, can you tell us how to get there? Luffy said directly. Sky Island. HMPH. Haha. You guys really believe there is a sky island? Uncle Diamond laughed out loud, and Nami was instantly furious, planning to hurt people. Usopp hurriedly stopped him and said, "Don't do this, they are sick people." "Is there really no sky island, Uncle?" Luffy asked again. "I don't know either, but I do know that there is a person who believes in the existence of Sky Island, but that person has become a legendary and world-famous liar, and future generations will never be able to lift their heads." After Luffy listened, he immediately turned to look at Usopp. "It's not me." Then Uncle Diamond said, "Everyone from North Blue should have heard of this ancient fairy tale, the big liar Rolando. I believe, you are the descendant of Rolando, right?" Shu Kang directly hit the key point. "That's right, he is my grandfather's grandfather's grandfather. I don't know how far. In short, the relationship is very distant. We are so pale that maybe I don't have that guy's blood on me." At that time, the Mont Blanc family was expelled. He is living a life where he can't lift his head, and he is still being reviled by people, but no one in our family hates him," said Uncle Diamond. "Why?" Chopper asked. "Because Rolando is more honest than anyone." "But in the picture, Rolando said something before he died. I know, those piled up goings sank to the bottom of the sea, and he painted him stupidly, but in fact, he died in tears and hatred. Yes, because he believed to the death that he took the king to get the going island that he saw before, so he couldn't convince himself that it was just an illusion. He claimed that going sank to the bottom of the sea because of changes in the Earth's crust, but anyone who stopped would feel that he was arguing. In the end, amid the ridicule of the crowd, Rolando was beheaded, and he left the name of a big liar," said Uncle Diamond. "I see. Uncle, you decided to go out to sea to find going in order to clear the stigma of the Mont Blanc family," Usopp said. When Uncle Diamond heard it, he immediately shot Usopp and said, "Idiot. When did I say that?" Usopp crouched down in fright, and only then did he dodge such a bullet. "No matter how honest and upright my ancestor was, no matter how great an explorer he was, he had nothing to do with me. Just because he was related to that idiot, he was scolded by strangers. Can you understand the grievances of children? I grew up in that environment," Uncle Diamond said, venting. Everyone knows that Uncle Diamond must have suffered a lot of scorn, and he is patiently waiting for Uncle Diamond to ease up. "That's right, during the past 400 years, I don't know how many people went to sea to find evidence for the notoriety of the ordinary Mont Blanc family, but in the end, all of them were missing. I have always been ashamed of owning such a family, so I am a people ran away from home and became pirates," Uncle Diamond said. "So Uncle is a pirate." Luffy also understood. "Actually, I don't really want to be a pirate. The reason is very simple. I just want to escape from Rolando's curse. Before I knew it, I also became the captain of a pirate group. Adventure. I didn't expect that 10 years ago, our ship came to this island by chance." Chapter 99 God's Method, Seeking Collection. Seeking Silver Ticket. The third. Uncle Diamond continued. "Among the Mont Blanc family, the one who hates Rolando the most is me, but I am the only one who has reached this island. The island is the same as the picture book describes. There is no proof that Going Township existed. I just felt that this was my life, and I couldn't escape it. They all just left because they didn't want to waste time looking for Going Township. Yes or no, I'm not trying to prove Rolando's innocence. This is a duel between me and the man who messed up my life. Before I die, figure things out." Uncle Diamond finished his explanation. Usopp cried while listening, "What a man. But why are the orangutans here with you?" Luffy asked. "This must be a man's underwater adventure. A bloody story told with fists." Usopp was full of fantasies about this story. But embarrassingly, Uncle Diamond said bluntly, "They are little fans of picture books." "The reason is really simple," Nami also said embarrassedly. "About 5 or 6 years ago, when they heard about me, they came to me by themselves, because they said that there is definitely Rolando's going here." Uncle Diamond said earnestly, "The sea waters of this generation are all very deep. Snorkeling in the dark and icy sea makes people feel more lonely. Day after day, I snorkel in such icy sea by myself, until one day, the two of them insisted on passing into my life. When my subordinates make trouble in front of me all day, two stupid idiots, but frankly, they saved me, can you understand? Uncle Diamond asked. Woo, I understand very well. That's right. Like-minded friends are the strongest pillars. Usopp was once again moved by these stories. He's someone who easily sheds tears. Shu King listened beside him, looking at Usopp, embarrassed. No, what I'm asking is, how to get to Sky Island. Uncle, Luffy asked again. Oh, you're so impatient, didn't I just say it? The only person who can endorse Sky Island is that big liar, Rolando. Once you get involved with that guy, you will become a laughingstock like me. Start a book. I'm sure that Rolando should have been to Sky Island. Shu King affirmed this matter. Shu King, who knew the plot, naturally knew that Going Township and Sky Island existed. Unfortunately, although you are sure, there is no record in the book. This is the logbook. Could it be Rolando's? Nami was very excited. Yes, read that page to everyone, said Uncle Diamond. It's great. This is a log from 400 years ago. See Circle Calendar 1120, the weather was fine on June 21st, and it set off towards the bustling town of Vila. According to the record pointer, after the ship departed from the port, it went straight to the northeast and east to going. Today, I bought a strange thing from a passing hawker boat, a single-person boat called Waiba, which looks like a snowboard. Quote. It's a wonderful boat that can ride the wind and waves even on a windless day, but I still can't figure out the tricks of control, and I still can't handle it. Now it has become a means of transportation for the crew to relieve their boredom. It's so funny. I think I want this. However, her source of power seems to be found only in Sky Island. I heard that there are many strange things in the sky. Since Sky Island is mentioned, I can't help but mention my explorer friends and show me. The live and jumping empty fish, it was such a wonderful fish that I was amazed. Quote. Although it is an unknown area for our ship, as a sailor, I really hope that one day, I can go to Sky Island to open my eyes. Mont Blanc Rolando. Nami finished this sentence, then he said excitedly, he mentioned Kakai. It's the same as what Robin Shu King said. And in his day, it seemed like a natural thing to talk about Sky Island time. It really does. Excellent. After everyone confirmed from the logbook that Sky Island existed, everyone was very excited. At this time, Uncle Diamond went out to find orangutans, but it took a long time to call everyone out. Is something wrong, Uncle? Everyone wondered. I'll tell you all the information I know about Sky Island now. I can't guarantee the authenticity. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Uncle Diamond said later. Sometimes strange phenomena occur in some of the sea areas in this area. That is, it is clear that it is still daytime, but in the blink of an eye, it is shrouded in darkness. Yes, we did, Luffy said, raising his hand. Yes, after the night came, the monster appeared immediately, but Shu King said it was just a shadow. Usopp said. So far, there have been many different legends about that huge monster. Let's not mention these now. As for the truth of the sudden dark night, in short, it is because I remember the dark shadows of the clouds. Uncle Diamond said. When the topic came to the cloud, Nami naturally discussed it. That kind of black is definitely not something that can be caused by a dark cloud. That's called cumulonimbus. It's not an ordinary cumulonimbus. It's formed at high altitudes. No matter how thick it is, it won't generate airflow, and it won't turn into rain. Even the sun cannot penetrate it, and the bright day will turn into night. Quote. Another way of saying it is that some people say that the cumulus emperor cloud is a kind of cloud fossil that has not changed for thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years and is constantly floating in the sky. Uncle Rhombus was interrupted by Nami. How is that possible? How can there be a cloud that can't generate airflow no matter how thick it is? I said it, believe it or not, I didn't ask you to believe this statement, his mystery has not been solved, listen carefully. So I guess, if Sky Island really exists, the only possibility sex is on top of that, said Uncle Diamond. I see. We're going to the clouds. Zoro gets up. Everyone is ready to set sail and head to the clouds with full rudder. Thank you for telling us, Uncle. Luffy got excited. Shu King was quite speechless. How could a boat be able to sail upwards? If my guess is right, if we want to go above the clouds, we have to use the sky current, right? Shu King said directly regardless of Luffy. Oh, surprisingly, I didn't expect you to know this exists. However, this thing is mortal. As long as you follow it, you will be on a ride to the sky, understand? Said Uncle Diamond. However, most of the statements I heard were that the ship would be sent halfway down and shattered. As a navigator, Nami naturally wanted to think about everyone's safety. Generally so, but as long as the timing is right it's fine. The right time. Chapter 100 Uncle Diamond's explanation, Seeking Collection. Seeking silver. First change. But at that time, will the situation be as simple as being pushed up by the ocean current as I said? In short, it will not be a relaxing and leisurely trip to the sky as you can imagine. The ocean current from bottom to top is, to put it bluntly, a disaster. It should have been a natural killer to avoid, Uncle Diamond said. Then what is the principle that allows that ocean current to go straight to the sky? We have never heard of such a thing so far, Nami said. Yeah, the partners all nodded. Uncle Diamond then explained. The principle of the mysterious ocean current that caused the monster to appear is still unsolved, because no one is stupid enough to bet his own life to investigate, but there is a conclusion. In that sea area, there is a large cavity that is deeper than the bottom of the sea. The nearby low-temperature seawater will flow into the cavity. The geothermal heat under the seabed makes it generate huge steam power, because it caused the explosion of the seabed, which is enough to explode the seawater. When it opens, it forms an ocean current from bottom to top, that is, a big explosion of the soaring ocean current. Quote. It will take about a minute or so, and the current will continue to lift into the sky. Nami immediately asked. A water column for 1 minute. How big is that explosion? Uncle Diamond replied. The location of the outbreak is different every time, and the frequency is 5 times a month. So, will it be shattered when it falls? Usopp asked worriedly. Who knows, to explain spectacular natural sights with words and reason would be a foolish thing to do. Then what do you mean? Even if you catch the current that occurs 5 times a month, you won't necessarily be able to enter Sky Island. Usopp asked again. That's right. If you don't succeed, you will become a benevolent person. There is nothing in the sky that can block the boat. Once it falls from the sky into the sea, everyone will be buried at the bottom of the sea. Uncle Diamond said. Shu King spoke at this time. In fact, you don't need to think too much about this. If you want to go to Sky Island, you have to take a certain risk. Besides, don't forget, I can fly. Even if the ship crashes down, I will try to send you to sea as safely as possible. Quote. However, Mary is about to be destroyed, Shu King said solemnly. Usopp was immediately terrified, and then said, well, even Shu King, the most powerful among us, is not sure. Let's all give up on Sky Island. It's too reluctant. Ha 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 ha. Luffy felt very interesting after listening to it. Seeing that the situation was wrong, Usopp immediately persuaded. Uncle means that if you are not a super lucky person who is too lucky to be lucky, then you don't have to go at all. It's okay, let's go. Luffy wasn't afraid at all. Usopp was very distressed for Mary. Mary had become tattered after his previous experience. If he was hit by a strong current again, it was a question whether he could survive. After understanding Usopp's worries, Uncle Diamond said, indeed, considering the speed, weight, and strength, and the condition of that ship, I'm afraid the ship will disintegrate as soon as the sea bursts open. But you don't need to worry about this. The orangutans will escort you to the sea. Of course, the ship must be reinforced in advance. Uncle Diamond knows that except for Usopp, everyone else wants to go to Sky Island. Don't forget, we can stay on this Jaya Island for only 1 day at most. After 1 day, the recording pointer will point to the next island. Can you hear it clearly? Nami reminded. That's right. That's right. It's too late, and you are not a prophet, uncle, and you don't know that the ocean current will flow from the bottom to the top. The next time the time of occurrence overlaps with the appearance of the Emperor's cloud will be in a few days. No, in a few months, or in a few years. Usopp said this on purpose, just because he didn't want everyone to go to Sky Island. Unexpectedly, Uncle Diamond said, it should be noon tomorrow. If you want to go, hurry up and prepare. How could it be such a coincidence? Usopp couldn't help but spit out. What's the matter? If you don't want to go, don't go. Uncle Diamond said. Usopp then pointed to the diamond-shaped uncle and said, are you lying? Because it's so strange that we only met today, you're too kind, right? Besides, of course I really want to go to Sky Island. But it's a great opportunity to prove with your own eyes that the legend is true and false. It's actually tomorrow, and you also asked people to help us strengthen the ship and go out to sea to escort us. How can there be such a good thing in the world? Say, what are your intentions? Shukang knew that Usopp said this for Mary's sake, and naturally he had nothing to stop him. This big liar, Roland, has his children and grandchildren. If you can believe it, there will be ghosts. Usopp's words were obviously a little heavy. Unexpectedly, Uncle Rhombus took a puff of cigarette and then said, in the sea area of the ape, in that guy's waters, after the vision of day turning into night, the day after the day turned into night, cumulus emperor clouds appeared in the southern sky. According to 1 month the frequency is obtained 5 times, and the activity day is obtained from the bottom to the top, and it is likely to be tomorrow. Quote. That ocean current all happened in the southern waters of this area. Although I'm not 100% sure, the chance of overlapping tomorrow is really high. I can meet you group of dream-chasing fools in my lifetime, really very pleased. Quote. Let's go, let's have dinner together. Let's have a good rest at my house tonight. Uncle Diamond gave a very detailed explanation, and in the end Usopp could only sigh in disappointment. Luffy and other companions entered the house happily, while Shukang came over and patted Usopp on the shoulder. Usopp, you want Mary to be safe and sound, I can understand, I know this is a gift from Miss Kaya. But don't forget, she gave it to you in the hope that it can help you and your partners to achieve your dreams faster. He has been with us for so long as a comrade in arms. Don't worry, we will do the reinforcement work. Do it seriously. Quote. Shukang's warm words made Usopp much better. Thank you, Shukang. Usopp nodded and said nothing. Nami also came over and said, it seems that if you want to get the words in the sky, you can only do your best to obey the destiny, but in the end, you still have to rely on luck. Nami, am I stupid and timid? Usopp asked. Add confusion, I understand you, go and apologize to Uncle. Hearing what Nami said, Usopp naturally apologized to Uncle Diamond while crying. This night was a night of unscrupulousness. The orangutans and their companions on board were unscrupulously eating meat and drinking wine, and those who couldn't drink were delicious drinks. In the right eye of the skeleton, I saw going. Uncle Diamond said with the strength of the wine. This is a sentence written by Rolando with tears before his death. New moon, need a bank note, thank you. Pirates God level sign in system chapter 101-120. Chapter 101 _ looking for a guide bird. The second. That's what Rolando said with tears before he died, seeing going in the right eye of the skeleton. Rolando was executed on that day, but after I came to Gaia, I still couldn't understand the meaning of this sentence. In the right eye of the skeleton, what this guy wants to insinuate, is it an ancient city, or is it facing death because of himself? But there are no more words on the blank page behind, so we dived into the bottom of the sea, because our dreams are under the sea. Uncle Diamond said while drinking. I'm afraid, the right eye of the skeleton is the location of Shambhala, the city of going. Shukang told the truth, and naturally he was approved by Uncle Diamond. Immediately afterwards, Uncle Diamond told everyone the story he knew. The log of May 21, 1122, after reaching the island, we heard, from the forest, the wonderful sound of birds, and the chimes of a great, really great bell, which was a pure jinn's huge going bell. Its bells spread all over the earth and resounded in the sky, as if the ancient capital of the past was boasting about the prosperity he once had. Not only did we live for decades, but we, who have long looked down on everything, were so heavy that we could not speak. We just stood there until the bell rang. Ah! Rolando's logbook, orangutans and orangutans, as Mont Blanc's little fans, naturally shouted the words Mont Blanc aloud. Immediately afterwards, Uncle Diamond also took out the going bell that he treasured. We found 3 of these things on the bottom of the sea, although they were not big. What? It turns out that Going Township really exists. Luffy exclaimed. How can this little thing be used as evidence? Ordinary ruins can also dig a going of this weight. The Gorilla King said. Robin is an expert, and immediately said, but this is enough to prove that this area of the sea has indeed nurtured civilization. The ingot is to divide going into small pieces, specially forged processed products, and later developed into people used for trading. Item. Yes, there is also the wonderful bird call mentioned in the preface, take it out. Uncle Diamond said. The Orangutan King and the Ape King then took out the long-cherished going bird. Not only Nami, but even Shu Kang's eyes glowed. This is bigger than the going bell just now, so beautiful. Nami said. Could the going bell and the going bird be the symbolic totems of ancient Jaya Island? Sanji couldn't help but guess. I don't know about that. I think they are probably part of some kind of shape. This bird is called Nananjian bird, and this bird is still alive on this island. Uncle Diamond explained. Is this kind of bird rare? Luffy asked. As the log mentions. King of the Apes said, I've heard about seeing birds in the south when I was a sailor. However, after talking about seeing a bird in the south, the Ape King, Orangutan King and the diamond-shaped uncle suddenly thought of something, and shouted, it's not good. What's wrong with you, uncle? Luffy also asked suspiciously. Go catch this bird and come back. Now, go right away. Said Uncle Diamond. That bird. Why? No one understood what Uncle Diamond meant. Listen, the bottom-to-up ocean current you are going to go to tomorrow is just south of the Cape here. Do you know how to get there? Uncle Diamond asked. Of course it was heading south. Luffy replied without thinking. This is a great waterway. Once you go out to the sea, you don't know the east, west, north and west. Nami also reacted. Yes, the target this time is not the island but the ocean current, then the recording pointer will not be useful, so how can we go straight to the south? Shu Kang naturally understood. That's why we have to catch the south bird. This bird is called a guide bird. It will fly straight to the south. This is also his habit. Uncle Diamond nodded and said, that's right, some animals in nature have the correct magnets in their bodies, which can determine their location. Ha ha ha, so Zoro is worse than an animal, ha ha. Luffy laughed aside. Are you qualified to speak of others? Zoro countered. Nanjian bird is the best among them. No matter how vast land or sea it is flying, its body will point in the right direction. All in all, without this kind of bird, there is no need to mention anything, let alone going to Sky Island. There is no chance to reach the bottom-up current. Uncle Diamond said. The friends were naturally stunned. Ah. Why do you only talk about such an important thing now? Don't be long-winded, all of you are going to look for Nanan to see the bird. During this time, we will help you strengthen this broken ship. Think about it carefully, there is no time for a celebration tonight, listen carefully, before dawn, at least catch a bird in the south, otherwise it will be too late to set off. Uncle Diamond said as he threw the tools for catching the guide bird to Shu Kang and others. Shu Kang kept an eye on it this time. The technique of wooden clones. Shu Kang finished using the wooden clones, and there were 2 more clones of himself beside him. My 2 wooden clones will go with you to find the guide bird. My main body will stay here to repair Mary together, which will also save us time. Shu Kang said. I heard that some people above the sea will have magical powers after eating devil fruits. You should be the kind of person who eats fruits. It's really amazing, Uncle Diamond said in surprise. To be honest, this is not my fruit ability, it is my own ability. After Shu Kang explained a sentence, Uncle Diamond said, okay. You'll mend this ship with us. Next, the two wooden clones, together with Luffy and others, went to the forest to search for guide birds, while Shu Kang's body and Uncle Diamond and others were tinkering with Mary for a while. Shu Kang could feel that although the current Mary was broken, at least the keel of the ship didn't have any major problems. But no matter how much he repaired, after the impact of the sky current and leaving from Sky Island, Mary should not be able to hold on. Shu Kang remembered the battle between Luffy and Usopp in the original book, and he felt that he was somewhat inevitable. Everyone in the forest suddenly heard a strange cry, so they split up and acted. However, it didn't take long before Shu Kang was too lazy to complain about his friends. Luffy grabbed the unicorn, Usopp, Sanji and Nami met the spider centipede, and Zoro accidentally fell into the quagmire. Shu Kang then sent a wooden clone to rescue him, and the other followed Robin and set off in the direction of the guide bird. Chapter 102 Bellamy who was beaten in the face. Please collect. Please. The third. Don't forget that although Shu Kang is not a perceptive ninja, he is still very sensitive to changes in the surrounding environment. Shu Kang easily saw the guide bird on the tree, but the guide bird was not at all uneasy and kind. He knocked off the honeycombs on the branch one by one, wanting to use it against Shu Kang. However, Shu Kang would not be bullied by a swarm of bees and birds. Water escape water dragon ball technique. Shu Kang quickly formed the seal. This time, the surrounding water elements were much richer. Therefore, the power of the water dragon bullet was also much stronger. Before those buzzing bees came to Shu Kang's side, they were scattered by Shu Kang's water dragon bullet. The guide bird was a very chicken thief. Seeing that Shu Kang seemed to have some special ability, he immediately flapped his wings and flew towards the depths of the jungle. Shu Kang saw it, so he rushed over. Before dawn, Shu Kang must catch this bird. On the other hand, where the diamond-shaped uncle was, there was a group of pirates in front of him. These pirates were all vicious, and Shu Kang recognized the pirate in the lead at a glance. Little brother, I said don't provoke our brother. Don't you want to take advantage of the dark and windy night to loot going? The little dwarves, hurry up and go home. Don't mess with us, we still have things to do. Tsuruyama brothers looked at the menacing sea, said the thief. Ah ha ha, are you janitors? But I didn't expect you to be here too, the devil Shu Kang, and the pirate cricket. I didn't expect the tavern to teach you a lesson, but you dare to come here. And you, I heard the tragic story of your Mont Blanc family in the tavern. It's really touching, but it's not a good feeling to snatch someone else's treasure. Bellamy took off his pirate coat. Seems to want to do it. I'll just tell you what everyone calls me, Bellamy the hyena, ha ha ha. Bellamy naturally angered everyone present. Since you came here, don't blame our men for being ruthless. Don't underestimate our Tsuruyama combined army, said the Orangutan King and the Ape King. At this time, Shu Kang made a sound. Wait, Shu Kang stretched out one hand to stop Brother Tsuruyama. What? Everyone didn't know what Shu Kang was going to do. Ha ha, this guy must be scared. We've dealt with it badly. Bellamy once again started mocking Shu Kang. Leave this group of awful to me, Shu Kang said. Ha 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 ha. Bellamy and his trashy fish laughed wildly, as if they had heard something even more ridiculous than Sky Island. Just laugh, because you won't even have time to react in a while, Shu Kang said. This guy, it's really interesting. He didn't dare to fight with us, but he dared to be so tough. He really isn't afraid of death. If that's the case, you should clean him up. Bellamy thought that Shu Kang was a weak chicken, and naturally he was not interested in him. Ha 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 ha. Bellamy's minions rushed forward, planning to quickly clean up Shu Kang. This time, However, it's not that simple. Last time, there was a reason why he didn't fight back, but this time, Bellamy took the initiative to come to the door. There's no reason not to fight back. Whoosh! Shu Kang Vivi exerted force, and the ground under his feet collapsed instantly. His whole person disappeared like the wind. When he reappeared, Shu Kang's eyes had turned into 3 goose jade writing round eyes. Do you want to dance too? Shu Kang easily avoided everyone's attacks in the crowd. Using his most common fighting technique, he had already easily beaten a lot of people. Shu Kang, who has a wheel-shaking eye, has the ability to predict the opponent's attack, and Shu Kang's speed is far faster than the opponent's. Facing the attack of this group of people, in just a few seconds, Shu Kang knocked all the minions over. Land. At this moment, Shu Kang stared at Bellamy in front of him again without moving. And behind him came an exclamation. Amazing. I didn't expect the little brother to be so powerful. The person who spoke was Uncle Diamond. When he confronted him before, Uncle Diamond knew that Shu Kang's skills were extraordinary, and now, he has witnessed Shu Kang's strength. Wow. It took so many people just a few seconds. It's amazing. The Tsuruyama brothers also praised them. They all felt that they were very lucky. Fortunately, they didn't have a grudge against Shu Kang when they didn't know each other. I didn't expect that you actually have a set. However, no matter how good you are, in front of me, you can only kneel and beg for mercy. The most exciting performance of the night is about to begin. Spring sniping. Bellamy's feet were hard at this time, and then his feet turned into springs, and then Bellamy rushed out and hit Shu Kang's abdomen. Bang! Shu Kang was knocked to the ground just like that. It turns out that it's not worth it. I thought you were so powerful. Ha ha ha. Bellamy laughed at Shu Kang again. What? Little brother, are you alright? Let's take action. At this time, Uncle Diamond and Brother Tsuruyama were ready to rescue him. Who would have thought that Shu Kang stood up unscathed? Don't shoot, I just want to try this guy's power. With this level of strength, let alone my body, I can't even break my clothes. Shu Kang was obviously not talking big. After being directly attacked by Bellamy, Shu Kang was indeed a little concerned. Nothing. It's just a fluke. My attack isn't over yet. Bellamy sneered, and then used his powerful bouncing power to bounce again. Of course, it was still towards Shu Kang. This time, it's not that simple. Shu Kang thought to himself. When Bellamy rushed over, Shu Kang just turned to Vivi's side and avoided Bellamy's impact. And Bellamy was obviously not going to end so easily. He rushed towards Shu Kang again and again. However, Shu Kang's writing wheel had long predicted Bellamy's attack, and Shu Kang's speed was not comparable to ordinary people. Shu Kang also dodged the attack time and time again. Impossible. Why can't I hit him no matter how fast my attack is? Bellamy was also puzzled. And at this moment, Shu Kang didn't bother to hide, and kicked out directly in the direction Bellamy rushed over. Shu Kang's speed was very fast, and his prediction was very accurate. Naturally, he kicked Bellamy in the head very accurately. Bellamy was hit by Shu Kang and his own reaction force, and instantly fell to the ground, very depressed. Impossible. My spring fruit will not lose to anyone. What the hell is going on? Bellamy was also a little confused at this time, although it only hit a blow, but this blow almost took his life. I'll show you the true power of the spring fruit. Bellamy's eyes were a little different. She stood up desperately, looked at Shu Kang and said, I'm waiting for you. Shu Kang replied lightly. Shu Kang, who has scarlet 3-hook jade writing wheel eyes, looks even more terrifying than Bellamy. Chapter 103 _ The 4 Forms of Shu Kang. First change. After Bellamy struggled to get up, his aura was obviously stronger, and he didn't look like he was sloppy at the beginning. It seemed that he was planning to fight seriously. However, on the other hand, Shu Kang was different. Except for opening the 3-go jade writing wheel, Shu Kang had no other changes, and his face was indifferent except for indifference. Whether it is Crocodile or Fire Fist Ace, or even Mihawk, the world's #1 swordsman, Shu Kang has played against them, knowing that Bellamy is far from that level. Therefore, Shu King did not need to be serious at all. Spring Sniper. This time Bellamy used his housekeeping skills again, and quickly rammed towards Shu King. At this moment, Shu King raised the index and middle fingers of one hand. Bellamy slammed over quickly, and his feet became springs. However, in the end, Bellamy penetrated Shu King's body, and Shu King disappeared like a phantom. This is... what's going on? Bellamy was taken aback. He had never seen something so strange. The Ape King and Orangutan King behind him, as well as the diamond-shaped uncle, were also looking around. Even they didn't know where the real Shu King went. Don't look for it, I'm behind you. Shu King appeared behind Bellamy without knowing it, and he kicked Bellamy forward to the ground with a very ordinary kick. You, who the hell are you? Is this your fruit ability? Bellamy asked in surprise. His whole body seemed a little stiff. Did you say clone technique? No, it's just the most common of all my abilities. The more casual Shu King was and the calmer he appeared, the more unacceptable Bellamy was. Bellamy's in the ancient town of Zazumo has never suffered such a loss. Bellamy, who is pretentious, calls himself a pirate in the new era, and naturally will not allow Shu King to beat himself. So Bellamy stood up again, and even Shu King admired his perseverance. I don't believe it. I don't believe that your ability can be used without limit. Even if the water in the well is the same, it will run out sooner or later. I will continue to attack. Until you can't use your ability. Bellamy once again put himself, his feet turned into springs, and then he bounced himself, and finally his fists smashed firmly on Shu King's body. This time, you can't run. Ha ha. Bellamy was proud for a few seconds, but in the next second, Bellamy was shocked again. Because when he saw the demon Shu King in front of him, he turned into a big wooden stake. The technique of Avatar and the technique of Avatar are the most basic ninjutsu, learned by a 3-year-old child, but you may never be able to adapt to this fighting style, because these are all ninja moves. Shu King then said, however, you are right, no matter how rich a well is, it will not be inexhaustible, but what if the underground of this well leads to the sea? If it's almost endless, can you destroy it with your help? Shu King looked at Bellamy condescendingly. At this time, Bellamy was a little angry, and he shouted, fight me with your real strength. Is it that my uncle Bellamy is not worthy of your full strength? Shu King smiled. Ha ha ha. Are you kidding me? Even if it's the Marine 3 Admiral and the 4 Emperors coming, I don't know if I can force me to use all my strength. Do you have a misunderstanding of your own strength, or are you unclear about my strength? Shu King asked after Bellamy finished. Bellamy's expression changed again. Because Shu King has become Doflamingo. Although Shu King had never seen Doflamingo, but with the memory of watching anime before, Shu King still became vivid. Then Shu King learned to laugh it over. Foo tilde Bellamy, look who I am. Shu King just wanted to play Bellamy. What? Doflamingo? Bellamy looked at Shu King in front of him, and couldn't believe it. No, you're not him. You are the devil Shu King. You. What fruit did you eat? How many abilities do you have? Who are you? Bellamy was already a little disappointed. No, Shu King showed more than 3 abilities very easily in front of him. For him, this really subverted his cognition a bit. Yeah, it's normal for you to have so many problems. Everyone who has fought with me doesn't know what abilities I have, but don't forget the nickname that others gave me, I ate it. The Super Devil Man of the Super Devil Fruit. Quote. Even in the Devil Fruit illustration, there is no ability of my fruit. And the abilities I showed just now have nothing to do with him. Shu King raised his head and saw that Bellamy's eyes were once again wary, and then said, okay, I understand, since you insist on fighting with me, I will grant your little wish. Let everyone take a look at the abilities of my devil fruit. Shu King knew that Uncle Rhombus and the King of the Apes and the orangutans were very curious about their abilities. Now, he planned to show off. Shu King's body then changed. A black shadow appeared on the skin of his entire body, as if it was Susano, but it wasn't that huge, it just covered his body. "This is my first form," Shu Kang said. Shu Kang divided his transformation into several grades, just like Luffy, but Shu Kang himself was divided according to the change of form. The black phantom on Shu Kang's body became thicker and thicker. In the end, the original phantom actually materialized. Shu Kang turned into a humanoid demon with huge wings growing on his back and horns on his head. The whole person became more cold and bloodthirsty, and he stared at Bellamy, causing Bellamy to tremble a little. "This is the second form, and it is also the beginning of my human form evolution." After Shu Kang finished showing it, he shouted loudly. Ha! Shu Kang originally had the appearance of a human, but he had many demonic features. However, now Da Shu Kang has completely turned into a demon. At this time, Da Shu Kang is a demon with a huge body and a terrifying aura. If you are not familiar with Shu Kang, you will definitely think that Shu Kang is a big bad guy. This is my third form, and the full form of the devil. In this form, I am not afraid of any elemental attack, and the speed of defense and attack will increase by a notch. Do you think you at this level will be my opponent? Ha 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 ha. Shu Kang couldn't control himself. In the third form, Shu Kang was a bloodthirsty beast, and even he himself couldn't bear it. My strongest form. The fourth form. Shu Kang vv Isho, the whole person has returned to the most normal form. But the only difference was that there was a layer of black energy around Shu Kang, and there was a mysterious mark on Shu Kang's forehead. Chapter 104 Scared Bellamy the hyena, please collect. Please. The second. In addition to the layer of black air around him and the mark on his head, there were also Shu Kang's eyes, the whites of which had turned crimson. Is there any other difference between Shu Kang at this time? The answer is no. This fourth form is actually familiar to everyone. It was Shu Kang who completely liberated the ability of his super devil fruit, and at the same time used the Shikai of Shira in his hand to complete a brand new form. However, the enemies Shu Kang encountered so far could not even defeat the first and second semi-demon and humanoid demon forms, not to mention the third complete demon form and the fourth Shira demon form. Shu Kang saw that everyone's mouths were widened and their eyes widened, so he directly returned himself to the normal state at the beginning. Is every devil fruit capable person so powerful? Uncle Diamond asked. Shu Kang shook his head naturally and said, of course not, this guy is the ability of Paramesha's spring fruit, and the Straw Hat Boy is also the ability of Paramesha's rubber fruit, but the fruit's ability is not strong or weak, the most important thing is that people who use it. Quote. When Shu Kang spoke, he looked at Bellamy and said it. Bellamy didn't know what to say at this point. Although, Shu Kang just transformed and didn't attack him, but just by feeling Shu Kang's transformation and Shu Kang's momentum, Bellamy already knew something, and he would not be Shu Kang's opponent. Because he was the strongest person Bellamy had ever seen, but he didn't have the aura of Shu Kang just now. Seeing that he had restrained Bellamy, Shu Kang was too lazy to do it. It was the first time Shu Kang showed the form just now. In the previous battle, because Shu Kang's ability was too strong, he didn't show that much. And don't forget, devil fruit can be developed and even awakened. Think about if Shu Kang used the fruit ability after awakening, and then used Shira's Wangxi. Plus your own kaleidoscope scribble eye, or even a Rinnegan. I am afraid that at that time, no one will be Shu Kang's opponent, right? At least among the people Shu Kang knew, no one would be Shu Kang's opponent. How's it going? Have you seen the real powerhouse? Bellamy, my bounty is 300 million, not 30 million. You can see clearly that you are looking for trouble. Don't worry, I don't know anything about a scared little pirate, so now, what are you going to do? Shu Kang did not continue to attack, because it was of little significance to continue to attack. At this time, Bellamy seems to have no intention of fighting. Bellamy hesitated, seemed a little embarrassed. And Bellamy gathered up his courage and said, Shu Kang, I don't care how strong you are. I must do my best before leaving. Otherwise, you'll kill me now. Bellamy still didn't give up, and maybe he thought it was too useless to escape like this. Shu King shook his head and said, "Okay, I'll give you 3 seconds. Spring jumper." Bellamy at this time pushed his fruit ability to the maximum, his hands and feet became springs, and the whole person poised backwards in the most arrogant and powerful way, and finally moved towards Shu King rushed out. "If that's the case, then I'll use my ability to entertain you too." Devil's Fist. Of course Shu King could dodge or dodge, but that wouldn't make much sense. All Shu King had to do now was to blast Bellamy's complacent with a punch. One punch blasts Bellamy's arrogant ignorance and arrogance. Shu King only used the first form of the Devil's Fist, the phantom on his hand gradually enlarged, and finally Shu King's fist met Bellamy's fist. The two sides seemed to have a feeling of being evenly matched, but when their hands touched each other, they understood each other's bottom line. "Ha, it's not bad, he sure is someone who owns tens of millions of Baileys." Shu King laughed. Shu King didn't feel any pressure. Demons are stronger. Is the spring stronger? The answer is obvious. At this time, Bellamy's face was no longer shocked, no longer surprised, but calm. He had already guessed the result after the punch was thrown out, and the result was as expected. At this time, Shu King stopped his hand, and Bellamy in front of him had already been beaten to the boat. Shu King glanced at Bellamy's bastards lightly, and said, "Go away, get up. Don't pretend. Don't come here to trouble the 3 of them in the future, otherwise, I will never let you go." After Shu King finished speaking, sure enough, Bellamy's dog legs around him quickly got up, swam quickly to the boat, and finally fled with Bellamy in despair. "These guys are really fast." Shu King smiled, and then Uncle Diamond and Brother Tsuruyama thanked Shu King. After all, these people were obviously here to get those goings. "By the way, do you know about Nan and Jianiao?" Uncle Diamond asked. Shu King shook his head and said, "If they are found, they should come back, but now I don't have any information. It seems that something is wrong." And Shu King's wooden avatar finally saw the Nanan bird in the depths of the jungle. At this time, the Nanan bird was very arrogant and jumped around there. Chopper was translating. "It says you want to catch me just because you want to. Stupid." "What? The stinky bird showed up on purpose to say such nasty things. Look at me." At this time, Usopp raised his slingshot, intending to knock it down. At this moment, Robin appeared in time, and she used her ability to grow flowers and fruits to grow 2 hands directly on the bird, and then easily grabbed it. Shu King's wooden clone wanted to use some wooden dungeons to trap the bird, but he was afraid that his magic would be too powerful and hurt the bird, so he hesitated. "It's easy to do as long as you see it," Robin said with a smile. "Okay, since that's the case, let's go first." Shu King's wooden clone disappeared immediately, and Shu King himself also obtained the information on the wooden clone. "Okay, we've caught the Nanan bird, let's work harder." Shu King here was not idle either. At this time he was reinforcing Mary with the Tsuruyama brother, Uncle Rhombus. And when the partners came, everyone tacitly began to strengthen Mary together. When it was completely dawn, everyone was finally reinforced, and went to the uncle's house to take a nap for a while, and Shu King was woken up. "It's really sleepy. I've never been so sleepy before." It's the first time Shu King got up so early. Although it doesn't matter if he doesn't sleep, Shu King is still sleepy. It's definitely time to set off. If you don't set off, you won't be able to go to Sky Island. The speaker was a female voice. Shu King was startled, then opened his eyes and saw Robin. "Robin, I thought it was Usopp who called me again. I'm sorry." Shu King apologized. "It's okay, get up. By the way, you said there was historical text there." Robin asked. "That's right, I'm sure there is." Shu King, who had seen the original work, was naturally able to guarantee it. Chapter 105 Going towards Sky Island. For silver. The third. Really, that's great, and it's one of our goals this time. After Robin finished speaking, he blushed and went out. Shu King looked at it, only to realize that he was not wearing a shirt. It's really embarrassing. Cough cough. Shu King quickly put on his clothes. Everyone was ready, even Luffy was very reliable. Only when Shu King asked did he know that Luffy had gone early in the morning go catch Hercules' unicorn. What an energetic monster. Shu King complained about others in his heart, but he didn't know that others often complained about him like this. At this time, Mary has completely changed after a night of reinforcement. The former Mary can be said to be a little goat, and the current Mary is a cute little rooster. Awesome. Is this Mary's flying gear? It seems to be able to fly. Luffy was also surprised. Okay. Going to sail, brothers, said Usopp, raising his hand. Then the King of the Apes and the King of Orangutans, leading their own Tsuruyama combined army, began to escort the going merry flight of Shu King, Luffy and others. At this moment, Uncle Rhombus shouted loudly, "The Tsuruyama combined army. Don't take it lightly, even if the sky falls, you must escort these guys to the end." The crew also shouted aggressively, "Okay. Okay, let's go." After Luffy and Shu King announced the sailing at the same time, everyone lifted anchor and set sail, and headed straight to the south in the direction indicated by Nan and Jianyao. At this time, the diamond-shaped uncle said, "Little brother, we are here to say goodbye, but there is one thing, you must understand." Huh, both Luffy and Shu King looked at the uncle suspiciously. Going Zhang and Sky Island, no one has been able to prove that they do not exist in the past. Some people may laugh at me and say that this is a made-up fallacy, but what's wrong with this? This is the romance of a man. Romantic. That's right. Be careful, don't fall from the sky. Uncle Diamond watched everyone leave. Uncle, there must be a going bell in this world. Uncle Diamond, don't mess around. The friends finally watched Gaia get further and further away, and had already said goodbye. At this time, the Tsuruyama brothers started to remind them incessantly. Listen, it's 7 o'clock in the morning. According to the current calculation, it will reach the vicinity of the current. It is estimated that it will be 11 o'clock in the morning. Same, so I had to arrive early so I had time to find out exactly where he was. Quote. Because we were later than the scheduled departure time. A lot of talk. Luffy didn't listen carefully, and Shu King didn't want to listen at all, because what the Gorilla King said had been said before, and if I repeat it now, it would be very annoying for everyone. In the end, Shu King-kai discussed it with the Tsuruyama brothers. They still listened to Shu King's words very much, and then decided to set off towards their destination with a relaxed mood. After a while, something unexpected happened. Shu King had long known that an accident at sea was the least unexpected thing. "Boss, the situation is not right," shouted a little brother over there. "What's wrong?" "The night is coming this way from the southwest, it's Gideon." "Really? What time is it?" "At 10 in the morning, showing up earlier than the scheduled time." "It's so bad. Is there a way for the orangutan?" After the orangutan king knew about this situation, he immediately asked the orangutan king. Orangutan king also did his part, and immediately said, "Exploring the sea and diving will be dispatched, and immediately go to the sea to explore the location of the current." Yes. Then the explorers went to sea. Happened here, and the partner on Mary naturally found out that something was wrong. "That's Cum Emperor Cloud," Nami said after looking at the dark cloud. "The cumulus cloud appeared earlier than we expected, but the position of the current from the bottom to the top has not been determined," Nami said. At this time, the Gorilla King used sound waves and used sound wave reflections to do some detection work. Confirmation of reflected sound waves. A large current appeared at 12 o'clock. A huge creature was detected at 9 o'clock, it should be a sea king. At 10 o'clock, there are waves in the opposite direction of the current, most likely a huge whirlpool. The Ape King heard the whirlpool, and immediately responded, "That's it. Turn the rudder to the 10 o'clock position, that's a gigabit explosion, go towards that whirlpool, don't back down." At this time, due to various changes in the seabed, the sea began to become unstable. The crowd on Mary was also somewhat unable to stand firm. The waves suddenly got higher. Nami said. The ship is sinking. Usopp said in fear. This is a precursor to an outbreak. Everyone, be careful, Shukang reminded immediately. Miss Navigator, where is the direction of the recording needle? Robin asked. Nami stared at her recording pointer, and then said, the pointer has been pointing at the cloud and doesn't move. Is Sky Island there? Usopp asked. Nami, who is sensitive to the weather, said immediately, the wind is just downwind now, and the cumulus clouds are moving towards the center of the vortex. Wait a minute, what vortex? Where's the vortex? Luffy was very puzzled, and still didn't seem to understand the situation. Brother, it seems that this time the team can't go wrong. The Ape King said. The scale of the outbreak is also very large, and all the conditions are met. The Gorilla King agreed. Can I go to heaven? Everyone's mood was nervous, excited and scared at this time. At this time, a grappling hook was suddenly thrown from Tsuruyama's boat, which could temporarily fix the escort boat and Mary, so that the whirlpool would not break up the crowd. Let the orbit of the vortex take you there, follow the vortex. After entering, as long as you don't turn the rudder, you can reach the eye of the vortex smoothly. The Ape King reminded. It's about to be swallowed up. Usopp said with great fear. At this time Mary was being attracted by the whirlpool, and everyone was afraid that the ship would be engulfed. Really, it was never said that the ship would be engulfed. Nami said worriedly. Don't be afraid. I angrily protected Nami and Robin. Sanji said. It's the first time I've seen such a big whirlpool. Robin is already thinking about the ship being destroyed. No, I'm going back. I'm not going to Sky Island. Usopp regretted it now, naturally it was useless. You give up, Usopp, it's too late. Zoro said. Someone's heart has already flown to Sky Island. Sky Island, I'm here. At this time, Luffy naturally shouted like crazy. Shukang stared at the surroundings closely to prevent any accident from happening. Sudden, a huge Sea King appeared in front of him, but the Sea King was fierce, and was finally engulfed in the darkness by the whirlpool. At this time, the Tsuruyama brothers have also loosened the grappling hook. Okay brothers. Next, let's ask for more happiness, said Tsuruyama brothers. Okay, thank you for your escort. Luffy didn't worry about his situation at all, and waved his hands warmly to say goodbye to the Tsuruyama brothers. Chapter 106 Mary is in Heaven. For Silver. First change. Wait a minute. Forgive me. I can't take it anymore. Forgive me. It's so terrifying. Come back. Asshole. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. At this time, Usopp felt more and more frightened. Although he knew it would be very dangerous at first, he didn't expect it to be so dangerous. Even Nami complained in the same way. You never said there would be such a big vortex. This is a fraud. This is a fraud. It's night. We've been sucked in by the vortex. Chopper said in horror. Shukang, hurry up and persuade Luffy. Let's go back now. It's too late to turn around now. With such a big whirlpool, we will definitely be buried under the sea. Sky Island is simply a dream in a dream. Usopp is also ready to seize this the last straw. However, since they had already arrived here, Shukang naturally would not listen to Usopp's words and give up this trip to Sky Island. Luffy apparently heard Usopp's words, and said, dreams of dreams, that's what they said. Nami seemed to be relieved when she saw Luffy, and immediately said, yeah. Luffy, I also think we were too reluctant this time. Unexpectedly, Luffy said again, that is the Island of Dreams. If you miss such a big adventure, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Luffy turned his head. At this time Luffy not only did not have the slightest fear, but was full of excitement. Shukang naturally knew that Luffy would never give up this trip to Sky Island. The boat swayed again, and Zoro said, hey. The boat will be swallowed by the whirlpool while you resist. A huge dark whirlpool had appeared near the ship, and the Mary quickly rushed towards the center of the whirlpool. Quick, Nami, hurry up and get into my arms. Sanji said excitedly. At this moment, the whole ship rushed to the center of the whirlpool. My God! It's going to fall. Usopp was terrified. However, after the ship fell, the whole sea returned to calm, which was unexpected by everyone. Disappeared. Why? What happened? The big vortex eye has disappeared. What's going on? Everyone is a little confused. Could it be that Uncle Diamond and others made a mistake in their estimation? When everyone was at a loss, Shu King faintly felt that things were not that simple, and everything in front of him was just a moment of calm before the storm. No, it's the submarine eruption that started. Nami responded the fastest, explaining, so, the vortex eye temporarily disappeared from the bottom of the ocean. No. At this moment, a voice once again attracted everyone's attention. Stop. Huh. Everyone looked in that direction. That person. Shu King, Luffy, and Zoro looked at each other and recognized the person. I've finally caught up with you, Demon Shu King and Straw Hat Luffy. I thought you were bragging, but I didn't expect your bounty to be quite large. The person who came was Blackbeard. At this time, Blackbeard had begun to form his own pirate group, and those men had gathered on Blackbeard's boat. That person. We met in Mock Town. Nami also thought of this person. Who? Sanji didn't know Blackbeard at all. Stinky boy. 100 million Baileys. 300 million Baileys. I'll take your heads. Come to your senses. Blackbeard said very loudly. The appearance of Blackbeard makes the King of the Apes and the King of Orangutans feel that something is not good. Huh, why is the weather over there so dark? Blackbeard also felt something was wrong. Where is my head worth 100 million Baileys? Luffy was a rather slow-witted person, and naturally he was still in the state where he had offered a bounty before. You really don't know. Your head is now worth 100 million Baileys. The announcement has come out. As for the Devil Shu King, it has 300 million Baileys. And Zoro the Pirate Hunter. Your head is 60 million Baileys profit. Blackbeard gave these things to his friends at high speed. Wow, Zoro, you even have a bounty of tens of millions. It turns out that it must be because of Alabasta's time that the bounty has jumped so much. It has soared to 100 million Bailey. Shu King must be because Marine also perceives his strength, right? Nami said to herself, a guess arrive. 100 million Baileys. It's great. Did you hear me? I am 100 million Baileys. But Shu King, why are you 300 million Baileys? It's twice as big as me. Luffy was a little reluctant said. 3 times. Shu King corrected. Wow, it's triple. That's unreasonable. It's unreasonable. Luffy was rather disappointed. My talent is the most speechless, only 60 million Bailey. This is even more unreasonable. Zoro was even more reluctant. He thought his bounty should be higher. Nami couldn't stand it anymore and scolded. You people. What is there to show off? At this moment, the Mary was suddenly lifted by the sea, and when the sea was about to rush upward, it naturally swept aside Blackbeard's very ordinary large raft. Everyone, grab the hull or hide in the cabin. Sanji reminded. It's over. It's about to fly. Usopp's fearful tears were about to flow out. The little Mary, just above the sky current. However, due to the emergency, no partner got into the cabin, and everyone grabbed the hull. Almost everyone was clueless, including Shu King. Even he was the first to experience such a thing. The seawater finally spewed up, and the Mary was instantly swept away. Even the King of the Apes and the King of the Orangutans, their ships were affected, let alone Blackbeard's raft, and they were pushed aside in an instant, and it was inevitable that they would fall apart. What's going on? Usopp asked with some fear. The boat is now going vertically along the water column. Sanji said. It's fun. Luffy, who was already excited, was even more excited now. What's that? Usopp asked. It's the wind, Nami replied. That's great. It's got to be in the sky. Going Mary, Luffy shouted. Wait a minute, I'm afraid it won't be so smooth. Sanji said. What's wrong? Did you forget something? Luffy asked. The hull is starting to float. Shu Kang felt that something was wrong, and then said, "It can't go on like this, the whole ship will be thrown out." Sanji said, "Then that. The consequences are unimaginable," Usopp said. "What should we do?" "All we can do is hold on tight," Usopp said weakly. "What is that?" Chopper said. It turned out that the huge Sea King just fell down from the ocean current. "See it or not, we will fall like it, sooner or later," Sanji said. The recent follow-up votes are relatively low. Chapter 107 Usopp lost his tour. "What's the use of talking about this now? We rushed up by a current. How can we go down by our own strength?" Zoro asked back. "This is indeed a disaster." Sanji was also somewhat helpless. "Wow, there's a lot of stuff falling from above. Those are all victims of the bottom-up current," Chopper said, looking at the sky in horror. "It's over. This time we're really over. We fell into the sea from such a high place. We will definitely die. Shu Kang, remember to save me later," Usopp said in fear. Even Shu Kang couldn't turn the tide on his own in this situation. Shu Kang can use the wooden clone to use the fruit power, so everyone can be saved, but what about Mary? Fortunately, Nami at this time played to her strengths. "Sail now. Hurry up. This is the sea. It's not an ordinary water column, it's an ocean current soaring into the sky. And the wind blowing from below is the updraft generated by the explosion of geothermal heat and steam under the sea. Since the object is the wind and the sea, I have a way to sail." If a stranger heard what Nami said, they would probably say that she was a big talker, but everyone who knew Nami's abilities naturally believed her 100%. "Leave it to me." Shu Kang's strength was the strongest, and naturally he set sail at the fastest speed. It turns out that in addition to the sky and ocean currents, there is also the existence of wind, but I ignored this point. Shu Kang raised his sails while thinking. "Who is the navigator of this ship?" Nami asked. "It's Miss Nami," only Sanji responded with a smirk. Although the others did not respond, they admired her very much in their hearts. "Okay, it's starboard now. Turn left rudder immediately. Try to keep the hull in line with the current," Nami said. "Follow your orders." Everyone was very obedient. This was the moment of life and death. "Oops. The boat is about to leave the water. It's going to capsize. We're going to fall." Chopper noticed something was wrong and immediately informed Nami in a panic. "Just think of a way, Nami." At this moment, Nami calmly said, "No. No problem. Using the thermals and the modified wings of the Mary to keep the hull and the current in balance." "That's great. In this way, the ship will fly." Nami is indeed a genius navigator. Shu Kang very generously praised Nami. And what happened next was exactly what Shu Kangname thought. So the Mary took off. "Wow, it's really flying. It's amazing. Our ship is flying into the sky," Luffy said excitedly. "True or false?" Usopp thought he was dreaming. "Yo," Chopper looked shocked. Shu Kang and Robin smiled faintly. "Zoro is proud, and Sanji is full of red hearts. Nami, you are amazing. I love you so much. As long as you ride this current, you can fly as high as you can," Nami said. "Nami, Sky Island is coming soon?" Luffy asked excitedly. Nami pointed to Cumulus Emperor Cloud and said, "If it really exists, it should be on the other side of that cloud." "On the top of the cloud? What the hell is on top of that?" "Rush towards the Cumulus Cloud. Sky Island, here I come," Luffy shouted expectantly. In this way, everyone flew towards the sky with the soaring sea current, but after a while, the Mary had plunged into a sea of clouds. Since Sky Island may be on the other side of the cloud, everyone can only fly to the other side of the cloud with the current. "Wow, I can't breathe," Luffy couldn't help saying. After a while, the Mary finally broke out of the sea of clouds. At this time, the Mary's wings had broken, and it was lying peacefully on the clouds. On the deck, Nami was coughing and breathing, and everyone lay flat on the deck. Usopp didn't know if it was because of fear or what, and he was silent. Sanji, Chopper, Zoro, Robin and others are all out of breath. What puzzled Shu King was that Luffy was still extremely excited. Everyone, look overboard. Outside the ship, there are endless white clouds. There is a vast expanse of whiteness. We should have reached the cloud layer closest to the sea, right? Shu King said. Clouds. Chopper looked surprised. On the cloud, but why doesn't it fall? Nami asked. Why not? Yun could have sat there already, Luffy said. Where can I sit? Everyone couldn't help but complain. No, Usopp is out of breath. Chopper said, looking at Usopp. Find a way to save him. Use artificial respiration. Sanji said, okay, I volunteered to help Nami with artificial respiration. Zoro cursed, idiot. Let me come. Shu King then took out something from his incredible bag. Shu King held this thing in front of Usopp and let him inhale it, and Usopp woke up instantly. What's so delicious? Usopp. Chopper was naturally happy to see that Usopp was alright. Where is this? Cloud. What? Isn't this cloud? Too many clouds. What is this? Usopp was instantly uneasy. Nami observed for a while and then said, that is to say, this is the so-called Kakai, right? The sea of clouds in the sky, the sea of empty, seems to have a bit of truth, but I think this is not the destination we are going to, because this is not the Sky Island. We should find a way to continue upward. Shu King said. No. Nami also looked at the recording pointer on her wrist. Shu King is right, look, the recording pointer is still pointing up. It looks like this is just the middle of the cumulus clouds, Robin said. So we really should keep going up, but the question is how? Chopper asked. I don't know about this either. Robin was also a little helpless. I think since the boat can float here, we should find a way to get up. Maybe there is an entrance here for Sky Island. I just hope she won't accept our tickets. Shu King's sudden sentence made Usopp laugh. You have to buy a ticket to go to Sky Island. This is not a park. Ha ha. Usopp then looked at the pure white sea of clouds and took off his shirt on impulse. Ha ha. First step. Captain Usopp swims. Usopp said. The surrounding Luffy and Chopper expressed their support. Hey. Don't mess around. If we don't know the situation, don't act rashly. Sanji's reminder, Usopp naturally ignored it at all. The sea is not the sea. Usopp then jumped into the sea of clouds and began to snorkel. I really envy Usopp, he can swim. It seems like a lot of fun. Both Luffy and Chopper are envious. Zoro felt something was wrong and asked, he hasn't shown his face. I have a question. Will this place have an ocean floor? Robin's question woke everyone up. Chapter 108 _ The Sky Knight appeared. The third. Huh. Everyone reacted. Did that guy fall from here? Zoro asked in surprise. I told him not to act rashly, he patched, what an idiot. Sanji couldn't help cursing. Usopp. Luffy was worried about Usopp's safety and naturally stretched his arms. Seeing this, Robin said immediately, try to stretch your hands as far away as possible. But I can't see it, so I can only grab it casually. Don't worry, leave it to me. Robin then used the ability of his flower fruit, and eyes instantly grew on Luffy's hand. Luffy stretched his hand out of the clouds, and then saw Usopp's figure. At this time, Usopp had fallen out of the clouds. Over there, said Robin. 6 flowers. In the end Robin caught Usopp. Okay, you can stop now. Great. Luffy then withdrew his hand, and finally, brought Usopp back. At the same time, Luffy also pulled back some monsters. Crap, these guys want to eat Usopp. No, Nami, Chopper and the others said in fear. What's there to be afraid of? Zoro pulled out his knife, and with such a slash, the big octopus in front of him disappeared into the sea of clouds. Sanji also rushed out and kicked down an eel-like monster. Shu King Luffy didn't do anything, because Luffy was too tired to save Usopp and the monster just now. It was because of these monsters that Shu King was a little disdainful of. Soon, The entire sea of clouds returned to calm. Just a short exercise. Zoro was out of breath. This place is really breathless. This thing looks really strange, and it doesn't look like a fish when it is said to be a fish. Sanji said. That octopus was up like a balloon, and they all moved. It must be a creature, Luffy and Zoro said. I didn't expect there were creatures in the cloud. I think it makes sense as long as we think of this cloud as the sea. What is this flat, outrageous snake? Chopper asked. Flounder is flat, Luffy said. Usopp then shouted again, wow. Noisy. What's wrong with you this time, Usopp? Sanji got a little impatient. I seem to have something in my pants. Usopp pulled a fish out of my pants. He's unlucky today, Robin said embarrassedly. Could this creature be an empty fish? The wonderful fish recorded in Rolando's journal. Their peculiar shape should have evolved through continuous evolution. That's why it expands like a balloon, or flattens like a board. Zoro understood more or less. Yes, to make it lighter, the buoyancy of the sea water here is less than that of the water on the ground, right? Robin said. No wonder their scales are like feathers and they have a strange mouth like a carnivore. Nami understood. When he turned around, he found that Luffy was eating fish. Fry it into a fish steak and try it first. Sanji has already cooked the fish just now with the fastest speed. Delicious, Luffy praised. Shu King shook his head, and when he raised his head, he seemed to have noticed something, and immediately called out, there is a boat, do you want to take a look? There are still people. What? Where's the boat? But it's strange to have smoke. After everyone came over, they looked at the binoculars for a long time, only to see black smoke. No, prepare to fight. Shu King clearly saw that the ship just now was destroyed by others, and then something seemed to come over. What's the matter? People, someone's coming. Both Sanji and Zoro saw objects rushing towards them at high speed. And he's running on clouds. As soon as the words fell, the whole person jumped into the air, and Shu King was able to observe him carefully. He was holding something like a bazooka in his right hand, a shield and a mask in his left hand, and there seemed to be some kind of device on his feet. Hey, what do you want to do? Sanji asked. Exclude, the man replied. The visitor is not good. Shu King said. He's quite bold, Zoro said calmly. What and what? Luffy hadn't figured out the situation. At this moment, the man had already rushed to the deck, and he kicked it upwards. Sanji was instantly kicked and flew to the deck. After the man landed, he jumped up again, this time in the direction of Zoro. Zoro was ready to fight, but was kicked to the ground like Sanji. The strange man again landed and charged in the direction of Shu King. Humph! Shu King spread his wings at the fastest speed and blocked them in front of him. Unexpectedly, the man's strength was very strong, and he kicked out, and the strength even caused the deck to collapse. Of course, this also reflected Shu King's strong defensive power. The strange man failed to succeed, and immediately jumped up again, turned a few circles, and attacked Shu King again. Rubber. Don't interfere, Luffy. Before Shu King could finish speaking, Luffy's attack had already passed. However, the man's speed was obviously faster, and he changed his direction and easily knocked Luffy to the ground. What's the matter? The three of you can't beat one. Nami couldn't help complaining. Shu King was naturally not included. Stinky boy, do you want to compare your speed or strength with me? After Shu King finished speaking, he also used his own teleportation technique. Shu King's teleportation technique is a high-speed movement technique from the Naruto world. Basically, no one can keep up with it. Although the speed of this strange monster in front of him is very fast, it is also due to the amplification of the device on his feet. It is difficult to say how fast he is. The weirdo and Shu King were fighting together, and Shu King also directly opened the writing wheel. Not only could he perfectly avoid the weirdo's attack, but he could also counterattack. The geek finally jumped up and aimed the rocket launcher at Mary, intending to fire it. Ah, it's over, it's over. Chopper was startled. With me here, don't be afraid. Shu King was not worried that he would lose. Even if it was a nuclear bomb, Shu King could find a way to block it. At this moment, a voice came. That's it. A man descended from the sky riding a strange bird, and stabbed the strange man with a sword, and the strange man also blocked the attack with his own shield. However, this person's strength is obviously very large, and he instantly knocked the guy in front of him flying. Then, the man landed on the deck. What? Who is it this time? Nami was a little bit broken, and this trip to Sky Island wasn't going well, right? The man introduced himself. Well, I'm the Sky Knight. Did you run away? Sky Knight said to himself after looking at the direction before. Who the hell is that guy? And what kind of plane are you guys doing? It's really useless. The three of them joined forces and got beaten up. Nami complained, then looked at Shu King and said, Shu King still it's reliable. Don't blame them, it's in the air, and the oxygen is very thin. If you move a little bit, you will be deficient in oxygen. Then why are you okay? Nami asked back. Yes, why am I fine? Shu King really doesn't know why. At this time, a voice entered Shu King's mind. Why don't you ask? Of course it's because of this system. Chapter 109 Armament Hockey, S Secret Manual _____. First change. System. Shu King almost forgot the system. System hasn't been around since Alabasta. Also, since I've left Gaia, I think it's almost time for you to come out. Shu King is now using his mind to communicate with his own system. By the way, you said that I am not affected by the high altitude. Did you help me with the system? Shu King asked. The system naturally answered in the affirmative. It's me who helped you. It's better to say that your devil fruit is helping you. But then again, I also gave you your devil fruit, so there is nothing wrong with me helping you. The system then said, come on, let's get down to business. Business. Don't pretend to be stupid. I have a god-level sign in system. Since you have left Jaya, it is naturally time for rewards. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully signed in. This time the sign-in reward is Armament Hockey from Pirate World. Shu King seemed to smell an unusual breath. System, are you sure? This time the reward is Armament Hockey. Shu King was a little afraid to confirm. Armament Hockey actually Shu King would learn sooner or later that the system reward could have been better. Shu King didn't know why the system rewarded him with Armament Hockey this time. The system then said, host, you should know something about your devil fruit, right? Super devil fruit, not afraid of wind and rain. The previous toxin immunity, and the devil is not afraid of seawater. The ability of this devil fruit can be said to be super. But, he has a bug, and this bug will make the host suffer a lot. That is, if the opponent is Logia S, your fruit ability still doesn't work. In other words, your attack can't hit the elemental Logia S ability. There is still some truth to the system's words. Of course, you can't count Crocodile, his weakness is water, the system then added. Understood, it seems that you know that I may fight Enel when I go to Sky Island this time. This guy is also a Logia-capable person, but unfortunately, he seems to be defeated by Luffy. Shu King said to the system. Yeah, but today's reward is the ability to fight Logia, Armament Hockey. I know you know a little bit about armament, but this armament is not the kind of armament you think. The system said mysteriously. What? Shu King was a little confused, and he didn't understand what the system said. Let's not talk too much, I will pass on the reward and you will understand. However, you'd better hone this armament in advance. Practice makes perfect. Okay, slip away. The system then did not make any movement. At this time, Shu King also felt a wonderful knowledge, which was suddenly passed on to his mind. I didn't expect that the armament that the system gave me turned out to be so broad and profound. Shu King was a little stunned. He could only express the armament sent by the system as strong. I didn't expect that he actually divided armament into 10 layers. This is something I never thought of before. Shu King originally thought that the system would directly reward him with armament hockey, but he didn't expect to only give him a cheat sheet. Forget it. Learn slowly. As long as you practice the first level before encountering Enel, there will be a way to destroy Enel. After Shu King wanted to understand, he focused his attention. And so many things just happened, just for a moment. At this time, the Sky Knight asked, "Are you Blue Sea people?" Nami asked, "Lanhai people, what does that mean? By the way, who are you?" As I said just now, I am the Sky Knight, and the Blue Sea people are our common name for those who live under the clouds. The Sky Knight said. Let's get down to business. Did you come from the Blue Sea? The Sky Knight asked again. Yeah, Luffy replied. That's no wonder. This place is 7,000 meters above the Blue Sea, the White Sea, and the White Sea on the upper floor is as high as 10,000 meters. Generally, people from the Blue Sea will of course be unable to move when they arrive here. The Sky Knight explained after a while. He looked at Shu King and said, "Aren't you from Lanhai? You don't seem to have any reaction." "I ate a special devil fruit," Shu King said directly without concealing it. That's no wonder. The Sky Knight didn't say much. By the way, why did that person run on the sea just now? Chopper asked with great interest. Okay, take your time. I know, you must have a mountain of problems, but it's business, let's talk about business first. Said the Sky Knight. What? Everyone asked suspiciously. To tell you the truth, I'm a professional mercenary. This is a sea of dangers and dangers. Those who don't know the battle situation in the sky will either be eaten by the gorillas just now or become food for empty fish, so just blow the whistle and say 5 million Iraqi K, I will come to rescue you. The Sky Knight said. Everyone didn't understand what Ike meant, and then they asked, what are you talking about? Sky Knight thought everyone was too expensive, so he said, my price is already very cheap. Don't haggle with me, I won't drop even 1 gram. Don't embarrass me, I want to live too. Sanji said, we don't know what you mean by Ike, and what does the whistle mean? The Sky Knight showed a surprised expression and said, didn't you all rush down from the top of the high-speed air road? Then you will pass at least 1 or 2 islands on the way. Old man, what language are you talking about? Luffy didn't understand at all. Wait a minute, listening to your tone, it seems that there are other ways to get up this empty sea. Nami asked. Also, you said that you will pass through 1 or 2 islands on the way. Isn't there only 1 Sky Island? Nami collected as much information as she could. Sky Knight was shocked and said, how did you get up? We flew up from the bottom to Shanghai, Robin replied. What? It came up along the Sea of Monsters. I didn't expect that there are such courageous warriors these days. The Sky Knight was also a little unbelievable. I knew it wasn't an ordinary pipe, I knew. We almost fell to our death. It's all you. Otherwise, we can gather information and take a safe path. Nami exploded directly at Luffy next to her. Have you lost at least 1 crew member? Asked the Sky Knight. No, we're all here, Luffy replied. This is not the case with other paths. Suppose 100 people go to the sky, and only a few survive in the end. In short, the probability of success is very low, but those who follow the flow from the bottom to Shanghai, not all of them are killed. It is all arrived, and the result is like this, either 0 or 100. The Sky Knight told the truth. Chapter 110_Heaven, S-Gate ____. The second. However, very few people dare to bet like this, especially in the past few years. From this perspective, you must be navigators with both courage and strength. The Sky Knight praised. Shu King wanted to be humble, but he didn't expect Usopp to say very proudly at this time, oh. These guys are all relying on me. When they were crying and making trouble with their own lives, thanks to me for encouraging everyone, I came here. All sailing well. Enough. Nami grabbed Usopp's face. So, what's the situation with the whistle? Shu King immediately asked the question everyone wanted to know. The so-called whistle is to blow the whistle. While saying that the Sky Knight threw his whistle to the ground, then I will fly down from the sky to save you whenever and wherever. Originally, I was dispatched once, and the asking price was 5 million igrams, the common currency of the sky. This time, it was regarded as a welcome gift, and it was given to you for free. The Sky Knight was ready to leave. Nami immediately shouted, "Wait a minute, may I ask your name?" "My name is Sky Knight, Gonfoer, and it's my partner, Pierre." "Pierre Tilda," cried the strange bird. "I forgot to mention that although my partner Pierre is a bird, he has the ability to eat the fruit of horses and horses, so he can become a horse with wings." Ganfort said. "What? Could it be the legendary Pegasus?" Nami was looking forward to it. "That's right, it's Pegasus." After Ganfort finished speaking, the transformation was over. However, Tianma's appearance is still the same as that of a strange bird, which is not ugly. "The gap is so big," the partners complained in unison. "Warriors, I wish you good luck." After Ganfort finished speaking, he left handsomely. Of course, everyone couldn't help but complain. In the end, this Sky Knight didn't get to the point at all, Robin said. "Yeah, he didn't say anything." "Then how do you get to that top?" "Okay, blow the whistle, call that old man to ask," Luffy said. Wait a minute Luffy. This is our talisman in an emergency. You're blowing it now, what if the masked monster attacks again?" Usopp and Nami naturally stopped Luffy together. "Anyway, let's start the boat and continue going. Maybe there is an entrance just like Shu King said," Zoro said. The reason Zoro said this is not because he doesn't trust Shu King, but because he believes in Shu King very much. At present, everything Shu King said has become a fact. Who knows whether what Shu King said was joking or serious. "Everyone look over there, what's that?" Chopper looked in one direction. "Is it a cloud?" "It looks like a waterfall," Robin said. "Let's go, just go there and have a look," Shu King said. Immediately afterwards, everyone drove the Mary towards the direction of the waterfall. "Wait, stop. Nami saw that there was a large cloud blocking her way, and naturally she stopped the Mary. "There is such a big cloud in front of the waterfall cloud. What shall we do? Since it's floating on the top of the empty sea, it shouldn't be the same sea, right?" "What kind of cloud is that?" "If it's an ordinary cloud, it's fine to continue going," Nami said. "You won't know if you touch it. Rubber gun." Luffy stretched his arm and finally bounced it back. Luffy then jumped on it as if he had discovered a new world. "Wow, look, you can sit. Won't fall off. How could this be? What is this?" "So funny," Luffy joked. "Great, Chopper is also very envious. I'm going to play too." Usopp and Chopper then jumped up, and the three of them started all kinds of play on the clouds. "But in this case, we can't sail." Nami was a little worried. "Look from above to see if there is any other way to sail," Nami said to Luffy. "Good. Luffy, there seems to be something over there." Usopp's voice fell, and Luffy's attention was naturally completely attracted. "What's that?" "The door." "Yes, there is a big door under the waterfall cloud," Luffy said truthfully. "Door. Are there any artificial structures in this place?" "No matter what comes up now, it's not surprising, especially this sea. What Shu King said is going to come true again. There really is a door to the upper Baibihai." Everyone looked at Shu King and could only give a thumbs up. "I'll go up and find the way for everyone." Shu King was idle, so he jumped to the top of the boat, and then loudly commanded the boat's sailing. After a while, the boat circled to the waterfall. "Very good. It seems to have come around," Nami said. A man-made building appeared in front of him, and above the center of a gate, the Gate of Heaven was written. Really the door. The cloud of that waterfall is really a waterfall. The cloud under it is also different from the cloud just now, it will flow. It says Heaven's Gate. It's unlucky, as if we're dying, Usopp said. No way, maybe we're dead now, Zoro joked. It's possible, then this world is a matter of course. Sanji also agreed. Are we really dead? Chopper asked in horror. Silly boy, how is that possible? Shu Kang pouted. Heaven. It's really fun. It turns out that this is heaven. Who is going to die? Luffy was so excited that Nami couldn't help but beat Luffy. Look over there. Looks like someone came out. Usopp pointed. Just as the Mary was approaching the gate of heaven, an old woman with a small stature took a few pictures with a camera, and there were angel wings behind her. Look, she has wings on her back. Is it an angel? Do all angels look like that? She looks like a sour plum. Luffy spat out. This guy is taking tickets. Shu Kang repeated again. No way. There are still many partners who still don't quite believe it. The old lady said directly, I am the surveillance officer of the Gate of Heaven. Amazon, are you here for sightseeing or to fight? Luffy said, we want to go to Sky Island. The other side of this door should be Sky Island, right? And what about the war you're talking about? Zoro asked. Amazon replied, actually, it doesn't matter which one it is. If you think of the upper class, please pay the fee to enter the Kingdom of Heaven, 1 billion IK per person, which is stipulated by law. Usopp exclaimed, what, 1 billion IK? There's this thing called IK again, Sanji said. So, how much is it to exchange for Bailey? Usopp asked. But then again, Shu Kang, you guessed it right again. Yeah, this guy can even do such a thing. It wasn't the first time that the friends were surprised, but every time Shu Kang guessed right, it was still incredible. Chapter 111_Angel Beach. The third. It is said that one person wants 1 billion, and we have 8 people in total, 8 billion. Robin quickly calculated the IK the other party wanted. Do you need so much money if you want to go in? Generally, do you need so much money to enter a country? This old woman is clearly trying to make money. Before Usopp could finish speaking, Nami covered his mouth. Naturally, Nami was afraid that Usopp would offend others, and if she couldn't get up in the end, she would be finished. Excuse me, about this entry fee, what if it's just an assumption and there's no money? Nami asked. You can still go in, but you can if you don't, because I'm not a gatekeeper or a guard. I just want to ask what you mean, Amazon said. When Luffy saw that there were no mandatory charges, he naturally said, let's go. We're going to Sky Island. We don't have any money, let us in. Old woman, Usopp said immediately when he saw the opportunity. Okay, are all 8 going in? Amazon asked. Yeah, but how are we going to get to Sky Island? Luffy asked. At this time, the left and right sides of the Mary were caught by a pair of crab claws. What is that? Everyone became very panicked. That's the specialty of Baihai, the express shrimp. After Amazon finished speaking, the express shrimp grabbed the Mary and rushed towards the higher bay Baihai. Of course, the express shrimp went up the cloud road. Everyone, catch up, Shu Kang reminded. It's so fast. Wow. There's still a way up. Some of the partners are afraid, some are excited, and some are flat smiles. It's incredible, Sanji said. The clouds seem to have turned into strips of roads, Zoro said. This kind of ghost, of course, cannot be formed naturally. Usopp said. Maybe this is the so-called high-speed empty road. Shu Kang guessed. There's an exit. It looks like it says something. Chopper yelled. Shu Kang raised his head and saw a big sign on it, which read, God's Island, Sky Island. That's not the exit. That's the entrance. Luffy got even more excited. The cloud above his head was a beam of light, and everyone showed excited expressions, including Shu Kang. In the end, the Mary rushed out of the sky, and the express shrimp threw the Mary out and returned to the high-speed air road. The Mary landed on the clouds. Everything in front of them shocked everyone. It's the island. It's the Sky Island, Luffy shouted. Huh, the sign just now said the Kingdom of God. Robin recalled. Yes, it's the exact same place name written on the map Luffy found, Nami said. It means that the big sailboat that suddenly fell in front of us from the sky really came here. They also saw this scenery 200 years ago. Let's dock first, the adventure has just begun. Shu Kang said. It would be fun to go on an adventure. Luffy jumped off. Are these soft clouds under this island? After Usopp accidentally fell, he found that it was not submerged. Sky Island, here I come. Luffy and Usopp ran away. I want me too. Chopper naturally jumped off. I'm going to change clothes too. Nami naturally planned to go down. Shu Kang, where are the anchors going to be dropped? Is there a seabed here? Zoro asked. Don't worry, it's fine. Shu Kang said. The scenery here is very good. Zoro couldn't help but praise. That's right, seeing those three idiots so excited, there's really no way to take them. Wow, Sanji also took off his shoes and jumped down excitedly. You're not the same. Zoro couldn't help but complain. At this time, Nami was pecked many times by the grumpy guide bird, and Nami immediately apologized. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. The guide bird then flew away. I forgot to let it go. Nami looked at Shu Kang with some grievances. It looks like someone lives on this island. You shouldn't worry about eating and drinking when you stay here. As long as you work hard, he can fly back. It's a bird, which is very convenient. Zoro said. By the way, where's the anchor? Nami asked. Tossed into the cloud, Zoro said. According to my opinion, the clouds they said are probably the foundation of this island, right? Zoro guessed. Shu Kang gave a thumbs up. Yes, I didn't expect you to think of this. In this way, it looks like a sea of islands floating on the ground. I don't know if we would have reached the same place in the end if we hadn't been washed up, Robin said. Anyway, I don't feel weird about anything I see now. I have seen too many incredible things from beginning to end. The only thing that is certain is that Sky Island is here, right? Nami also jumped to the cloud. Look, just feel it with your body. There's nothing to doubt about this sense of reality, come on. Don't worry, you can step on it, it's no big deal. Nami ran away with a smile. Robin looked at Shu Kang and Zoro and asked, how about you? I'm going down. Zoro nodded. Since it's here, let's go down and have a look, but the historical text should be in EPUB. Shu Kang said. What's that place? Robin asked. It's a forbidden area of Sky Island, right? In short, come down first. Shu Kang jumped down immediately. Sure enough, the soft cloud was very interesting and healing, like sleeping on a soft alpaca. The taste of adventure. Robin also raised Vivi at the corner of his mouth. Navigation or landing is actually an adventure, I never thought about it before. Then Robin also got off the boat. After everyone landed at Angel Beach, they began to play with the clouds, some slept on the clouds, and some began to pile the clouds into adults. Nami saw a pavilion with 2 lounge chairs, which were also made by clouds. The people here should have the technology to process clouds, right? Nami guessed. The cloud has a different feel to it, more like fur, Chopper said. It's really leisurely. It would be great if I could take a vacation here. Shu Kang also wanted to spend a week here, but this time he could only stay at Sky Island for 1 day. At this time, Zoro didn't know where to find the fox, and then everyone heard the sound of playing the harp. Above the clouds, stood a very graceful woman. This woman was playing the harp, with little white wings growing behind her back and golden hair. She didn't look like a bad person at all. That's an angel, a real angel. Sanji's eyes were completely straight. Belly button. The angel looked at everyone and said something incomprehensible. Cece, come here. The angel called the little fox over, walked over slowly and said, everyone, did you come from the blue sea? Yes, we flew up from below, do you live here? Luffy asked. Yes, I am a resident here. Sister Angel said. Pursuing more votes. Chapter 112_YBA, Seeking Collection. Seeking Silver Ticket. First change. At this time, Miss Angel slowly approached and said, Welcome to Angel Beach, the Kingdom of God. do you want to drink that? Sister Angel was naturally Luffy who asked, and Luffy thought that the fruit was eaten directly with her teeth. Yeah. Luffy handed the thing to the angel, and the angel borrowed the coconut and said, the shell of this coconut is very suitable, no matter how you bite it, it won't break. This has to be from the inside. Sister Angel cut out a small incision easily with a knife, stuffed the straw into the coconut, and handed it to Luffy. Please. Luffy's tongue curled up when he drank it like this. Hey, is it really so delicious? I want it too. It's delicious. Usopp was very envious, so he took a sip himself. My name is Canis, it is Yunhu here, called CC, if you have any questions, I will try my best to help you. Canis said politely. Please listen to me, your eyes healed my heartburn. Sanji originally talked a lot, but Nami ripped his ears. Get out of the way. Nami Wong said kindly to Canis. Great, we happen to have a lot of questions, and all in all this place is incredible for us. Okay, just ask if you want to know anything, Canis said. Shu King and Zoro saw someone coming from a distance, and then said, it seems that someone is coming. Canis glanced at it and explained, that's my father. Canis, belly button. Father, belly button. The two sides greeted each other while Canis' father was in a magical vehicle. What is that sitting thing? Nami asked very curiously. Did you mean vibrato? Canis asked rhetorically. Said to be Waiba. In fact, there is a better explanation, that is, jet skis, but now it is not on the water, but on the cloud. Waiba, Nami repeated, seeming to have a bit of an impression of the word. I'm sorry, I'm going to stop. Canis' father didn't stop well, but fell to the ground with a crash, and then asked everyone, do you have anything? Zoro couldn't help but complain, take care of yourself first. Nami then looked at Luffy and asked, Luffy, did you bring that thing up from the bottom of the sea? Yes, of course I have. Luffy said as he sipped his drink. So that's the case, that's what was recorded in Rolando's journal, a boat that can run even if there is no wind. Nami responded. Canis' father asked, Canis, are they your friends? Yes, I just met, they seem to be from the Blue Ocean. Canis replied. Really, everyone who came here must be confused about a lot of things. Bye has scared everyone, I'm sorry. Canis' father apologized. Where? Usopp and others naturally said very politely. Canis' father then said, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Paige, sorry. Shu King also responded very politely. Where are we? We are embarrassed. Shu King then made a simple self-introduction. Father, did you catch any fish? Canis asked. Yes, a great harvest. Paideia said, and then began to invite everyone. By the way, I wonder if you would like to sit in the humble house and taste the local delicacies of the sea. Can you go? I'm going. As the top foodie in the team, Luffy was naturally very interested in food. Do you want to do Sky Island cooking? I'm going to help too. Sanji was naturally also very interested in cooking. At this moment, Nami asked, I'm sorry, this one has neither sails nor paddles, so why is it possible to sail at sea? Canis said, don't you know DLAL? At this time, Luffy also boarded the Waiba, opened it, and immediately fell into the white sea because he couldn't control it. It's all my fault, I shouldn't have borrowed that little brother Waiba's. Paideia said. By the way, I don't know the ability, what will happen in this sea? Maybe Luffy will float up. Sanji said without worry. It didn't take long for Shu King to see Luffy slowly sinking into this sea of clouds. It sinks, but it still won't work. Zoro said very calmly. Not good. At this time, Chopper was the only one who was anxious. Really, Shu King was very speechless. Every time this time, he could rely on himself. Shu King directly spread his wings and flew into the sea of clouds. Then, using the properties of fruits that are not afraid of water, he roamed the sea of clouds unscrupulously. Soon, Shu King found Luffy, who was completely powerless. Maybe it's because there is an element of the sea in this cloud. Shu King finally caught Luffy and sent it out. It's all my fault. I shouldn't lend it to beginners, I'm sorry. Paigeia apologized. In order to make full use of the power of the hull of Waiba is made very light, and the rudder will turn left and right if the waves are small. If you are not familiar with the sea, this thing is very flexible, sorry. Paigeia said. I've been practicing since I was a kid, and I've only been riding until recently, Canis said. Is the Viba so hard to ride? It's almost 10 years of training. However, at this time, Nami was already very proficient in mastering Waiba. This guy is sensitive to the weather and waves. Therefore, when the shaking direction is reversed, she can quickly get used to the movement in the opposite direction. She is indeed a genius. Shu King couldn't help but praise. Seeing that Shu King began to praise, Sanji, Luffy and others also praised. Wow, Miss Nami, you are the best. So handsome. It's amazing. It's unbelievable. Page is also a little hard to accept. After all, this thing is really difficult. How did she learn it? It's really hard. Luffy knew the difficulty of this thing, so she admired it. Writing this kind of thing requires certain skills. Luffy, you can't learn it. Nami was just narrating a fact. Luffy's face changed and he couldn't help but curse. Stinky Nami. We're going to Uncle's house. Come down quickly. Stupid Nami. It's really rude. Sanji couldn't help cursing. You guys go first. Uncle, can this Waiba lend me a ride for a while? Nami asked. Okay. Be careful on the road. Paigeia saw that someone used this thing so well for the first time, so naturally he thought too much. Nami sighed while riding on Waiba. I didn't expect that in the world. There really are boats that don't need to control the direction of the wind and go wherever they want. It's like a dream. I wonder if it can be used in ordinary seas. Chapter 113 Armament Freak __________. The second. Hey, is there any construction site there? Usopp climbed to a high position and asked. It's a site dedicated to mining and processing clouds, Paja explained. Can the clouds still be mined? Zoro also thought it was amazing. Did you all come to Beibai via the road of Yunhei? Paigeia asked. The road to the River of Clouds, is that the winding sea road? Zoro asked. There is a cloud canal artificially built with the island clouds mined here. The clouds in this nature can be divided into two types. The ones who go first are Haiyan, and those who float on the sea softly can walk on it. The one is called Shimayan. Paigeia explained as he led everyone to his house. It's not an ordinary cloud either. Zoro told the truth. Yes, the reason for this is that the condensation nuclei that make clouds are different. If I remember correctly, your blue ocean seems to have a mineral called seastone. Paigeia said. Robin, who was silent, also immediately asked, Seastone. Does this have anything to do with that? Yes, it contains a kind of horny particles we call pyrobroin. When the horny particles are ejected into the sky by a volcanic eruption, the density changes with the condensation of water vapor, forming the Haiyan River Island cloud. Paigeia seemed to say it very clearly, but everyone present couldn't understand what he was saying. All in all, the clouds here are divided into natural sea clouds, island clouds, and artificial clouds, 3 types of clouds that are not of good quality. Please come in, this is my home. Paigeia finally led everyone to his home. So high. The scenery is amazing, Luffy said excitedly. I can still see Nami's Weibo. Chopper also said excitedly. At this time, Luffy climbed high and looked into the distance, and Sanji asked, Hey, Luffy, what are you doing? Nami, why did you ride so easily? Go down. Luffy was still a little unhappy. How childish. Sanji tapped Luffy. It hurts. You made me bite my tongue. Sanji. Luffy spat. Uncle, where is the kitchen? Sanji asked. Yes, here. Next, Sanji went to the back kitchen to help the uncle and cook Sky Island dishes together. Others stayed in the living room. Robin asked, "Excuse me, Miss Conness, you mentioned DLAL just now, can you explain it more clearly?" "Okay," Conness explained. "I think about it, how can I explain it better?" At this time, Chopper was on the chair, looking lazily, while Luffy picked up a shell. Conness instructed Luffy to speak into the shell, then click the top, and finally the voice was recorded. What an amazing thing to be able to record sound. Zoro and Robin were amazed. Shu King was very calm. No one used this kind of thing in his era. "Is this shell what you call dial?" Robin asked. "Yes, this is a sound shell." Conness then explained. "It has the habit of recording and playing, and it is the shell here in Baibaihi." "But isn't there no seabed here? Where did these shells live?" Zoro asked. "The shoal of the Sea of Clouds, with reefs," explained Conness. "But I still can't figure it out, how it makes the Weibo move." Robin asked again. "This is the power source of the Weibo." Conness picked up a shell and said, "Although he looks smaller, its principle is the same as that of the Yinbei." Conness picked up the bee in his hand, and then started blowing. It turned out to be a hair dryer. Shu King also found it interesting. This is called the wind shell, which can store the wind and then discharge it naturally. As for how much wind it can store, it depends on the size of the wind shell itself. Put the wind shell in the stern, and you can start the boat. That is Weibo. After Conness gave a simple explanation, everyone had a certain understanding. It turns out that it relies on this air supply, and then runs around. Usopp understood. It's great to be able to ride the Weibo. Luffy is still in the midst of the unhappiness just now. Actually, there are many other types, like skates, skateboards. Conness said. "I'm so overwhelmed just learning how to control a viper, and I want to ride it too. I'm so envious of that guy, it's rare that I already own one," Luffy said. "Do you have a V-bar too?" Conness asked. He accidentally saw that the ship was tattered, but it was something from 200 years ago, and it was impossible to move. Usopp said. "This is not necessarily true, because the dial used at the beginning was originally the wreckage of shellfish. As long as the shell is bad, its function can be said to be semi-permanent." Conness explained. At this time, Robin pointed to a shell in front of the table and asked, "Are there other types of shells?" "What is this?" "That's called denbei. And the flame shell that stores the flame. Scallops that store fragrance. There are also image shells with afterimages, like these kinds of shells." It's fun. It's fun. Chopper also saw a new world. In short, our life in the sky is closely related to shells, so the culture of Sky Island can be said to be a culture of symbiosis with shell energy. Angel Conness said. Everyone was completely immersed in this very wonderful world of shellfish. From the very beginning, Shu King didn't talk much. For him, although he had never seen these magical shellfish, there were still many things that he could achieve in his time. When everyone else was immersed in the world around him, Shu King slowly closed his eyes. Although only a few minutes had passed, he had already spent a long time in the world arranged for him by the system. Don't forget armament hockey's cheats. When Shu King decided to study, his mind was taken into an empty room by the system, and a huge weirdo appeared in front of him. The system told Shu King that only by defeating the weirdo in front of him, his armament could go to the first rank. When he defeated 10 bosses, Shu King's armament would return to its original form. Generally speaking, after the sign-in is successful, the system will directly give Shu King an ability. But now it is necessary for Shu King to come to this world by himself and fight the enemy for a long time, just like playing a game and playing a dungeon. Shu King felt very relaxed at first, but when he fought this weirdo, he realized that the weirdo in front of him was not so easy to fight. The skin on the whole body is quite hard, and the movement speed is very fast. More importantly, this guy's attack power is amazing. As long as Shu King is touched by him, it will be very tragic. Therefore, Shu King had been fighting against this strange person for a while. And this weirdo, with black all over his body, is obviously armament hardening. Chapter 114_100 Weirdos. Please collect. Please ask. The third more junior armament hockey. Spirulina. Shu Kang used his teleportation to instantly appear in front of the armament freak. Due to the huge size of the armament monster, Shu Kang was able to hit him with one blow. Spiral pill smashed heavily on the monster. However, Shu Kang felt as if he had hit a piece of iron. This guy is so tough. After Shu Kang's blow was ineffective, he immediately avoided it. Sure enough, Shu Kang just teleported away, and the weirdo used his armament's hardened fist to hit Shu Kang just now. This guy is very fast and powerful. The most important thing is that the whole body is covered with armament, and even the spiral pill can't break it. This was the first time Shu Kang had met such a strong opponent. The face of an enemy who would know hockey, Shu Kang couldn't use elemental immunity damage, he could only find a way to deal with it. Sharing the eye, Shu Kang opened the writing wheel, and predicted the opponent's attack very well. Shu Kang used the spiral pill for the second time. This time, Shu Kang used his fruit ability to rush down from a height with the devil's wings, condensing an oversized spiral pill in his hand. That's right, this is the Super Jade Spiral Pill, an extended version of the spiral pill. Such a large spiral pill is like a vitality bomb in a Dragon Ball. Even if it hits the body of a tailed beast, it should be able to cause some damage to it, not to mention that it is just an armament weirdo. The blue light of the super large jade spiral pill instantly engulfed the armament monster in front of him. Shu Kang could clearly feel that the spiral pill in his hand smashed the monster in front of him. This move fell firmly on the opponent's body. However, in the next moment, Shu Kang was shocked again. That armament weirdo was in another place, resurrected on the spot. What's going on here? Can this guy never be beaten to death? If so, what's the point of fighting? Shu Kang took out his Shira while complaining. With a single drawing of the sword, a black sword energy was cut out. This sword is sharper than Spiral Maru's ninjutsu. In an instant, the armament monster in front of him was cut in half. This time, Shu Kang saw the strange man in front of him split into two halves with his own eyes. However, what made Shu Kang even more puzzled was that the strange person in front of him appeared again. This time, the strange person was no longer one, but two. What's the situation? Every time it is knocked down, it will split. What the hell is going on here? If this goes on, this guy will never be defeated. Shu Kang shook his head and said. The two weirdos rushed forward and once again waved their black arms and attacked Shu Kang. Devil's Fist. This time Shu Kang chose to face it head-on. Boom! The fists of the two weirdos collided with Shu Kang's fist, and a wave of air spread out instantly with Shu Kang as the center. Shu Kang could clearly feel the pain from his fists. My god, are these guys too hard? Shu Kang fought 1 against 2, although he did not lose, but he felt the difficulty of defeating them. At this time, the system finally came out. Host, what are you doing? What are you saying I'm doing? Isn't this the secret manual you gave me? The secret manual on the first floor of armament. Shu Kang replied. This is not the first floor, but the first floor, the second floor, the third floor. The system then explained. It seems that you do not understand the rules here. The reason these guys exist is for you to understand hockey. If you want to leave this place, you must understand armament hockey to a certain extent, otherwise, you may never be able to leave here. In addition, the time in this world is still, so you can't say that. How long has passed here? In the outside world, only 3 seconds have passed. In other words, the faster you comprehend, the faster you can go out. If you can't comprehend, you have to stay here forever. The system said. Then, I want to know, how can these guys be defeated? The first time, I blasted a person, and the second time, I hacked a person to death. Will these guys come out endlessly? Shu Kang aside dodging the attacks of 2 armament monsters, he asked. You have fouled, you can't use swordsmanship and ninjutsu. You have to fight with these guys. The more you understand, the more they will be brushed. But don't worry, the space here is infinite, take your time, the fruit ability can be used. After the system finished speaking, it disappeared again. This guy, Shu King shook his head. Forget it, since he doesn't let me use it, then I don't need it. Shu King then closed his writing wheel and simply started to use the fruit power to fight these two armament freaks. Although Shu King didn't use the wheel the devil was naturally extremely sensitive to the surrounding environment. The two eccentrics attacked Shu King, but Shu King didn't dodge anymore, but directly released his second form. The first form is a demon phantom, and the second form is a demon transformation, which still maintains a human body but has many characteristics of a demon, such as horns on its head. At this time, Shu King directly started a head-to-head confrontation with the weirdo. Boom! Shu King knocked both of them down with one punch. Originally, in the first form, Shu King could only fight evenly with the two of them, but now in the second form, with the blessing of the devil's power, Shu King's full ability has been significantly improved. At this moment, the two weirdos disappeared. 10 strange people suddenly appeared in place. 10. Never mind. Come for 100. It doesn't matter. Shu King unscrupulously squandered the power of the devil, using the power of the second form of the humanoid devil form to the extreme. Boom! Shu King ghostly walked among the many monsters, and finally beat the 10 armament monsters to the ground with ease. As expected by Shu King, this time, the number of weirdos once again increased. Shu King could not count how many, but Shu King estimated that it was several times as many as before. 50. Keep fighting. Every time Shu King fought, he felt a little bit of familiarity, and this time the familiar feeling in his heart became more and more obvious. Hockey. Shu King could feel that he seemed to have gradually realized hockey. Shu King clearly felt that his fists had become much harder than before. Armament freaks you kill, the more you know. And this time, Shu King used these weak hockeys, coupled with his own demon power, to knock down 50 people to the ground with ease. Although he was a little tired, Shu King already felt that he had gained a lot. Finally, Shu King was able to attach armament hockey to his arm. At this time, Shu King's eyes were filled with armament weirdos. It's already 100. It's amazing, as expected of a host. As long as you kill these 100, you will be happy. The system said mysteriously. 100. Come on then. Vivi raised the corner of Shu King's mouth and rushed forward. Chapter 115 Junior Armament Hockey. For silver. The first more junior armament hockey. In the face of 10 enemies and 100 enemies, the difference is not too big. Shu King became a lot in a hurry, but at this time Shu King was able to use armament hockey normally. Shu King covered armament on his hands and feet, and charged towards 100 weirdos at an extremely fast speed. Demon Shock. Now that Shu King has learned armament, he can naturally combine his fruit ability with armament hardening. The power of the original devil fruit has already made Shu King very powerful, not to mention the addition of armament hockey now. I can feel my surging energy. This is not just the power of the devil fruit, but a brand new energy, is this hockey. It seems that no matter what kind of hockey it is, it mainly depends on whether the user is strong or not, and if the user is strong, the hockey will also become strong. Shu King felt that hockey was like a person with a temperament. The more skilled he was, the more exaggerated his hockey might be. Armament hardens. After Shu King's armament was covered, he began to use various demonic powers. With the devil's fist, the devil's claws, and the devil's wings spread out, Shu King had never realized that he was so powerful, and within a while, all the 100 weirdos in front of him called him to the ground. Too strong. Armament hockey is too strong. If it was before, it would take a long time to kill these people. Shu King had to admire his new ability. However, the matter did not end. At this time, the system appeared again and said, "Congratulations to the host, you have completed the entry test, and now the last item of the entry test is practice. Although 100 weirdos have been defeated, you haven't defeated them yet." System, what do you mean by that? Shu King was taken aback. It means literally. After the system finished speaking, the 100 armament freaks in front of him who had just been beaten down by Shu King slowly got up. Their bodies seemed to be attracted to each other, and they finally joined together, becoming a super huge stone man. This super stone giant has an extremely terrifying and huge body, and anyone who sees it will be amazed. This system, aren't you joking? Is it endless? How long do you want me to fight? Shu King was speechless. He had been fighting these armament freaks for a long time. This is different. This is the last one. As long as you defeat him, your armament hockey, even if you have completed the primary level. Don't forget, you are now learning armament cheats, and it is the first level, the second level, and the third level. Said the system. Okay, since you're sure that's the case, then I'll give it a go at the end. Shu King then looked squarely at the super stone monster. According to the old rules, ninjutsu and swordsmanship cannot be used, so Shu King used armament hockey again. This time, Shu King exerted his armament hockey to the extreme, and the armament on his hands and feet also became extremely hard. Shu King walked slowly to the giant stone. The stone giant is not so gentle. After he saw Shu King, he immediately wrapped his entire body in armament, and then he waved his arm and started to attack Shu King. The huge arm of the stone giant slammed down, and it was suddenly dark. Boom! After he hit the ground, the entire ground collapsed instantly. Even Shu King was a little unsteady. Fly! Shu King spread his wings and hovered on both sides of the stone giant's body. It's now. Shu King found the neutral position after the stone giant's attack, and charged directly. Because Shu King's armament has evolved little by little, Shu King's defense has also become stronger. This time, Shu King knocked the stone giant to the ground in an instant. Roar! The stone giant seemed extremely angry, and punched Shu King. Shu King did not expect that the stone giant's speed was faster than before, and immediately used his own wings to defend. Armament was not covered on the wings, so Shu King's wings were dealt a devastating blow. Ah! It was the first time that Shu King was in such pain. Being punched by such a terrifying giant, Shu King naturally had nothing to do. Damn! Shu King accidentally suffered a loss. The giant could also feel that Shu King had hit a wall, so he naturally chased after him. Bastard! How dare you hurt me? Who am I? The one who ate the super devil fruit. Shu King's whole body changed after that. The whole person changed from the second form of humanoid demon to the third demon form in an instant. Shu King has completely turned into a demon. Armament hardens. Shu King shouted loudly. At this time, armament hockey was all over his body. Immediately afterwards, Shu King came to the stone man's side at a very fast speed. Fall for me! Shu King threw a punch, which instantly created a powerful shock wave. After the stone giant was hit by the shock wave, it fell to the ground. Humph! It's not over yet. Shu King then began to wave his arms again and again, and countless shock waves began to bombard the stone giant in front of him. The giant stone was in great pain, but there was nothing he could do about it. At this time, Shu King was a big push, and he had to unilaterally beat the giant stone without the ability to fight back. What about armament giants? When facing Shu King's terrifying indiscriminate attack, he could only bear it, and not everyone could withstand Shu King's attack on this level. Less than a moment, the armament giant lost his balance again and fell to the ground. It can be clearly seen that there are many stone piles on the ground, which are all fallen from the stone giants. The last attack. Shu King disappeared immediately, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of the stone giant's face. Go to hell, giant! Shu King punched him with all his strength. His whole body was like a spear, and his whole body seemed to be exerting force. Push! A voice crossed. It turned out that Shu King's whole body had penetrated the stone giant before him. The stone giant also did not expect it, and finally fell to the ground, and his whole body was scattered into small stones. Shu King's demonic state was quickly lifted, and he returned to his original state. It's resolved. Shu King smiled a little. Congratulations, host. After defeating the entire monster, you have successfully mastered the primary armament Haki. Although it is a primary level, it is enough for you to deal with most situations. Now, I will send you back to that world to remind you, in that world, you are visiting Jaeya's house. The system reminded kindly. I know, okay, send it. No matter what you say this time, it will all be rewarding. However, I always feel that the delay is still a little long. Shu Kang's voice fell, and he returned to Paigea's house on Sky Island in a blink of an eye. Chapter 116 Almighty God, Enel please collect. Please. The second. At this time, Sanji had prepared the meal, and Shu Kang's saliva was about to drool when he saw this. Sky Island dishes in front of you, and anyone who sees it will drool. Okay, it's done. This is a special product of Sky Island added, and the fruit of the sky is a full meal. Sanji said. Fantastic. Chopper, Luffy and others all started immediately. Shu Kang had just had a fight. Naturally, he was hungry and panicked, and he started to eat with everyone. It's delicious. Usopp and the others were surprised when they looked at Shu Kang while eating. What's the matter? I've never seen Shu Kang eating with us so unpretentious. Usopp complained. Before, Shu Kang maintained his demeanor as the captain, but this time, Shu Kang couldn't control so much. Whatever I do, I'm really hungry. Shu Kang ignored Usopp. However, this shrimp is so delicious that I don't know how to describe it. Usopp ate it even more. Sanji walked slowly to the balcony, exhaled a puff of smoke, and said, "Where is Nami now?" "Isn't she at sea?" Luffy asked. "No," Sanji said. "That guy must have gone somewhere else to play. Leave her alone," Usopp said. At this time, Kanis said nervously, "Father, is there any problem?" Paigea also said with a bad face, "Kanis, I also have a bad hunch. I'm afraid that will happen." What's wrong? Everyone asked. In the kingdom of God, there is a place where you can't step in at any time. That piece of land happens to be right next to our island. If you ride Waiba, it won't be long before you arrive, Kanis said. A place you can't even step into. What kind of place is that? Usopp asked. It's forbidden, that's what people call it. The place where the gods live, the island of the gods, Appayado, Kanis said. Hearing the god, Luffy naturally asked immediately, God? Is there really a god? Live in a place where you can never get involved? Yes, Kanis answered affirmatively. Are the gods you call the gods people call them? Are there gods living on Sky Island? Chopper asked. Yes, our Skypia is the so-called kingdom of gods, ruled by the Almighty God, Enel, Kanis said. Almighty God. Enel is omniscient and has everything in his hands, and he sees everything we do, anytime, anywhere, Kanis said. Anytime. Now, Luffy asked in surprise. Of course, Kanis answered affirmatively again. Is that Almighty looking at me now? Chopper was also a little nervous. God. Zoro drank a cup of tea, nothing else changed. Shu Kang was finally full, stood up and digested. Shu Kang didn't want to say anything more about Enel. This guy was just relying on the power of Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit, to make a fortune. Shu Kang, Zoro, don't you believe in the existence of gods? Chopper asked weakly. Who knows, whether there are gods in this world or not, it doesn't matter to me, because it doesn't matter whether there are gods or not, but I won't deny those who believe in gods. After Zoro finished speaking, he looked at Shu Kang and asked, Shu Kang, what do you think? Me, I think even if there is a god in this world, it can't be Enel. This guy is just a fool with great strength who ate a devil fruit. Shu Kang's words showed complete disrespect for this god. Can't say that. God will hear, Kanis urged immediately. Then, the Almighty God who lives in a place called Appayado, have you ever seen Kanis with your own eyes? Sanji immediately changed the subject. No, how is this possible? We can't set foot in Appayado, absolutely. The sacred place, Appayado, is a forbidden place, Kanis said. However, When Luffy heard the place where he couldn't go, he immediately became excited. Is that so? A place that absolutely cannot be set foot in. Luffy, Usopp immediately persuaded. Hey, Luffy, what are you thinking? You have to figure out. People say it's a place you can't go. It means a place you can't go. Luffy. However, at this time, Luffy was completely immersed in his excitement. So, there are still places that I can't go to. Haha. Luffy's expression at this time fully reflected his thoughts. Everyone couldn't help but complain. This guy definitely wants to pass. But if it's God, we'd be forgiven for breaking into his home, right? God's all magnanimous, right? Luffy asked. That's not it. After all, to violate what God has prescribed is to blaspheme God. Really, whatever it is, I'm the same. At this time, Luffy didn't take everyone's warnings seriously. Chopper looked at Luffy in surprise and said, so, even if God doesn't forgive you, are you still going in? Then, if I go to the Forbidden Land, Appayado, what will be the consequences? Robin heard Shu King talking about Appayado before, and now that someone has said it, she is naturally interested. Then it will. Canis was a little too afraid to say it. What will happen? Everyone wanted to know. Then there is no way to come back alive, at least people here think so. Pages said. No, can't her come over? Everyone was a little surprised. After all, Nami is likely to enter Appayado. Really, it's really worrying. Miss Nami, it would be better if she didn't approach Appayado. Paige was very worried. Sanji was really worried about Nami, while Luffy had packed his bags and was ready to go. Let's go save Nami together. Luffy looked happy, just wanting to go on an adventure. Eat this plate. Let's go. Luffy planned to eat the contents of the plate and leave. Sanji scolded. Miss Nami is in danger. You are still in the mood to eat. What if Miss Nami has an accident? Let's go, come back and eat again. However, Luffy is immersed in the world of eating. Shu King, let's go with Miss Canis. The sun goes down after this guy eats, let's go together. Go to Appayado, Sanji said. Canis twitched a little, but we don't know if she actually went there or not, and if you accidentally offend the almighty God Enel, the consequences are really disastrous. God Enel looks horrible. Chopper is a little scared of him too. God Enel. God. Zoro also muttered. Chapter 117 Law Enforcement at Sky Island _____. The third. Luffy. Gone. Shu King was direct and violent, grabbed Luffy and rushed directly to Mary. After waiting for a while, Pagia also followed. I'm sorry, the wind is blowing against the wind. It will take a long time to go to Appayado in this direction. If this ship is also used as a power source, it shouldn't be a problem. I'm sorry. Sanji and the others asked, so, how long does it take to get there now? This question can only be asked of the wind. Paigeia said. Really, how long? Luffy asked. Uncle, is there a way to get there quickly? Usopp asked. Who has a way to change the direction of the wind? Everyone was a little helpless. At this time, Luffy was like crazy, and took out the damaged Waiba from the boat, and then planned to drive over, but as soon as he took it out, he sat on it and sank. This idiot. Zoro, Sanji and others were powerless to complain about Luffy. Paigeia saw this Waiba, and then took the initiative to ask, is this your old Waiba? If it can be repaired, I will help you repair it. Uncle, you can fix it. Luffy was surprised. I happen to be a shell mechanic. Then please repair it, Shu King said politely. Afterwards, Uncle Paigeia started to repair Waiba for everyone, while the others started to build cloud people when they had nothing to do. Boom. Sanji was very worried about Nami, and naturally kicked Usopp away. Look, what are you doing? Nami is in crisis right now. However, in the process of repairing the Waiba, Shu King and others found that there seemed to be a lot of people walking nearby. Uncle, what is that? Luffy asked. The suspicious ship over there. Wait a minute. A voice came from the direction of the person not far away. Who are those guys? Luffy asked. Shu Kang was powerless to complain. The people in front of him didn't come over step by step at all, they all lay on the ground and started to crawl. Why are those guys crawling and going? Sanji asked. I don't know, probably because they are perverts, right? Usopp's reason made Shu Kang want to laugh. I'll stop going, said the leader. Finally, these crawling-going people finally stood up. Hello, Hasso belly button. What the hell are these guys doing? Everyone couldn't help asking. The leader glared angrily and said, You are the 8 illegal immigrants from Blue Sea who came from the surveillance officer, right? You must accept God's punishment. Illegal immigrants. What is that? Luffy didn't understand what was going on. Is this really the case? Paigeia asked in surprise. Everyone has no room for excuse. We have already received the photos taken by Amazon, the surveillance officer of the Gate of Heaven, with the video shell. The leader took out the photos of everyone. How could this be? Is there any misunderstanding? Captain McKinley, they're not such bad people. Page was naturally interceding for his partners. Illegal entry. Sanji couldn't believe it. The entry fee seems to be 1 billion IK, and we did not pay it. Robin recalled the previous incident. But didn't that mother-in-law say that you can come in without paying? Usopp said. That's what she said, Chopper said. The captain named McKinley didn't care about everyone's explanation and said, it's useless, don't make excuses anymore, hurry up and confess the crime. But you don't need to panic too much. Entering the country illegally is only an 11th level crime under God's sanctions. If you are willing to accept the punishment, you can immediately become a safe tourist. Captain McKinley said. What? This kind of thing should have been said earlier. It caused everyone to be falsely alarmed. Tell me, what is the punishment? Sanji immediately felt that the problem was not a big deal. It's very simple, as long as you pay 10 times the entry fee for the country, and as long as you pay it off on the spot, the crimes you committed can be written off on the spot. 10 billion IKK per person, that is, 8 people is 80 billion Iraq. Graham, Captain McKinley said. 80 billion. So, how much would IK be replaced by Bailey? Usopp asked. Bailey, is it the common currency of the Blue Sea? Converted to Bailey, 10,000 IK is equal to 1 Bailey. Captain McKinley said. Let me think. How much? Usopp is so bad at math that he can't even figure it out. Robin said immediately. Then 80 billion IK is equivalent to 8 million Bailey. It's too expensive. Do you know how many tons of rice that can buy? You bastard. We've worked so hard, why do we have to pay so much for the entry fee? Who can accept it? Sanji scolded. What are you talking about? Then when you enter the country, why don't you just pay 800,000 Bailey? Captain McKinley said. That's expensive too. Sanji obviously didn't want to pay. McKinley then said, our White Beret troop is the direct subordinate troop of the priest, and resisting this troop will only add one more crime, please pay attention. Forget it, don't pay attention to them. Instead of this, let's go to Miss Nami. I'm about to die of worry. Maybe where she is crying now. Sanji turned around and discussed with his companions. Yes, hurry up. Luffy ignored McKinley at all. Not to mention Shu Kang, who is not even afraid of God. Then, as soon as the wind changes, we'll set off, no. To find Nami, Luffy said excitedly again. Usopp knew that Luffy just wanted to go on an adventure, so he naturally tried his best to persuade everyone not to worry. He held the White Beret while dragging Luffy. He was afraid that Luffy would anger God and cause everyone to get into trouble. However, things weren't that simple. Captain McKinley first misunderstood Luffy for destroying the Viva, and then guessed that the Viva was stolen. Fortunately, Usopp arrived at the right time to save the scene again. I really don't know what to be afraid of this guy Usopp. Shu Kang, Zoro, Robin and others lay on the sofa made by Yundo, very peaceful. Usopp, Chopper and Luffy had nothing to do, so they went fishing, but accidentally dropped a particularly large fish with aggressive power. Seeing that the fish was about to rush towards Canis, Zoro was naturally a hero to save the beauty. After knocking the fish over with a knife, Captain McKinley said they had breached environmental protection laws, a level 9 offense. Luffy was so intrigued by the fish that he took a bite and was convicted of theft again. Zoro couldn't bear it anymore, and planned to cut down this Captain McKinley with a knife, but of course Usopp stopped him. His remarks just now constitute a crime of intimidation. The crime of intimidation is a 7th-degree crime. Captain McKinley became more and more deceiving. It's okay to do nothing. Usopp had an idea, and then he and everyone started to sleep, but everyone snored and committed the crime of environmental destruction. This is a 6th-degree crime. Unexpectedly, snoring is illegal, which made Shu Kang's patience almost run out. Chapter 118 Leaving Sky Island. First change. Mention Luffy, even Shu Kang, who was very patient, wanted to knock out the beret team in front of him, Captain McKinley. However, going out 3 points is low. The most important thing to come to Sky Island is to defeat Enel. As for other things, Shu Kang still adheres to the policy of not causing trouble. But just when Luffy couldn't hold back his temper, Nami came back on the Weibo. Luffy, don't rebel against these people. But they're annoying, Luffy said impatiently. Nami, hurry up and pay the 7 million fine for illegal entry with your private money. Usopp said. Great, it turns out that paying the fine is enough. Although he said so, but looking at Nami's expression, he could guess that this guy must have completely different thoughts in his heart. 7 million Baileys, too expensive. At this time, Nami directly controlled Weibo and slammed into Captain McKinley's face, and the captain was directly knocked into the air. Oops. As soon as I heard the unreasonable amount of the fine, I accidentally. The reason given by Nami was also very speechless. Uncle, thank you for your Viba. Nami exchanged Viba for Page. Where, compared to these, you are in trouble now. Paigeia said. Everyone, run away. As long as you have a relationship with their gods, you will be in big trouble. Nami said. Shu Kang could feel that Nami should have had a little contact with Apayado, and saw the scene in the original book where those adventurers were killed by Enel's direct thunder. I want to ask, what kind of sin is this just now? Zoro asked. It may be the crime of obstruction of official duties, which is a 5th-degree crime. Paigeia replied. That's great, it's only level 5. Usopp said with a bit of happiness. It's not good at all. If you are convicted of a 5th-degree crime, you will be sentenced to the cloud in the name of God Enel, Canis said. Clouds floating. Everyone was curious about this strange criminal law. What's that? Cloud drift. Sounds like it's comfortable, Luffy said. It's not comfortable at all, it's a death sentence. Canis, words shocked everyone. Death. Zoro glanced at Captain McKinley and said, he seems to have completely fainted, but the death penalty in the Kingdom of God doesn't seem reasonable, doesn't it? This is true, there is really a death penalty. The so-called cloud floating is to put the prisoner and the boat together on an island cloud with nowhere to escape, and drift in the sky until it turns into a death sentence. It is a death sentence. Canis said. It turns out that it is no wonder that the ship suddenly fell from the sky. Robin seemed to understand something. Robin, what are you talking about? Usopp asked. Isn't there a galleon called Saint Bliss that fell from the sky before? That ship was probably executed this way 200 years ago. Robin made his own inference. Usopp also remembered the previous ship, and finally swallowed a mouthful of saliva in fear. At this time, the beret troops shouted, Hey! You guys, do you know what you did to our captain? Nami walked over slowly and said, I'm sorry, I just slipped a bit. What? It slipped? The members of these berets were naturally a little disbelieving. No, what should I say, it was careless. Nami saw that these people were not easy to deceive, so she changed her words. That's how it was pulled, it could be said to be an accident. Accident? You call it an accident? That's right, it's an accident. You all know that the Waiba is difficult to ride, and today is my first time riding the Waiba, so I didn't control the steering wheel well. I was really rash, and it's really hard for beginners to force it. You say yes. Everyone just watched Nami's quiet performance, but didn't say anything. After all, Nami also wanted to get rid of this crime with everyone. However, Luffy said from the head of Elm, this guy is very handy when he rides the Waiba. I don't know if Luffy is really stupid or if he's still brooding about what happened just now, so that's what he said. I'm sorry, I think it's better to help Captain McKinley bandage the wound first. I'm sorry. Pagea temporarily relieved everyone. Yes, Captain McKinley. Then, please move him to the humble house to recuperate. Pagea said. Thank you for your assistance, Hasso Belly Button. The members of the beret carried McKinley away, and before leaving, they told everyone to stay there and do not move. The funniest thing is that even if they were carrying their own captain, they still chose to crawl going, watching a group of men crawling on the ground and carrying people in need of treatment, not to mention how funny it is. Canis said at this time, I know that you are not bad people, so you should take this opportunity and run away. After Canis finished speaking, he ran away immediately. Let's do as she says. I've seen scary things with my own eyes, and I've seen scary things on the island, Nami said. You really went to the Forbidden Land Sanctuary, they said. Zoro said. There are scary guys in places that can't be stepped into. Luffy's eyes were filled with fiery heat again, and he looked like he really wanted to go. What else is there? The gorillas. They're all vicious guys anyway. Let's go first, no matter what. Nami had already decided to leave Sky Island, but Shu King could see that Luffy was right. That Appayado was very curious. In order not to implicate the Canis women, they raised anchor and set sail, intending to leave. However, at this time Luffy was standing on the beach and did not leave. What are you doing, Luffy? Nami asked. Why are we running away? Luffy asked. Because the situation is not good. Nami replied. There's been a lot of bad times, Luffy replied. Because this time not only we will suffer, maybe even their father and daughter will be arrested. Nami said. The two of them didn't do anything wrong, so the person who caught them was wrong. Luffy is a straight person, he doesn't turn around in the slightest, and he will tell others his inner thoughts without reservation. That's right, Nami doesn't know what to say anymore. When are you going to quarrel? Let's go. Usopp urged. How many times do you have to tell me to understand? Staying here will only become more and more dangerous, and the father and daughter will be implicated because of us. Nami explained the truth very clearly again. It's the same whether you walk or not, Luffy replied. Shu King, you said, what should I do now? Nami had no choice but to look at Shu King. Shu King knew that Nami was trying to use herself to persuade Luffy. However, Shu King's mission here is not over yet. Chapter 119 Luffy's look of anticipation. For Silver. The second. Therefore, it is impossible for Shu King to leave Sky Island. Shu King then shook his head and said, Sorry, Nami, this time Luffy is right, we have no reason to leave. At this time, a voice came from the beach. Please run away. Hurry, Canis said. However, at this time, Captain McKinley was already alive and kicking. If you dare to cover up this group of criminals, your father and daughter will not be exempt. After all, those people's rude words and deeds against us so far, and they have also committed crimes of obstructing the performance of official duties, which have constituted a fifth-degree crime. A felon who must be sentenced to death, Captain McKinley said. Nami immediately explained. I said, it was just an accident, damn it. Hurry up. Nami tried to pull Luffy away, but Luffy still didn't move. Catch them. At this time, Captain McKinley issued an order to attack, and then his beret troops began to launch cloud arrows. Seeing that the opponent had already taken the initiative to attack, Shu King naturally teleported over from the ship and fought alongside Luffy. Luffy asked Nami to go to the ship first, and Shu King and Luffy fought against the beret troops together. The cloud arrow shot by the bow and arrow in front of him created a cloud trail after it was shot. What is this? Cloud. Luffy had never seen such a strange play. And Shu King avoided directly. Go, White Beret troops. The Beret troops jumped up like this. They stepped directly on the cloud bridge just now, and there seemed to be some strange device under their feet, which allowed them to rush over along the trajectory of the cloud. Luffy and Shu King avoided him with a single jump. Hey hey hey, the White Beret team gave a wicked smile. What the hell is going on? Luffy asked in confusion. Go. This time, the White Beret team chose to rush over together, and Luffy already felt that something was wrong. He immediately turned around and ran, but he didn't have the device under his feet, so he ran very slowly. Halo. It's so soft to run on it. Luffy said uncontrollably. Don't even try to run away. The White Beret troops chased Shu King, and because Shu King could use high-speed movement, he didn't need to worry that this group of people could catch up to him. Even if they followed the cloud's trajectory, Shu King can also leave these people far behind him. It's stupid to actually want to escape from our palms. Captain McKinley showed a slightly disdainful look, as if he was extremely confident in himself and his subordinates. So that's it, skates. You guys are so funny. Luffy quickly knew what was going on. Isn't it easy for Luffy to avoid these people? Using the malleability of rubber, grab a tree and fly away. Shu King was even more exaggerated. He directly spread his wings and turned into a demon, and then, there was no more. These people couldn't beat Shu King and Luffy at all. After seeing this miraculous scene, everyone complained, really? It's amazing. The arm actually stretched. Man can fly in the air. Really? How to do it? Could it be a devil fruit? Some people from the White Beret force came out. Rubber. Fireworks. Luffy then easily knocked all the White Beret troops to the ground. It was enough to deal with these people and hand them over to Luffy. At this time, there were a few people who wanted to attack, but Zoro, Sanji and others solved them. Since the fight has already started, it is meaningless to stay on the ship now. Nami, how much Bailey do we have left now? Zoro asked. There are 50,000 Baileys left, at most 1 or 2 more days. Nami said. Why are we so poor? Luffy asked. As the captain, it's really impossible not to talk about you this time. You have to think about it, how to spend money. Luffy instead taught a lesson. It's all on your food. Sanji immediately told the truth. Very well. In short, this battle, according to the B formation I instructed, was successful. Usopp began to brag again. Of course, only Chopper was fooled. Kanis and Peja on the beach were both shocked and disbelieving. Destroyed the White Beret army. It stands to reason, Blue Sea people, the athletic ability will be worse here. Kanis also felt a little incredible. At this time, a voice came from the jungle. Ha ha, it's so stupid, you don't know how to live or die, you have no way out. If you listen to me, you will be fine. Our White Beret troops, but the most gentle law enforcers in the Kingdom of God, are their words. But it's not so easy to talk, haha, you have now become second-level criminals, but no matter how you cry and make trouble, the priests of Appayado will personally punish you. Captain McKinley made intimidate. Then, Captain McKinley disappeared. What's going on? Luffy was still confused about the current situation. It's nothing. In short, the main game has not yet started, but the strength of the priests is not bad. Just right, you can hone your own combat skills. Shu King seemed to understand it completely. When everyone saw that Shu King seemed to know what was going to happen, they naturally stepped forward to ask. Didn't that old woman say it? We can go there, but as soon as we come here, we become a legal entry into the country. This is obviously a fraud. I'm going to sue her. Nami said. That's not wrong at all, but even if the party is, and the old woman said that we can't go there, we will definitely force us to enter the country, and the result is not the same. Usopp said the truth, but Nami didn't really want to hear it. Anyway, things are going bad. If you are identified as level 2 criminals, we can't help you. At this time, Paige and Connus were far away. Why did you stay so far away to talk to us? Nami asked. Forget it, it doesn't matter, we're used to being hunted anyway. Hee, compared to this, why did you come back? Luffy naturally asked Nami. We can finally go to that place for a big adventure. No, it's to find you, Nami. Luffy looked very much looking forward to it. What a big adventure, how scary are the guys on that island? Didn't I say it? You didn't see it, but you would feel scary when you saw it. Nami couldn't help but complained. Although I don't know what their gods are, their inexplicable power is real. In short, I will never go to that ghost place again. Nami said. Then we'll go by ourselves, you wait here. Luffy still didn't give up the idea of going. Chapter 120_Apiado, Living Sacrifice. The third. No, the pursuers will come back, we have to leave this country quickly. Nami said. You said leave, no kidding, do you think risk is more important than life? Luffy asked. Of course it's life. The second is money, Nami said. As the next one, Sanji walked over in a fascination, and was punched away by Nami. By the way, speaking of which, we only thought about how to get to Sky Island, but we didn't think about how to get back. Is there a safe way back? Usopp's question was on point. Can we go back to the Blue Sea? Usopp asked. As of now, it's not safe to say that there is a way, just go to the end of the cloud, Connus said. Where is that? That place is in the Far East, but if you want to go there, you have to go back to the lower White Sea first. Okay, can we go back to the original Blue Sea when we get there? Usopp said happily. No, I don't want to go back yet. Luffy sounded rather tough. Do you want to stay here and be executed? Usopp asked. Anyway, if you stay any longer, Connus and Uncle will get into trouble. Although it is said that no matter how we escape, it will be difficult to escape the palms of those guys. In that case, no matter where we stay in this country, it will be the same. Since our position has been exposed, we should leave here quickly. Yes, Nami said. Okay, everyone, get ready to sail. Nami and everyone turned around and walked in the direction of Mary. Luffy went to pack the delicious food, Usopp went to get some parts for the boat, and the others got on the boat with Nami. Zoro persuaded, you know what? Even if everyone is against it, that guy wants to go. It doesn't matter, I don't want to go. Nami shook her head. Shu King said, Nami, I know what you are worried about, and I can probably know what you saw near the island of Apiado. Our ultimate enemy this time is God. As I said before, this God is not a god at all, he is just a man who ate a devil fruit and gained great power. He has several priests under his command, so that's his greatest power. Nami, they will definitely not be our opponents, you can rest assured. I have absolute confidence that I can beat this guy. Only me and Luffy can defeat the god Enel. Shu King was very confident, and this kind of temperament naturally affected Nami. Ah, I see. Immediately afterwards, Connus told everyone how to leave Sky Island, but when he said it, it was a little unnatural. Only Robin and Shu King could see this subtle change in expression. Robin and Shu King looked at each other and could read the meaning in each other's eyes. Goodbye, Connus. The people on the boat quickly waved goodbye to Connus. When Connus left, Robin immediately questioned, is there really such a current? Of course, Nami didn't doubt Connus at all. Shu King shook his head. I'm afraid there won't be such a current, Connus lied, as long as we leave here, we will be guided to Apiado. It seems that this battle is unavoidable. Shu King couldn't help laughing. And Nami asked in disbelief, is this really the case? But why is Connus deceiving us? Forget it, I'm also guessing, let the facts prove it, my guess. Shu King was not sure, naturally he left a glimmer of hope for Nami. At this time, Usopp, Sanji, and Luffy all stayed at Angel Beach, and the partners on the boat were waiting for the three of them, but something wrong happened immediately. There was a very strong sway of the boat, and then, Mary actually started sailing by himself. Why is the boat moving? How do we stop it? Nami tried desperately to stop the boat, but found that she couldn't. There seems to be something on the bottom of the boat, carrying Mary going. What is this? What's going on? Nami asked in surprise. Did you take the Shanghai stream ahead of time? Zoro asked. No, it doesn't feel like it. In the end, what was under the boat finally rushed up. What is this? Shu King replied, this is the famous product of Beibaihi, the Super Express shrimp. Where is this guy taking us? Zoro asked in a panic. Everyone jump off the boat. Zoro had a bad feeling. However, countless empty fish followed behind the boat at this time. It can be said that the current Mary can't stop at all, and there is no need to stop, because the boat will eventually enter Appayado, which is what Shu King wants to reach this time. The place. Shu King still needs to find Enel and use his armament to practice with him. We can't escape. Even if we escape, there should be other prepared traps waiting for us. No matter what we do, I'm afraid it has already begun. Robin said. Since that's the case, we might as well stop thinking about it so much and just accept the reality calmly. As I said, we'll be fine. Shu King remained so calm. Everyone eventually gave up the idea of what they wanted to do. Okay, back to that island again. Nami slumped on the deck, and Mary was finally completely away from Angel Beach, and the home of Peja and Kanaz's father and daughter on the beach. As time passed, Mary had come to a forest, and after the Super Express shrimp left everyone in a certain place, they disappeared. What the hell is this place? Chopper asked. At least one thing is certain, this is the interior of Appayado, Nami said. It looks like a living sacrifice altar, Robin said. Living offerings, altars, Nami repeated. What is a living sacrifice? Chopper asked. It is to sacrifice living people to gods, Nami replied. So, I thought it was cooked and eaten alive, Chopper thought. The meaning is the same. No matter what method is used, the ultimate goal is to dedicate one's life to God. Robin replied. So, we will still be killed in the end. Chopper was a little timid, so scared that he fell off the boat. Fortunately, Robin used the flower fruit to save Chopper. Behind Chopper, there are a lot of sharks in the sky, empty sharks. Chopper then escaped to the ship again. However, because Zoro was worried about Chopper, he jumped directly into the sea of clouds and didn't come out for a while. Don't worry, this guy won't die so easily. Shu King didn't plan to save Zoro. No matter what, Zoro is the second male lead, so he won't die so easily. However, after a while, Zoro still didn't come out, and everyone couldn't help but worry. Pirates God Level Sign in System Chapter 121-140. Chapter 121 Towards the interior of the forest. First change. Zoro. At this moment, the empty shark suddenly appeared. Zoro held his weapon in front of the empty shark's mouth, and the empty shark did not swallow Zoro. Zoro. Chopper and Nami both shouted with concern. Zoro was once again brought into the sea of clouds by the empty shark. Again, sinking again. Chopper was worried because Zoro didn't come out this time. Could he be eaten? Nami asked in despair. This guy will be killed by an empty shark. He is no longer Zoro. Shu King still had absolute confidence in Zoro's strength. Ah, Zoro must have been eaten. Chopper looked desperate again. If he's eaten, the cloud should be dyed red, Robin replied. Why do you say such terrible things so calmly? Robin. Nami couldn't help but complain. At this moment, Zoro shouted loudly, it's annoying. Obviously, the empty shark has been defeated by Zoro. Zoro walked up the steps slowly, and the empty shark had already floated above the sea of clouds, obviously being hammered. It's nerve-wracking. It seems he's pretty tough in the water, Zoro said. Did you knock the shark unconscious with your fist just now? You are obviously a swordsman. Where did your so-called swordsman's dignity go? Nami couldn't help scolding. You're so annoying. Rory is so wordy. Zoro didn't really want to pay attention to Nami. At this moment, More empty sharks suddenly appeared around. Chopper said immediately after seeing it. Wow. There are a lot of empty sharks. There are a lot of empty sharks swimming over. If you only deal with one, the sun will have to wait for the sun to go down, and you will never be able to reach the other side, Zoro said. Even so, we can't just sit still here, right? Robin felt that something had to be done. Zoro twisted his clothes and said, that prawn really took us to an incredible place. Is starvation here the so-called punishment of God? Robin asked. Would God use such an inconspicuous way? Zoro also expressed doubts. As far as I know, no, this guy might make a thunderbolt and kill us. Shu King made his own guess. Cut to death. The bottom of the boat is like this now, and it can't be launched. You can find a way to fix the boat first. Chopper, Zoro said. You asked people to repair the ship, what are you going to do? Nami asked immediately. I want to find a way to enter the forest. I want to use the ship as our stronghold first. Luffy and the others will definitely come here to find us. As the saying goes, if you get lost, stay still. Zoro said. Shu King felt that this saying was probably made up by Zoro. After all, the most serious Lu idiot should be Zoro. But what are you going to do after you go to the forest now? Chopper asked. Didn't they say there is a god on this island? I want to meet him for a while to see if he is as godly as Shu King said. Although Zoro wasn't expecting like Luffy, he was still eager to try. You save it. What are you doing to meet that inexplicable and terrifying guy? Nami also felt that Zoro's actions were a bit unnecessary. Who knows, let's see the guy's attitude first. Zoro said condescendingly. Don't forget, gods have priests. Anyway, gods can't be offended. Is this common sense? Nami warned with her hands on her hips. I'm sorry, I never asked God to worship Buddha. Zoro said very haughty. I don't believe in God at all, why am I afraid of angering God? Zoro's fearless appearance made Nami very desperate. Nami had no choice but to pray to God and make it clear that she had nothing to do with Zoro. The more Shu King looked at the side, the more he wanted to laugh, but he couldn't help it, so he said, only Luffy and I are more suitable candidates for Enel, others should deal with priests. Logia ability is difficult for ordinary people to touch. Yes, like crocodile, quote. But can't he touch it? Zoro and the others asked. That's his own weakness. As soon as he touches the liquid, Logia's special ability will be broken. In other words, he can't be elementalized temporarily, but other Logia ability users, such as Ace, have not learned Haki. Before, it was impossible to touch them. Shu King said. Haki, what is it? Zoro was a little confused. It seems that you haven't come into contact with this knowledge yet, let me tell you about it. Shu King probably talked about Haki, which finally made Zoro, Robin and others understand. However, Luffy doesn't know Haki either, why is he suitable for dealing with the god Enel? Zoro was not stupid at all, and asked after reacting immediately. He's a rubber man. As a Raiden man, Enel's Thunderbolt is just ineffective. As for me, I just learned Haki. Although it is very basic, it can at least hit Logia's ability. Shu King then after showing his ability, his hands were directly armament hardened, and everyone was naturally a little dumbfounded. However, there's nothing wrong with getting to know this guy, right? Sooner or later we'll meet each other. Rather than doing nothing here, why not go to him, right? Zoro looked at Shu King and asked. That's right. On this point, Shu King still agreed with Zoro. That vine looks usable, Zoro said when he looked up and saw a vine. Yes, what a great idea, can I go with you? Shu King and Mr. Swordsman. Robin asked. Okay, let's go. Shu King planned to leave. Wait, Robin, are you going too? Where are you going? Nami asked immediately. Look at this altar has been built for at least 1,000 years. When I see something with such a long history, my body can't help but move. The longer the history, the more heritage will be asleep. If you pick up a few gem fragments, how much can you subsidize the ship? Robin's words hit Nami's heart instantly. I'm going too. Nami immediately raised her hand. Weren't you scared just now? Chopper asked. Afterwards, using the vines, Robin, Zoro, Nami, and Shu King swung into the forest one after another, and the Mary was handed over to Chopper. Everyone together headed towards the interior of the forest. Walking and walking, Zoro took the initiative to chat with everyone. I don't know where this god is. Zoro asked. If it was God, it would have seen through our every move, right? Robin replied. If he wants to come out on his own, that's fine, Zoro said. Maybe he saw us, but he was just waiting for a suitable time. Shu King also guessed randomly. It would be great if you didn't come out. You have no idea how terrifying this god is. Nami couldn't help recalling the terrifying scene before. Chapter 122_Heavenly Knight Shura. The second. God, please stay quiet, and please bless me to find the treasure. Nami began to pray uncontrollably again. Anyway, even if you walk along the river, there's not much progress. Would you like to cross this river and look at the other side? Zoro asked. That's right. Robin nodded. However, how do we get there? Do you still use vines to sway over like just now? Or do you want to find a piece of wood? Nami accidentally fell into the sea of clouds, and an empty shark in the sea of clouds suddenly rushed out, almost swallowed Nami in her mouth, but fortunately Zoro's reaction was quick, and he kicked the empty shark away. Bastard! Why is there even here? Absolutely not. I'm definitely no match for this river. I don't want to throw myself into the net and become the bait for the empty shark. Nami was really frightened by the empty shark just now. However, even if you keep walking along the river, you may not reach the other side, Zoro advised. If you want to go, Zoro, you can go by yourself. At this time, Nami backed away. Hey, if you were so scared, you would have been followed from the beginning. Zoro couldn't help but want to quarrel with Nami. It was Robin who asked the two to stop arguing for a while. You two, look at the land here first. Robin pinched the ground. Is there anything wrong? This is on the ground. Nami said. Don't forget, this is Sky Island. Robin then turned to look at Shu King. Indeed, there is no soft feeling here. Zoro felt it too. Yes, didn't you say that Sky Island was built on the island cloud? It's been a long time since I touched the land like this. Why is this island different? Nami didn't react for a while, and then watched everyone watching. Shu King couldn't help but looked towards Shu King. Yes, that's right, as I said before. This is a part of Jaya. It was washed into the sky by the sky and the ocean, and finally formed here. Therefore, only here can we have land. Shu King once again expressed his 1,000 views. Looks like this is an incredible island, and it looks like it's worth investigating, Robin said. Everyone then explored for a while, and at this time Nami suddenly said, Huh? Did you feel something moving? Really? Zoro said he didn't feel anything. I said Robin. Shu King, did you see anything? Nami asked. I don't know, I didn't see anything, Robin said. I didn't see anything, but I feel like someone is there, right? Shu King's words made Nami think it was a deliberate joke. Maybe a monkey, Zoro guessed. Monkey, who knows? I think we might as well go to the other side of the river. Robin suggested. Walking, what if I am attacked by an empty shark again? Nami said with some fear of death. Robin didn't know what to say either. Shu King had nothing to say about Nami's fear of death. No need to be afraid after saying it many times, but Nami just wouldn't listen. Robin then found the stone steps again, and then said, Go ahead, maybe you can find more clues. At this time, Shu King heard a whistle. I said, what was that sound just now? Nami asked. Don't ask, don't move. Zoro has a serious face, ready to fight. Robin also showed a serious expression. As for Shu King, there was no change at all. At this moment, an aerial crocodile suddenly rushed out, rushing in the direction of Nami and Zoro. I told you to stop joking. Asshole. Zoro punched the crocodile again, and when the crocodile rushed out, Robin locked his mouth with countless hands. The empty crocodile fell into the sea of clouds, and Robin couldn't help but said, "Today is really your disaster day." Naturally, it was Nami. Nami slumped on the spot and said, "Thank you. If I guessed correctly, Chopper should have blew his whistle. He must have encountered danger and summoned the Sky Knight, Ganfer." Shu Kang said what he had guessed. After all, in this world, if Shu Kang hadn't insisted on changing the plot would generally not have changed much. As far as Shu Kang knew, Chopper naturally became a living sacrifice by staying there, and would be killed by one of the priests. In desperation, Chopper whistled. "What? Let's go back immediately." Zoro and the others were still more concerned about Chopper's safety. Shu Kang shook his head and said, "No, how do you guys explore? I'll just go back. I'll be faster and more convenient. Don't forget my abilities." After Shu Kang finished speaking, he spread out his demon wings and flew towards the melee. When it arrived, a priest was sabotaging the Mary. In fact, even this priest would not destroy the Mary. The keel part of the Mary is no longer available. However, seeing Chopper desperately protecting the melee, Shu Kang still chose to take action. "Hey!" Shu Kang appeared in front of this priest in an instant. "Shu Kang." Chopper looked like a savior. "Hey, you didn't say hello to me if you wanted to destroy our ship. Do you want to die?" Shu Kang said coldly, looking at the person in front of him. It seems that you are also one of the living sacrifices. What about the others? Come together, lest I run around, what do you think?" The priest was cold and cold. Isho didn't seem to take Shu Kang seriously. "I don't want to fight with you, because you're not worthy. Go back and ask Enel to come out and fight me." Shu Kang said. "It's really funny. It's up to you. Is it even worthy of the god Enel to shoot? It's a big tone. Don't resist, and die obediently, so that you can die more comfortably." The priest still didn't look down on Shu Kang. "Since you have to do it, then do it." Shu Kang even ignored the other party. Neither side looked down on each other, and both felt that the other party was not small. Immediately afterwards, the priest finally said, "In this case, I have no choice but to crush you, but before crushing you, there are some things I must tell you in advance. I am the priest of Sky Island, the Knight of the Sky, Shura. This is my mount, the three-footed bird, called Cross-Legged. Your friends are desperately rushing towards this place. Secretly on this island, there exists bias. The priests are in charge of the 4 areas. According to the regulations, when the target enters one of the areas, other priests cannot shoot at him, but this living sacrifice altar does not belong to any area. In other words, this is a free area, which means that no matter who wants to shoot, it can start, but it must wait for the death of the tester in a certain area to start." Chopper immediately panicked. "So, Luffy and the others?" "No, don't be nervous. I'm not here because your partner died. It's a pity that I'm here for other reasons," the priest said. Kneeling and begging, reading the silver note. Chapter 123 Blue Sea People S. The third. Other reasons. Chopper was stunned for a moment, then immediately responded, "So, as long as Luffy and the others come here to save us, we can escape." Although he was very upset, the priest in front of him nodded. "Yes, that's what it is, if you escape this free zone. But don't worry, the reason why I came here for other reasons means that if there are exceptions to the original sanction rules, the form will be slightly changed." The priest said. "Exception." "That's right. For example, when you encounter 3 or 4 living sacrifices and use the vines without authorization to escape to the forest on the other side." The priest said. Chopper didn't react for a while, so he realized that Zoro was the culprit. The crimes of the escapees must be paid for by someone's death. This is the truth called sacrifice in the world. Although you have returned, those people have not come back. In order for them to witness the death of their partner, they can be more. If you are deeply aware of the crimes you have committed, you should obediently dedicate your lives to God. The Heavenly Knight Shira said a lot, and finally pulled out his sword. Go to hell. How could Shu Kang let this priest kill Chopper and himself? Shu Kang had already blocked the sword he inserted. Oh, I can't see that you still have 2 strikes. But can you block all my attacks? After Shira's voice fell, he took his weapon and started to attack Shu in various ways. Kang insert. However, while attacking, Shira was shocked because he had observation haki and could predict the short future. Amazing, I never imagined that Blue Sea would have a presence like you, able to fend off all my attacks. It seems that even in the Blue Sea, you are considered a master. Shira praised Shu Kang and immediately said, however, it's no use at all, and you'll still die at my hands in the end. Huh. At this moment, a figure appeared, and this person directly attacked Shira. I kept you waiting. Sky Knight. At this time, Chopper saw that the Sky Knight was also coming, and his confidence was naturally greatly increased. After all, 2 people stood up on his side, 2 against 1, how could he not lose? Shu Kang immediately stood in front of Chopper, while the Sky Knight stalked the priest. This is really a rare visitor, Ganfuer. Shira and Ganfuer both had mounts, so naturally they flew up on their mounts and started the sky battle. This is really a chess match, let's start a little harder. Pierre, Ganfort said. Why did the old immortal from the previous generation look for me? Just play with him, cross-legged. Heavenly Knight Shira didn't think he would lose to a stinky old man. This island doesn't need 2 gods. The 2 were fighting each other, but Shu Kang seemed a bit redundant. In the end, the Sky Knight stretched out his hand, and it seemed that he used the platoon to easily deal with the Sky Knight, which moved Chopper badly. You still need to work harder, Pierre. Ganfort didn't intend to let the Knight of the Sky go, and continued to chase after him. Bastard. You have come here with your consciousness, you are already a criminal, I will let you see what will happen to the fool who annoys me, and put it to trial. The Sky Knight opened his hand, to fight against this Ganfuer with all their strength. The 2 of them fought very well. Shu Kang just silently protected Chopper by the side. Sometimes it feels good to appreciate other people's battles. The speed of both sides was very fast, and Chopper couldn't help saying, I can't see what they are doing at all. The speed is so fast. It's amazing. Fortunately, I can see clearly. Shu Kang said. The old man no longer has the illusion of being able to negotiate with you. Ganfuer said while fighting with the opponent. You're still so indecisive. The Knight of the Sky continued to fight Ganfuer without stopping. Suddenly, Ganfuer seemed to be unable to move. Why? Why can't I move? What did you do? Ganfort asked. Ha. Got the trick. I don't need to answer the dead man's question. Seeing that the flaming sword of the Sky Knight was about to pierce Ganfuer, Shu Kang appeared again. This time Shu Kang used the armament haki he had just learned. Armament made a hardened effort, completely deflecting the opponent's fire sword. What? It's impossible, with only the flesh. Who is this guy? Ganfuer also showed an unbelievable expression and looked at Shu Kang. Don't underestimate the blue sea in your mouth, where any Shichibukai may be able to kill the god in your mouth. Shu Kang kicked the sky and the Sky Knight and the bird below him. On this kick, Shu Kang also used armament hardening. Yes, Shu Kang has been able to use armament hardening. On his hands and feet, Shu Kang's attack power is already very strong, not to mention the fusion of armament. Hands and feet have turned black, as hard as steel. Who the hell is this guy? Ganfuer had never seen armament haki, but thought that Shu Kang was not a simple person. The trial of ropes is not that simple, but don't think about passing the level easily. This time, the Knight of the Sky, Shira, made a comeback again and charged towards Shu Kang. HMPH, you are weak, even if you can use the heart net in your mouth to predict my actions, you will not be able to react. I should be right. Shu Kang then used ultra-high-speed tactics, using his instant body and the high-speed movement of the demon, to rush towards the Sky Knight at an extremely fast speed. Shu Kang's speed was unimaginable. How is that possible? The Heavenly Knight saw Shu Kang disappear and disappeared. In his heart, the Heavenly Knight predicted that he would be sent flying, but Shu King was clearly far away from him, but the next second, Shu King appeared in front of him. You can predict me, and I can also predict you, but, how does this make sense? In the face of absolute strength. What Shu King said is not wrong. To use Xinhuang, you must concentrate on it. If you are beaten unilaterally and your mind is disturbed, observation hockey will not be able to be used. This time, Shu King really fooled the other party. Shu King directly exerted armament hockey to the strongest, and used the power of his first form to directly slam into the past. The impact of the demon made the surrounding empty sharks timid. Bang! The body of the Sky Knight Shira disappeared in front of his eyes like a cannonball. This is so strong. It seems to be immune to this guy's special ability. Who are you? The person from Blue Sea. Ganfer finally couldn't help but asked. Shu King replied, me. I'm just a Blue Sea person. Chapter 124 _ The Origin of Appayado. For silver. First change. Okay, since this guy has been defeated by me, then next, I will go back. Shu King said. Wait, could it be that every Blue Sea person is as powerful as you? Ganfer, as a former god, was naturally unaware of the outside world, so he asked Shu King. That's not true. If everyone is as strong as me, I'm afraid the whole sea will become unstable. Shu King left a look, leaving a deep memory for Ganfer. Shu King, thank you. And the Sky Knight, thank you too. Chopper expressed his gratitude to the Sky Knight. Shu King quickly flew back to the place where everyone had just separated, and found that everyone was still there. However, at this time, Nami had already climbed to a high place, and at this time was looking around with a telescope. Shu King informed the crowd that Chopper had nothing to do, and then everyone heard an explosion in unison. Then what happened to the explosion? Everyone asked, and of course no one could answer everyone's questions. It doesn't matter, let's go forward first. Nami continued to walk along the huge branch all the way forward. Zoro and Robin were a little confused. What did you see? Could it be that you saw God? Zoro asked. No, even if you say it, you probably can't understand it. Really, this kind of road is not easy at all. Nami complained as she walked. Didn't you say it would be faster to walk this way? Said Robin. Don't give a shit, what did you see? Zoro asked. Don't ask, just shut up and follow me. You have to find a way to get to the coast first, Nami said. By the way, give me a hand, Shu King. Nami saw that Shu King could fly and was still behind her, so she naturally became violent. What a fierce person, didn't you say you wanted to lead the way? Asking people to follow you, you should be the first, right? Zoro complained to Shu King. The coast, Robin responded. Yes, I want to get a little closer to confirm, I still can't believe my eyes. Nami said. I also have a little concern. Although I haven't found any evidence yet, if these absurd assumptions are true, it will be interesting. Maybe my purpose of living can continue. Robin said more deeply. But it's just a hypothetical right now, Robin said. It's not an assumption. Although I don't know what you're talking about, what you want here must exist. Shu King said his innermost words. Yeah, Robin looked at Shu King, but hummed, not very perfunctory, but with a hint of gratitude. In this way, everyone has been going towards the coast, Robin said. The coast should be very close, right? You can hear the sound of the waves, listen. Huh. Zoro looked up and looked forward. Really? It's just ahead. Nami's expression was a little surprised but also filled with excitement and frenzy. Let's go. Zoro couldn't help complaining. So what are we going to see? What is this guy giggling? I don't know. Could it be that you saw gold? Shu King also guessed, and it was impossible for him to know everything in the original book. Well, there are other sounds mixed in with the sound of the waves, Robin said. Well, there are some unpleasant sounds, like the sound of many people swarming. It's the sound that I'm tired of hearing in Alabasta. Zoro said with a slight smile. Are you okay? Robin looked at Shu Kang. Chopper is fine. I just defeated a priest and saved him, Shu Kang said. No, I'm worried about the captain and the others. We were taken away. They shouldn't stand by, right? Robin said. Shu Kang thought for a while, and then said, of course, in order to come to the living sacrifice, Luffy and the others must pass through the forest, and when they pass through the forest, they will be assessed by priests. Luffy and the others should have defeated one of the priests. Therefore, some people began to rebel against God Enel, which is what I can understand. Shu Kang's words were naturally correct. The situation seems to be getting more and more complicated. Robin already felt the chaotic struggle between the forces in Sky Island. It's clear, though, that Zoro is used to getting caught up in all kinds of trouble. It's no use worrying about this kind of thing. Zoro usually doesn't worry about anyone. That's right. Robin agreed. At this time, Nami accidentally fell down, but there was nothing to do, and she walked forward as if fascinated. Nami. Hey. Zoro called Nami, but Nami didn't mean to stop at all. What happened to her suddenly? Robin also asked strangely. Really, as soon as I got to the beach, my spirit suddenly came. Zoro also complained. It finally stopped. What is it? Shu Kang said. At this time, Nami stopped and said, sure enough, it's not that I saw it wrong. This is. Robin also stared at everything in front of him. Hey, Nami should almost tell. When everyone looked at everything in front of them, they already fully understood. You don't need to say anything, do you? Do you think this looks familiar? It doesn't seem to be a legend. We only saw it this morning. Nami said. What's going on? Why does something on the ground appear here? Is it the same thing? Zoro asked in disbelief. No, this thing is the other half of what we see on the ground, Robin said. Then everyone looked at Shu Kang in disbelief. Why, you can even guess this right? It seems that you already knew before stepping into Sky Island. Everyone couldn't help looking at Shu Kang and asked. Shu Kang, Vivi Isho, made it up casually. I can predict the future, believe it or not. Instead of saying this, it's better to say that my devil fruit can make me understand some things more quickly. In this case, is it acceptable? There is land that shouldn't exist in the White Sea. Why? After all, this island is not composed of clouds. This island called Appayado originally existed in the Blue Sea. The island, and what is it? It is naturally part of Jaya Island. Seeing all this, you should be able to be sure, right? Quote. Every time Shu Kang said, everyone thought it was a joke at first, but when the facts were put in front of them, everyone knew Shu Kang's God. The big house is obviously 2 floors, but there is no staircase leading to the 2nd floor, and there is no reason to build the house on that kind of cliff. It turns out that the coast is the crack of the island. Chapter 125 _ the position of the right eye of the skeleton. For silver. The second. Sure enough, this is the other half that was separated, and this is Jaya Island. A long time ago, it was because of the sky current that the island was divided into 2 halves. Half of them came to the sky, Zoro said. Although this kind of thing makes people feel absurd, Shu Kang is right, only the current can make this island fly so high. Nami said. The Going Township that Rolando discovered that once existed underground did not sink into the sea. It turns out that Jaya Island has always been floating in the air. Nami then became very excited. Thank you, God. After a lot of hardships, I came to Sky Island. I didn't expect this to be Going Township. This must be a reward for my usual deeds. Nami showed a very satisfied expression. Aren't you very afraid of the gods on this island? Zoro couldn't help but complained. God. What is that? Is he worth more than going? Nami said. You were clearly thanking God just now. Robin was also a little speechless. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about anymore. Zoro was completely speechless. Nami is like this, there is no way. Shu Kang said with a smile. If Luffy doesn't want to be One Piece, King of Pirates, Nami doesn't love money, and Usopp isn't timid, are they still pirates? After everyone understood certain things, they naturally returned to the vicinity of Mary. Everyone called Chopper and Chopper came out crying because Chopper felt like they were asking Mary to him and he screwed up. Shu Kang had already told everyone what had just happened. As partners, everyone naturally didn't take it to heart, but instead tried to comfort Chopper. At this time, Luffy Sanji Usopp also appeared in front of everyone in a strange boat. Miss Nami, Robin, you've been waiting for a long time. I've come to save you through the trial of love. Sanji waved excitedly. It seems that they are also in good spirits, so they are finally relieved. Nami also fell down with a hanging heart. After Usopp got on the ship, he saw that the mainmast was gone and almost died on the spot, but instead of blaming Chopper, he went to repair the ship. Sky Knight Ganfer is old and frail. He suffered a certain blow in the previous battle, so he was injured and cultivated in Mary. Luffy looked at this old grandfather and was very distressed. I didn't expect that because of the whistle of the free service, we would fight to this extent for us. If the Sky Knight and Shu Kang hadn't come, the ship and I would have been finished. Chopper also knew the difference in strength between himself and the priest. Although there are still a lot of things I want to ask him, I'd better wait until he wakes up, and thank you. Sanji said to the ugly Pegasus next to him. The ship is broken like this. If you want to return to Angel Island, you have to wait until tomorrow. In short, go to the lake in the forest to camp first. Sanji said. Luffy still didn't understand why, so he asked, why? If the time comes to fight on the ship will really be destroyed. You won't use your brain, Usopp said to Luffy. And, compared to this, it's more convenient to fight on the shore. Sanji said. Okay, I approve of camping. Camping. I'm hosting a bonfire. Luffy and Chopper were inexplicably excited. Wait a minute, this is the enemy formation, camping your sister. Usopp couldn't help cursing. Okay. Let's bake and eat the empty shark just now. Luffy said excitedly. Next, Luffy got his wish to eat grilled fish, and everyone sat by the bonfire. It was a barbecue. Shu King then said, then, since we have been separated for a while, let's simply have an information exchange. Then everyone told what happened on their side, and everyone had a new understanding of Sky Island. Some people are interested in Going Township, and some people are interested in Shinwang. What is that? Zoro asked. I don't know, it should be regarded as a sixth sense. Sanji also guessed. Going. I've been looking forward to this kind of adventure for a long time. It's so exciting. Luffy was eager to try again, which, of course, just happened to fall into Nami's arms. That's right. I understood so quickly. Nami laughed proudly. Luffy, did you forget the gorilla warning? Usopp asked. Have you met those gorillas? Shu Kang asked. Yeah, but we didn't fight, just warned us. Sanji said. In general, these guys and we should all be enemies of Enel, and they can't be regarded as absolute enemies. Shu Kang said. Having said that, but the situation is not good, we still have to combat their arrogance. After all, in their eyes, we all have a superior attitude. Shu Kang then added. God is an enemy. God will be angry, right? Terrible, right? Chopper said timidly. Seems interesting. Robin vv Isho, without any fear. Sanji also echoed. How can pirates sit back and ignore the treasure now? The enemy is also strong enough. It seems that this will become a survival game. Zoro is also looking forward to it. I really want to give Enel a good beating and let him see my newly learned skills. Shu Kang was coaxed by the atmosphere, naturally expressing his true thoughts. Everyone, can't you show a little bit of fear for that god? I really don't care about it. Usopp burst into tears in an instant. Is that a god? Are your friends not afraid at all? Ahahaha. Good. That's the decision. Go to going. Luffy announced excitedly. Of course, Luffy was talking about tomorrow morning, not now. At night, Chopper and Zoro go to collect some edible ingredients. Sanji continued to add meals to everyone, cooking all kinds of local dishes, and also getting some distilled water for everyone. Robin got back some salt crystals, and Usopp looked for some wood for repairing the ship and planned to repair the ship. After that, Nami and the others started to summarize all the information and stories they already knew while eating Sanji's stew. By the way, they held a pre-war meeting. After all, everyone wanted to find Going Township tomorrow and end the trip to Sky Island. Everyone chatted a lot, and finally Robin came to the point. I remember the last sentence being, I saw going in the right eye of the skeleton. That's it, Nami said. According to Shu King's intention, I adjusted the scale of the map that Robin got on Jaya Island to that of the original map of the Kingdom of God. Although it is only approximate, I will use these two maps. If you look at the location of the house along the coast, you see, this is the whole picture of Jaya Island 400 years ago. Quote. Everyone saw the appearance of a skeleton. It's a skeleton. Looks like a skeleton. Everyone said that together. Chapter 126_base, Seeking Collection. Seeking Silver Ticket. The third. If that's the case, then what is the right eye of the skull? Usopp asked. Right here, what Rolando wants to say is the whole picture of the island, but now there is only half of the island left, so no one can solve this mystery. Nami said. It took a long time to figure out what happened. Usopp understood completely. So it is. Zoro understood. Treasure. Treasure. Luffy was naturally even more excited now that he knew the location of the treasure. How do we get there? Shu King is not Liu Kai. He used to be very easy, but he still has a team. Then we just need to go straight in this direction, but during this period, we can't leave the boat alone, so we are divided into 2 teams to act today. Absolutely can't go wrong. There must be a huge number of goings waiting here. Follow us. Nami raised her glasses confidently. Nami usually does not wear glasses. Of course, this time is an exception. After the discussion at the battle meeting, Shu King had an idea. He knew how to clone himself, so he planned to use the clone to protect Mary, and the main body and the other team looked for going together, so that neither side was delayed. This idea is naturally supported by everyone. After all, it seems that this is the most secure method. I'm full. Going to find tomorrow. Is it sunny tomorrow? Luffy asked. Of course, because we are on the cloud. By the way, the night is already deep, and we have to put out the useless fire. This will only let the enemy know where we are. Robin, who has been vigilant for many years, said. Luffy said unconcernedly. What nonsense, do you hear it? Usopp, she actually told us to put out the fire. I can't blame her. After all, Robin was a woman living in the dark not long ago. She just didn't know it. What Usopp and Luffy said made Robin very confused. What do you mean? Robin asked. Unexpectedly, Luffy and Usopp laughed wildly. When it comes to camping, there should be a bonfire party. People can die, but fire can't be put out. That's the way to be a human being. Usopp and Luffy said something like an idiot. Nami scolded. You give me enough time. You should know how dangerous this forest is, right? I don't know, Luffy said confidently. There are priests and gorillas. Even without these, the forest at night is already dangerous enough. Maybe there are beasts and monsters. As a normal person, Nami's thinking is naturally normal. Hey, Luffy, is this okay for the campfire stand? Zoro and Sanji have already prepared the campfire stand. Nami said speechlessly. How come you are so energetic? It doesn't matter, Miss Nami, it's better to say that beasts are most afraid of fire. Sanji said fearlessly. As a result, countless pairs of eyes flashed from the depths of the forest behind. Suddenly a wolf walked out of the forest, and Chopper translated it, which probably means, you are very noisy. The stinky boys, hurry up to sleep. Bunch of idiots. Don't you guys want to fight us for territory? No, we were forced here. Chopper was translating for everyone and passed on his meaning, but Nami finally smashed a wolf unconscious. At this time, the surrounding atmosphere is getting worse and worse, and countless wolves are already eyeing them, and they are ready to act at any time. The wolf who was talking just now stopped the wolves, and Chopper quickly translated for the comrades. Stop, even if you go together. You are not their opponent, miss. Your punch just now is really strong. I like you very much. Afterwards, Luffy started the bonfire party again. This time, not only the Straw Hats and his party attended the party, but also the surrounding packs of wolves. Robin looked at everyone with a smile at the end. Shu King slowly sat beside Robin and said, "How are you, these friends?" "Interesting, mate. I never thought my life could be like this," Robin said. "Fool, anyone can choose their own life. What kind of person you become is not your ability, but your choice," Shu King said. "Do I have a choice? I hope I have." Robin was a little worried when he spoke, but Shu King didn't notice it on purpose. At this time, a voice remembered. "Has even the Cloud Wolf been tamed? Dare to make such a fuss on Enel's territory? I think only these guys are the only ones." The person who spoke was naturally the Sky Knight, the former god, Ganfer. "Old man, are you all right? You never imagined that you would be so tired when dealing with a priest." Although Shu King was very disrespectful, he didn't mean to be disrespectful. Ganfort obviously understood, and immediately said, "I'll take you as your concern. I'm fine. I've really caused you trouble. I originally wanted to save you." "What is it? Enough is enough." If Chopper hadn't whistled and called you, Shu King wouldn't have rushed over. Zoro told the truth. "Indeed, I can't predict every detail. Thank you, Sky Knight Ganfer. You saved Chopper and our ship," Shu King also thanked. "Wow, weird old man, are you going to dance?" Luffy asked. "Is Miss Canis all right?" Gonfure replied, "Don't worry, the father and daughter are both in the old house, and no one can find them." "That's it. Great. I'm worried about her," Sanji said. "Great, they're all fine. Good. Everyone throw the choppers away," Usopp suggested. "Why? Ha 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 ha." Chopper laughed immediately after being thrown. Everyone was playing together unscrupulously, playing around, having a bonfire party, and Shu King was also relaxed like never before. "I heard what you said just now. The original name of this island is Gaia, right? Then you certainly don't know why this place is called Sanctuary now, right?" Ganfer said. "For you Blue Sea people, the ground here is a matter of course, right? But this is something that cannot exist in the sky. Although Shimayan can cultivate plants, it cannot allow plants to be born. Green leaves and soil are all, there is nothing in this sky, we call it Bass," Ganfer said, holding a handful of soil. "For those who live in the sky, it is our eternal vision." Ganfer told everyone about Bass's message, and the bonfire party gradually ended. Everyone ended up camping. Who was in the tent? Immediately afterwards, Usopp got up and seemed to be going to the toilet, but saw someone beating Mary, and it seemed that someone was repairing Mary. But in the middle of the night, who would it be? Usopp was puzzled and surprised. There should be no one on board. Chapter 127 _ The expedition departs. First change. Due to the fog, Usopp had a hard time seeing, but he was able to confirm that there must be someone on the boat repairing the boat. Usopp screamed, thinking he saw a monster, and collapsed to the ground in fright. After Zoro came out, he thought Usopp was asleep and carried him back. In the end, everyone fell asleep, but only Shu King hadn't closed his eyes. Shu King got up, walked slowly to Gonfure, and asked, "Gonfure, don't pretend to be asleep. Are you worried?" "Yeah, since you found out, then I'll get up." Ganfer then slowly got up. "Your strength is very strong. I really don't know now, who is more powerful between you," Gonfure said. "This, you have to fight to find out." Although Shu King said so, but he was very confident in his heart. "I didn't expect your partner to be able to defeat Chadley, and now he is completely the enemy of Enel, and Shandia will never miss this great opportunity. What does Enel want to do? I don't know, this guy is very strong. If you want to play against him, please be careful," Ganfer said. "Understood, Thank you for your concern. Shu Kang agreed. The past, Shu Kang may not be able to deal with Enel. After all, Enel is a Logia, but now armament is hardened, but he can actually touch him. Coupled with Shu Kang's various powerful abilities, he naturally has 100% confidence. The night passed quickly. At dawn, Usopp discovered that the Mary had somehow been repaired by himself. Look, I said there was someone yesterday. Usopp spit out. Everyone was also very surprised and said, what? Going Mary, it has been repaired. I saw it. It really wasn't my dream. Even the broken mainmast has been repaired. That didn't say. Really, it's hard enough to put up such a heavy mainmast, said Robin. However, to put it poorly, the repair is really bad. Sanji said. There are still good people in this world. Ha, Luffy also felt very lucky. Someone did come, I saw it, Usopp said again. But, in this kind of frontier land, who will come to help us repair the ship? In this Apayado, besides us, aren't there only enemies left? Zoro asked. But then it's not airplane mode. Usopp, Luffy said. Yeah, I'm also very concerned about it. I said, why does the guy who helped us repair the ship know what the Mary originally looked like? Usopp died at a loss. To know that he has no coxcomb, no wings and no tail. Who the hell did Usopp see? Chopper also asked curiously. No matter how you think about it, you can only say that it was just a dream. Zoro didn't quite believe it either. I probably know who repaired it, but if you don't believe it, I still won't say it. Shu Kang deliberately sold it off, but everyone still had a strong interest in the ship repairer. Shu Kang said. I think Mary repaired himself. After Shu Kang finished speaking, everyone immediately lost interest. Everyone thought what Shu Kang said was nonsense. How could the ship repair itself? Forget it, no matter how much, we still have a lot to do. Nami didn't care much about who repaired the boat, as long as it wasn't damaged. There were indeed many things that followed. The Mary was thrown on the altar before, and Shu Kang flew over directly, and then used his own abilities to put the Mary down. After everything was ready, Nami started a simple explanation. Okay, everyone, look at the map. The route of the expedition team is like this. Go straight to the south. There should be ruins in this right eye place. Of course, be careful of all kinds of enemies. Then take going with you. Come back, Nami said. It's simple what you said. Zoro spat. I'd be more than happy to ask me to investigate the ruins. Robin agreed. What's the matter with you? Going is all about opening and closing, why don't you come? Luffy asked. Yeah, because it's scary. Nami said. It's obvious that I really want going, but I don't want to take risks. Nama is so weird, so perverted. Chopper complained. What did you say? Nami's eyes changed, and Chopper shook his head in fright. During this period, we took the Mary to leave the island, which is also very dangerous, because we have to get to the coast near the ruins as soon as possible, and then we will meet there, and then escape Sky Island like this. Nami planned. At that time, we will be the Monopoly Pirates. You can buy everything you want. Nami said. It's great. I can eat meat with an open stomach. Luffy said excitedly. In order to ensure the safety of the ship, I plan to use my clone to guard it. As I said before, if any enemy attacks in the middle, it will avoid a lot of trouble. Shu Kang said. Of course. Nami nodded, so that her safety was also guaranteed. By the way, Shu Kang, are there any restrictions on your clone technique? For example, will your strength be reduced? Or you can't control it if you are far away? Sanji asked with interest. No, it has the same strength as me, and is an independent individual. Of course, he is the product of my will, so there are no restrictions. Shu Kang replied. So, are we going? That's great. Afterwards, the Mary set sail again, and Shu Kang also used the wooden clone, leaving his clone on the Mary. Shu Kang's body naturally went on an adventure with Luffy and the others. In this very exaggerated jungle again, Zoro walked in another direction as he walked. Zoro, what are you doing? the west side is here. Really, I really lost to you lunatic. Luffy couldn't help but complained. West. Isn't it east? Chopper said speechlessly. Hey, Toll, why don't you listen to other people's words carefully? Since it's the right eye of the skeleton, of course it's on the right. Are you an idiot? Zoro also cursed. Shu King looked at Chopper. Chopper looked at Shu King and then said together, you two are really half a pound. We should go to the south. Chopper, please tell them both, if you don't know the way, just follow me. Shu King said to Chopper. Chopper nodded. Well, no problem. Robin looked at Shu King and smiled. These guys are really interesting, haha. Shu King looked at Robin and said. Afterwards, everyone regrouped again and walked towards the south. Oh, it's really peaceful. I haven't met half of the priests. It's really unfortunate. Zoro said as he walked. It's interesting. Do you all want enemies and accidents? Robin asked. Chapter 128 Encountering Longfang Orochi, Seeking a Silver Ticket. Seeking a Collection. The second. Chopper was smiling, but suddenly stopped laughing. Shu King also felt that something wasn't right around him, but he couldn't tell, so he didn't care so much. Everyone continued to move forward. It always felt like something wasn't quite right, Robin said. What is that huge tree root with a strange pattern? Luffy couldn't help but asked. Tree roots. Why do tree roots move? Zoro asked. It turned out that this was not a tree root at all, but the body of a snake. At this time, the giant snake spit out the snake letter and roared. Here, I encountered a giant snake, and on the other side of the Mary, the wounded Gonfewer finally planned to spread some knowledge to everyone while they sailed. Let me tell you the history of this country. The old man was still a god until 6 years ago, Ganfer said. Did you hit your head? Uncle. Usopp thought Ganfer's brain was twitching. Pegasus immediately split in place, biting Usopp's head in one bite. Keep talking, keep talking. Shu King waved his hand, and the ugly genius let go. Thank you. Usopp looked at Shu King and immediately thanked him. Continued. Here Appajardo appeared in the territory of Sky Island. As you know, it is said to be 400 years ago, and it is said that the Sky Island before that was a very peaceful Sky Island, which was occasionally visited. The only materials from the blue sea that were shot up by the ocean current are very precious treasures to us people of the sky, and all the base on the Sky Island came to the sky by accident. Quote. However, it is impossible for a base as huge as Apayado to come to the sky. It is simply a miracle. Of course, Luo, the people of the sky, has taken the flavor of this holy land given by the gods and felt very happy. But there are already Aboriginal people on Bath, so the battle around Bath started. Those Aboriginal people are the Shandians. Ganfer said. Are those gorillas? Usopp asked. So they were residents of Jaya Island before? Sanji asked. Yes, they must have been forced to follow the island into the sky, replied Ganfort. But you drove them off the island. Nami confirmed. Yes, the people of the sky took their hometown for their own selfish desires. For the next 400 years, the war between the people of Sandia and the people of the sky has not stopped, and the people of Sandia just want to take back their homeland. Hometown, Ganfer replied. That's really sad, Nami said. That's not your fault. Sanji and Usopp complained together, and then both were bitten into the mouth by Pegasus. That's right, as you said, thank you for your medicine, I'll take it first. As Ganfer took the medicine, Nami asked, so, what about God Enel? Where did God Enel come from? Ganfer then said, when I was still a god, he did not know which sky island he came from, and suddenly he led an attack, smashing the god team and the Shandians led by me, and then ruled Appa. Yado, that was 6 years ago, and now most of the members of the god team are doing coolies under Enel's forcing, and I don't know the details. But for the Shandians, no matter who is the god, the situation has not changed. They just want to take back their homeland. Ganfer said. Why did the Sandians who just want to take back their homeland attack us? When we were first in the sky? Sanji asked. The team of gods who were oppressed to do hard labor occasionally get a boat and escape. They are of course enemies to the Shandia people, so naturally they will not let them go, so they should be the wrong people. Really, it's too much to be stared at for your life just because you admit the wrong person. Sanji also felt a little unreasonable. The reason why the old man became a Sky Knight is to help those fugitives to escape to other Sky Islands smoothly, because they are criminals, so they can no longer stay in this country that is monitored by Enel. Ganfer said. Listen to what you said. God Enel is simply a terrifying great demon. Sanji said. Great demon king. No, it's worse than that. Enel will put people like you from abroad on false charges, and then let the residents of Sky Island guide them to the place of punishment, which will make people feel guilty. When people feel that their actions are sins when they were at their weakest, Enel knew that well, and made the lost lambs and ruled over them as if they were gods. Quote. He's really a tough guy to deal with, Ganfer said. So, this guy is not only strong in power, but also cunning in ruling others. Shu Kang's wooden clone also commented. That's it. Ganfort also nodded. When we first arrived at Angel Beach, we thought it was a paradise. Who knew it would be like this? The former Going Township has really flown to an incredible place. Nami also sighed a little. By the way, you kept talking about this last night. Going, what is it? Ganfer asked. The people on the boat were stunned. After all, there were very few people who had never heard of Going. At the same time on the expedition team, Luffy shouted, Flee. It's a python. Ah. Chopper and the others jumped up and down in fright. How can it be so big? Is it also because of the environment of Sky Island? Robin asked. This guy is like a catfish, watch me cut you. Zoro was about to make a move, and the giant python with strange patterns slammed over very quickly. This guy is so huge, why is he so agile? Zoro couldn't help saying. A monster of this level is not something that ordinary people can handle. Leave it to me. Shu Kang rushed out, a few times faster than the giant python. Wow, the giant python spit out a mouthful of venom, which can corrode anything. Shu Kang, Robin and Zoro shouted. Tu Dun Tu Lu Wall. Shu Kang had already used the Tu Lu Wall, and the huge earth wall blocked in front of him, isolating the venom, but soon, the earth wall was also corroded by the venom. What a strong venom. Lock you first. Mu Dun, all things are in the air. Shu Kang folded his hands together, and directly used the powerful Mu Dun ninjutsu. Countless entangled roots instantly grew out of the ground, grabbing the huge python. Wood Dun, 4-pillar prison technique. Shu Kang used his Wood Dun again, and the giant snake was not only entangled, but also surrounded by huge wooden pillars. Let's retreat for now, we don't need to fight this thing here. Only after Shu Kang's words fell, did he realize that his comrades had already run away. Fantastic. Only Luffy was there, excited. What kind of move are you? Is it also your fruit ability? Chapter 129_Shinwang. The third. You said Mu Dun just now. That's a kind of ninjutsu only in the ninja world. Shu Kang told the facts. Such a big poisonous python was trapped by you so easily. It's really amazing. Luffy turned into a fanboy, very curious about the ninjutsu that Shu Kang just used. By the way, where did our partner go? Shu Kang noticed that except Luffy who was with him, everyone else had left. How can this be? Luffy, why don't we go to the destination for now? Maybe we will meet them. Shu Kang suggested. Okay, look for Going. Luffy nodded. The two then set off towards their destination together. As for Mary's side, everyone was still moving slowly above the Cloud River. Due to the lack of wind, the Mary used the crow's impact shell as a driving force to slowly drive forward. At this time, Ganfer continued to tell everyone something. When I met you for the first time, the old man called himself a mercenary because you Blue Sea people couldn't keep up with the sky battle here. Sky battle? What do you mean? Usopp asked. Then put that bucket there, said Ganfer. Barrel. Although Nami was puzzled, she still did as he wanted. You look good. Ganfort said after he finished speaking, "Try to break this shell with all your strength." It turns out that Ganfor put the shell on the bucket, hoping that everyone will smash it. Then Sanji smashed it down with a huge hammer, but the shell was not damaged in any way. "I made you lighter, I didn't make you so much lighter," Usopp also said. "No, I used all my strength, as if this shell absorbed all the shock." Sanji seemed to sense something. "Then you align the shell with the empty barrel below and press the top of the shell on the reverse side," said Ganfor. Sanji did just that, and the barrel was smashed in an instant. This is the shock shell, which can absorb the shock given by the outside world and release it freely. Ganfor explained. It's usually used on the hand with a glove or a bracer, and if it hits in the right place, it's powerful enough to kill an average person, Ganfor said. This thing is not. Sanji remembered something. Yes, that dumpling priest, is the use of this ability. Usopp said. I heard that there were still more powerful shellfish on the ancient Sky Island, a kind of shellfish called platoon shell, which is on the verge of extinction. It can release 10 times the power of this shell, but because of the impact of the shell, the force is too strong, and even the user may be in danger. It is a double-edged sword. Ganfor explained. I want to ask, is this item a one-time consumable, or can it be used repeatedly? Shu Kang asked. It can be used repeatedly, of course, Ganfor said. The initial state is to record the impact, and then it can be released without restrictions. Then this thing, if you're familiar with it, it's really useful. Even Shu Kang couldn't help but nodded. Don't forget, this is a double-edged sword. If you don't use it properly, you will die. Ganfor reminded him again. Shu Kang nodded and didn't say anything. No matter what it is, it depends on the person who uses it. For example, if the hot shell used to heat the rice is mounted on the gun, it becomes a gun of fire that can heat freely. The previous Knights of the Sky used this kind of gun. Weapons, said Ganfor. For example, put the flame shell that can store flames in the bird's mouth, and the rare fire-breathing bird is born. Ganfor said. Speaking of that kind of bird, Chopper also mentioned, is this the so-called Sky War? Usopp asked. Yes, it is impossible for the Blue Sea people who are not familiar with the types of shellfish to see through these tricks. The same is true for the numerous processing clouds. After the soldiers of Sky Island have been trained, they can use them flexibly. It is unknown. Of course the people here will be helpless, Ganfor said. Then, is there a reason why that person who can predict our actions is called Shinwang? Sanji asked. Heart net. That old man can't use it either, so I don't know how to explain it, but it is said that the heart net momentum is a kind of listening ability. With this kind of sound, you can understand your opponent's next move, and if you exercise more, the range you can hear will become larger. God closes the door and can hear the voice of the entire Appayado, and Enel can hear the voice of the entire country. Only this power is still a mystery, and it is because of this power that the people of the entire country are restless all day long. Said Ganfor. However, I can probably talk about this ability. Shu Kang stood up at this time. Although I didn't fight Enel, I did fight one of the priests. The so-called Heart Network, on the one hand, is its own haki, and on the other hand, it is due to Enel's fruit ability. He is the ability person of Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit. He has electromagnetic-like abilities. After using observation haki, he can get blessings. As for the priests, it is estimated that he taught some haki. Shu Kang said. Observation haki. Haki, what is that? Everyone seemed to know Shu Kang, so they asked. There are 3 colors of haki: Conqueror haki, Observation haki, Armament haki. It's too early to say these things. If you want to enter the second half of the Great Waterway, you must master haki, because in the second half, there are so many Logia-capable people, and haki masters are like crucian carp crossing the river. In Shu Kang's mouth, Enel's the ability does not seem to be very strong. But the enemy knows what we will do next, so how can we kill him? Usopp and others also continued to ask Shu Kang, trying to find a way to defeat the enemy. It's very simple. As long as the enemy is still predicting your actions, you have already killed him. No, that's fine. Shu King said lightly. And everyone felt that Shu King said nothing for a long time, but they were also more curious about Enel's abilities. Guro Guro no mi, rumble rumble fruit. What is it? Usopp asked. Really? I saw a person near Appayado, and he was swallowed by lightning in an instant. It must be his ability. Nami is still a little scared. That kind of power, how should it be countered? Usopp also seemed a little powerless. Even if you want to escape now, it's useless. I guess Enel wants to make a game. What do you mean? God Soldier, we Blue Sea people, Shandian people, after 3 hours, how many are left? Enel wants to play a battle royale-like game. Shu Kang smiled. He only wants 5 people left. Shu Kang also expressed his guesses about Enel. Chapter 130_see Enel for the first time. First change. What? 5 people. What about the others? Is this guy going to be killed? Usopp and the others shuddered instantly. Of course, don't forget that he is Enel. Shu King didn't say anything more after that. Everything seemed to be developing towards the result Enel wanted. The words were divided into 2 parts. At this time, Luffy was singing a song while walking on the right path with Shu King. I have to say, your singing is really ugly. Shu King said Luffy mercilessly, and Luffy, who was Vivi Isho, continued to sing. To this end, although Shu King was speechless, there was nothing else he could do. After walking for a while, Shu King seemed to sense something, and Luffy and Shu King also hid behind. Only one sound. Boom. A man with wings fell to the ground, and not far from him, there was a Shandian. You, what are you doing here? Although Shu King had never met the person who spoke before, he could basically guess his identity based on the temperament of the person in front of him. It's you. Luffy naturally remembered looking at the person in front of him. Didn't I advise you to leave this island quickly? The man said. You're annoying, I'm free to go wherever I go, Luffy said. Of course it's not your freedom, because this island is our Shandian land, the man said. Your name is Wiper, right? Shu King interrupted suddenly. Yes, Blue Sea. I don't seem to have seen you. Who are you? Blue Sea Chief, said Weber. Let's put it this way, but we can't leave until our mission is completed. I think our goals are the same. Shu King said. Mission. Goal. What are you talking about? Wiper didn't know what Shu King wanted to say. Your purpose is to drive away Enel, and ours is also to drive away Enel. Why can't we be together? Shu King said. Get rid of Enel. It's up to you. We don't need your help, but why do you want to help us for no reason? Weber seemed wary. We're for going, Luffy said bluntly. Going, it's that, so it's for that. Wiper's expression changed instantly, and he wanted to say something, but he suddenly said, forget it, I have nothing to say, and I don't want to listen to your nonsense anymore, just get rid of you. What? This is the easiest and most direct way. Luffy grinned Isho, obviously looking forward to this fight. Come on, the 2 of you, people from the Blue Sea. Wiper seemed to be the same as the other people from Sky Island, and didn't take Shu King and Luffy seriously. However, Shu King and Luffy both looked at Isho. Shu King said to Luffy, I leave it to you, this guy is too weak. That's great. Leave it to me. Luffy clearly wanted to take on Weber one-on-one from the beginning, and now he's got his wish. Then I'll go first and leave some marks for you along the way. Shu King didn't want to pay attention to this battle. As the protagonist of the pirate world, Luffy would naturally not be defeated by Wiper from Shandian. This battle, Shu King ignored directly, and the whole person walked towards the correct south at an extremely fast speed. After a while, Robin and others were found. You're here. Where's Luffy? Robin asked. I met an enemy and I was fighting, but I have no interest in my opponent. Shu King said. Dong, dong, dong. Shu King could feel the tremor in the forest, and the Shandia people and the divine soldiers, as well as the leaders of the Shandia people and the priests, were fighting. It seems that this forest is getting more and more lively. Robin said. Yes, the other partners are gone. Shu Kang said. Where is this place? Shu Kang looked around and found that the surrounding buildings were a little different from the huge trees in EPUB. This is supposed to be a residential house in the original city. It was swallowed up by the forest. I don't know if the urban relics that were bitten at the end are intact. Robin was talking, and suddenly a man dressed in white came to the house. Above. It's a woman. This road leads to the shrine of God. If you continue going, you are disrespecting God. Come down quickly. It seems that you don't quite understand the historical value of the so-called relics. Robin was a little angry for the first time. What are you arrogant about? What do you want me to do? What do you want to do? Robin asked very directly. I also asked what I wanted to do. I was ordered by God to use the slashing shells in my hand to clean up the Shandia people and you Blue Sea people. After the magic soldier finished speaking, Robin said directly. 6 flowers. Immediately afterwards, countless arms grew around the magic soldier. Robin crossed his hands, spread his palms, and said, Anchor flower. The magic weapon was broken in an instant. Robin held a piece of the ruins and said, It's too much. Captain Shu Kang, if you just made a move, I'm afraid that guy wouldn't even be able to destroy the ruins, right? Robin looked at Shu Kang and asked. Shu Kang Han Isho said, if I make a move, the entire ruins will disappear. That's right. Robin knows that Shu Kang's shot must be neither light nor heavy. At this time, a series of voices came from the forest. Shu Kang knew that, according to the plot, in this big melee, Zoro would meet the warriors of Shandia and finally win. And Chopper accidentally bumps into the priest. At this time, Shu Kang's wooden clone was already on the boat waiting for the arrival of the boss and Enel. Originally, everyone sailed normally on Mary, but soon after, a lightning flashed here. Hello everyone, I'm God Enel. Enel smiled and appeared on the spot. You bastard. Sanji rushed over, wanting to kick Enel away. However, Sanji was about to be struck by lightning in the next second. Shu Kang's wooden clone had already rushed out. Armament. Shu Kang used armament hardening directly, and the whole person resisted the thunder and lightning from the sky. Ah ha ha, what a surprise, you can actually hold my lightning. You must be among the Blue Sea people, and you are not ordinary people. Enel in front of him sat on the railing of the ship and said with a smile. Thank you. Sanji almost died, so he immediately expressed his gratitude to Shu Kang. It's okay, Sanji, back off. This guy, only Luffy and I can deal with it. Shu Kang waved his hand, and everyone backed away obediently. Don't worry, don't be afraid, I'm not here to harm you. Enel said slowly while showing a weird smile. Then what are you here for? Asked the original god Ganfer. Your tone is really cold. We haven't seen each other for 6 years, the god of the previous generation, Ganfer. Enel looked at Ganfer and said. Enel. Ganfer looked at Enel and naturally had a lot to say. Chapter 131 Vice Captain of Magic Weapon The second. Ganfer, don't you need to be so angry? We haven't seen each other for a long time, how about you look happy? Right, Ganfer. Enel said very flatly. Bastard, what did you just do to Sanji? If you dare to beg for mercy, I can consider letting you go. Usopp shouted. Shu Kang was a little speechless. Even though Sanji had nothing to do, Usopp still wanted to stand up for Sanji. As a result, it was naturally Enel who teleported to Usopp's side, ready to kill Usopp in seconds. However, Shu Kang naturally would not let Enel wish. When Enel stretched out his finger and wanted to discharge, Shu Kang also teleported to Enel's side and firmly grasped Enel's wrist. Stop, or I will kill you. Shu Kang said indifferently. What he said was like the truth. Kill me. You're a mere Blue Sea person, and you still want to be ashamed. Enel was very tall, so he looked down at Shu Kang from above. Shu Kang glared back at Enel without showing weakness, and then his eyes instantly opened with 3 hooked jade riding wheel eyes. Immediately afterwards, a magical scene happened. Enel suddenly discovered that Shu Kang's body had transformed into countless crows. What's the situation? Discharge. Enel kept discharging, only to find that he had also turned into a crow. Bang! Shu Kang kicked Enel flying, and Enel fell into the cloud river. Everyone present was stunned. How could it be, even, giving Enel so easily? Nami didn't know what to say. What happened to that guy? Why didn't you move just now? It's like being stupid. Usopp also felt a little strange. Why does Enel feel so weak? Or what did Shu Kang do? Sanji couldn't believe it. This guy might really be able to take down Enel. Ganfort thought so too. What did you just do? Sanji couldn't help asking. It's nothing, it's just a trick, it's all a lie. Shu Kang prevaricates, and Enel reappears on the boat. Bastard, Blue Sea, what did you just do to me? Enel said angrily. Since you are fighting against me, don't look into my eyes, or you will be pulled into an illusory world by me. I will remind you. Others saw nothing of course, but only Enel would be cast an illusion as long as he stared into Shu Kang's eyes. Although Shu Kang is not currently a kaleidoscope, his eyes can still perform some common illusions. HMPH, your tricks don't work for me. I use lightning to stimulate myself and I can get rid of it. Is that only your ability? Enel was obviously not that easy to deal with. However, Shu Kang also smiled and shook his head. This is just the most basic illusion, just to destroy your prestige. Say, what do you want to say? Just take this opportunity to say it, because, soon, you will dead. As long as you don't say anything, I won't do anything. Enel said lightly, then returned to the position he had just been in. Nami and the others also covered their mouths in fear. For them, although Shu Kang was there, Shu Kang couldn't protect everyone's well-being. What the hell are you thinking? Ganfor asked. Remember, when we invaded this island 6 years ago, your men who were caught by us were still working hard for me, said the god Enel. The god team led by the old man. Ganfor replied. They are really a group of excellent talents. However, the big project that took 6 years is almost coming to an end. At the same time, this also means that this island is useless to me. I am here to say goodbye to you. Yes, that's all, Enel added after he finished. However, the residents of these Sky Island are really simple-minded, because they only think of this island as a huge bath. What do you mean? Ganfort asked. The reason we took this island by force is the same as the reason why the flies of the Blue Sea set foot on this island, and the reason why the Shandians insist on returning to their homeland. That is to say, everyone is eager to everything you get on this island is the same. Quote. Enel said, I just want to find the legacy of Shandora, the city of going that flourished in the Blue Sea in the distant past. Going. What are you talking about? God Ganfor didn't know what going was not long ago, so naturally he didn't know the meaning of this sentence. Ha ha ha, that's why I said that you were simple-minded. Whether going exists or its value, the only people who don't know about it are you who live in this country. Unfortunately, as soon as the game comes up, it is the final battle. Only those who win in this survival game are eligible to get that large amount of going. Do you hear the noise of this lively festival? To be honest, I was one of the participants, so I had to go, Enel said. Wait, Team God, has Team God been released? Ganfor asked. Then only God knows. Blue Sea people, your name is Shu Kang, right? Enel asked. Next time, I'll kill you. Enel said with a swoosh and disappeared, unable to catch up. Shu Kang was cold to Isho. The reason why he didn't take action this time was that it was not yet time to deal with Enel. After all, he was just a wooden clone. Even if you can use armament to resist, the body is still wood, and it is easy to disappear when there is too much electricity. At this time, a pair of people who looked exactly the same appeared on Mary, and the two seemed to be magic soldiers. Who are you? Nami asked. We are not who we are. We are the deputy commander of the soldiers, you actually gave Big Brother sadly. The two said very funny. Big Brother, what do you mean? Nami naturally didn't know. Luffy, Sanji and Usopp killed a priest, that is sadly. Shu Kang said. I admit it. My name is Zongwu. My name is Xiao Wu. The eldest brother of our triplets was killed by you. I don't know your big brother. Nami shook her head. Sanji, Usopp and Shu Kang stood up and said, we are the ones who dare to act. Absolutely can't forgive you. The two captains were ready to fight. At this time, Ganfort had almost recovered, and shouted, Pierre. Then the Sky Knight Ganfor also participated in the battle, 4v2, everyone obviously has the advantage of the absolute team in terms of numbers. Go ahead and beat them and go after Enel, don't know what that guy will do to his old men. It's very simple. If you want to be faster, you all step back. Shu King took a step forward by himself, as if he had something to do. Chapter 132 Enel's survival game. Please collect. Please. The third. What are you trying to do? We should beat them quickly, Gunfer said. Yeah, so far, this is the fastest speed. Shu King walked forward slowly, obviously ready to enlarge. Shu King, don't break Mary. Everything else is fine. Usopp immediately shouted. Shu King said, of course. Next, just watch my performance. Instant. Shu King's wooden avatar is naturally able to perform the teleportation technique, using the super high-speed moving telekinesis to reach the extreme. Even if it is predicted by observation hockey, it has no meaning. Boom, boom. Armament wrapped in black, and immediately, 2 spiral pills condensed in his hand. The spiral pill in the left hand and the right hand quickly turned into a big jade spiral pill, and then Shu King directly arranged it to the 2 deputy captains of the magic weapon. Due to the high speed and the fact that Shu King's 3-hooked jade writing wheel eyes locked the opponent, Shu King's double helix pills instantly attacked the 2 people, and the 2 people's bodies flew out and fell in the sea of clouds. Everyone was dumbfounded. How long did it take Shu King? 3 seconds. Or 5 seconds. Actually killed the opponent in seconds. This guy has strength. What the hell is going on? It looks like the clouds are light and the wind is light, and you don't use your full strength at all. Shu King's strength was once again recognized by everyone. At this time, Shu King was also exploring ancient ruins with Robin. This is the monument of the city's consolation. It should have been built by their descendants after the city's demise. Sandora, this is the name of the ancient city. See Circle Calendar, 402 years, about 1,100 years ago, the city was prosperous for a while, and the time of its demise was 800 years ago, which is exactly the same as not staying in this world, and it is 100 years blank. Is this island? Know the lost history that was interrupted on the ground. This is the map of Sandora. If you go to the city center, you may be able to know more things, and maybe you can find lost historical sites. Robin looked at Shu King and said. Okay, let's go. If you want to go first, I'll stay. Shu King said. Why? As soon as Robin's voice fell, a male voice appeared. This is really a lovely lady. I am the commander of the gods who serve the god Enel, Dashan. Dashan said to Robin. Why are you looking for us? Mr. God Soldier? Robin asked. Stop talking nonsense. When Dashan's voice fell, Shu King said immediately, Robin, stand back, this guy is handed over to me. Don't destroy the ruins. Shu King, please. Shu King didn't expect that Robin was thinking about protecting historical relics when he was alive and dead, and he had a greater affection for Robin. Understood, since that's the case, let's use this trick. Shu King folded his hands together and said directly, Wu dun, all things in the forest. Immediately afterwards, countless plants protruded directly from the ground, and the branches and vines on the plants immediately wrapped around the mountain god soldier in front of him. Humph. That's all. Full of fists. Dashan broke free from the shackles of Mu Dun in an instant and slammed heavily on the ground. It turns out that Mu Dun can extract the enemy's chakra. The enemy in this world does not have chakra, so with great strength and some special abilities, I can completely escape Mu Dun. I was sloppy. Shu King also instantly understood. something. If that's the case, then I have no choice but to use Feng Dun to practice empty bombs. Shu Kang used Feng Dun, one of the Hokage's tails. The power of this wind escape is very great, and it is natural to spray the mountain in front of you to the ground with one shot. Devil's Grip. Shu Kang grabbed the opponent just like that, and the devil's hand tightly held the enemy in his palm. It's too inhumane to pinch you directly. It depends on your own life. Shu Kang then used all his strength to throw the mountain in his hand into the air. In the end, the mountain didn't know where it went. Shu Kang then turned around and apologized. I'm sorry, Robin, but let him spoil a bit. It's alright, you've done a good job, thank you. After Robin finished speaking, he and Shu Kang walked towards the city center of Sandora. While Nami was driving normally, she suddenly heard a loud bang, followed by a very loud horn. Miss Nami, Hasso, a female voice called. Wow, Miss Angel, you're here. Sanji's eyes turned into love again. Kanis, Uncle, why are you here? Nami felt a little disbelieving. Who is that kid? Shu Kang pointed at the kid on the boat. The child was obviously very vigilant to the others, and said that he was a warrior of Shandia. This little guy is called Aisha. Let's get down to business. We opened a road at sea and used a new river made of Yunbei. From here, we can directly enter Beibaihai, before being discovered by the enemy. Uncle Paigea quietly said. By the way, you are talking so mysteriously, why is the horn so loud? Shu Kang couldn't help but complain. I'm sorry, I was hasty, by the way, I still have one thing to give you. Then he sent Jaya to return the repaired Waiba to Nami and others. Is this still the Waiba we picked up? Sanji was also surprised. Yeah, Uncle, you are too strong. You've cultivated so well. Usopp also praised. Wow, great. Nami was naturally very excited. And this Waiba is not an ordinary Waiba, its power is extraordinary. Uncle Paige said. At this moment, Shouty and Aisha suddenly fell to the ground, crying and showing great pain. Nami, Shu Kang and others were also very puzzled, and immediately went up to ask, what's going on? You suddenly between. The voices are going away. A lot of people are gone, Elsa said. It should be Enel, right? Shu Kang affirmed. It's been 2 hours since the survival game, shouldn't a lot of people have been eliminated? Shu Kang said. This guy is really a pervert. Sanji cursed. At this time, Nami had already mastered Waiba perfectly, and Uncle Paige and Kanis couldn't help but praise him. By the way, what should we do now? Uncle Paige asked. Nami looked at Shu Kang. Shu Kang said, you decide, navigator. Nami stuck out her tongue and said, anyway, let's drive the boat to the agreed coast first. I think they should be fine. In short, as long as they are together, no one is their opponent. Aisha said, there is no group of 4 on this island, it's just a group of 2 at most. If there are 4 people acting together, I will definitely feel it. Nami then looked at Shu Kang, the meaning was obvious. It's Shinwang, Aisha, can you feel, who feels very similar to me? Shu Kang asked. Yes, there was someone who felt exactly like you, and now he's with someone, Elsa said. I guess they got separated. Shu Kang said. Chapter 133 The Ancient City of Sandora. For silver. First change. However, Nami still looked at Aisha in amazement and said, Shinwang, is it a skill of priests and gods? Aisha said with tears in her eyes. I have a heart network when I was born, that's why I'm afraid. You don't understand how terrible it is to keep disappearing voices. Are you crying again? Nami asked. I didn't cry. Idiot. Blue Sea people. Idiot. Aisha also said strongly. Aisha's vibra seems to be broken, and we happened to pass by when it was attacked by an air shark, Kanis said. What do you want to do? Nami felt that this child must have wanted to do something to go so far alone. I don't know, but I can't do nothing, right? Lackey, everyone. Aisha is still immersed in grief. Shu Kang, friends, are you really safe? Nami asked Shu Kang a little worriedly at this time. Shu Kang nodded and said, "Don't worry, that's my main body." Although the main body is separated from everyone, he must believe in everyone, so he will be separated from everyone. And Shu Kang and Robin also officially walked towards the city center of Sandora. Robin looked at a book, then looked around and said, "This should be the city center. But it doesn't match the map of the memorial monument. Is it because of the impact from the sky that the city was torn apart?" Robin and Shu Kang then went through the ancient tunnel together. After passing through, Shu Kang and Robin saw the towering buildings in front of them. Although most of them had been eroded by plants, they could still see their former glory. Walking in front of an inscription, Robin crouched down and began to record something. Shu Kang, on the other hand, had nothing to do and was vigilant about the surroundings. Maybe Enel would appear around them. After searching for a while, Robin asked, "It's really strange, is this the former going city of Sandora? The size and terrain are completely different, and the most unnatural thing is, as long as there is an entrance above." "Did you say?" Robin then began to quickly walk up the steps. Robin, who was immersed in his own world, walked quickly, while Shu Kang followed Robin behind him. Immediately afterwards, Robin entered the palace above the steps and started digging with the fruit power. Shu Kang naturally helped along, and soon Robin found that he could go downstairs. "Shu Kang, come together." After Robin finished speaking, he jumped off. Shu Kang also jumped straight down, but he didn't expect that there would be such an open scene in the ruins. Sure enough, there is still a cave in this ruin. It is clearly the ruins of the Blue Sea, but it is surrounded by Daoyun. I think it is very expensive. It turns out that the upper-level ruins are only the upper part of the city exposed after Daoyun's dormitory. There should be more below. Robin said. Well, at a glance, the vicissitudes of life, the splendid city has also come to such an end. Let's go see it together. Shu Kang was also very interested in the old town of Going. The two kept walking down the road, pushing aside the vines, and finally, Robin saw a hole. "Ah," Robin said excitedly. "King, hurry up." Shu Kang didn't expect Robin to run so fast, so he was stunned after following him together. The sun is extremely dazzling, and this underground ruins actually hides a very majestic ancient city. 800 years ago, the sudden demise of the capital of Sandora, I didn't expect it to be like this, and it is still so spectacular and majestic. This is the city of Going, Sandora. When Robin spoke, he could feel her excitement. That's right, there must be a historical text here. Shu Kang probably remembered that there should be an inscription that records the historical text. There. Soon Robin found the historical text, but after walking over, Robin found that this was not the historical text, but recognized the person who wrote the word. Robin touched it and said, "It's so simple and unpretentious, the ancient characters of the historical text, the people who can write this text, apart from the people who wrote the historical text, there should be no other people. Keep the true meaning in your heart. Keep silent, we are those who weave history, with the bells of the great bell tower." Quote. Yes, there is indeed a huge going bell here, as recorded in Rolando's journal. All the books in the town have been burned, and the history of the city has been cut off. Robin didn't know whether to say to himself or to Shu Kang. The historical text was transported to this city for storage. That's absolutely true. This city once fought against people who were hostile to him. Going city Sandora, it turned out that the battle to protect the historical text led to its demise. If it is true in this case, there must be a text that tells the real historical text in the big clock tower located in the center of the four altars. Maybe it is the real historical text. Robin and Shu Kang then walked towards the position of the big clock tower. But after a while, Aunt Mary, Elsa burst into tears again and said, "The sound is gone again." Aisha. Everyone felt that something was wrong with the child. "I can't stay here anymore, I'm going to find Lackey and the others." Aisha then jumped off the boat impulsively. Wait a minute. No, Nami's persuasion didn't make much of a rush, and Elsa had already jumped off Mary. Really? Nami also took off her top and jumped into the water to chase after Aisha. After Shu King and the others heard the sound, they came out and found that Nami had captured Aisha. What? Let me go. Let me go. What I want to do is up to me. Elsa struggled, but Nami naturally held on tight. Although I don't care about my business, I can't just let me die, can I? Besides, you are still a child. I am a warrior. Okay. I know you are a warrior. Even if you stare at me, I will not be afraid. Nami advised. After persuading for a long time, Nami sent Aisha back to Waiba. At this time, the huge poisonous python just now appeared in front of everyone. Ah, no way. Both Nami and Aisha were taken aback. Damn, what kind of snake is this? It's so huge. Sanji was also a little surprised. Why is there such a beating guy? Nami and Aisha were dumbfounded. I can only rely on Shu Kang's avatar to fight this kind of guy, so hurry up. Usopp naturally pushed Shu Kang out. It's you again. Huh, why should I say it again? Shu Kang looked at the huge poisonous python in front of him, but neither of them made any movement. Sharing Eye. After Shu Kang opened the sharing eye, he found that there was a life reaction in the belly of the poisonous python. Isn't it? Was Luffy swallowed by the poisonous python? Shu Kang also doubted. Chapter 134 by Jing Death Race. The second. At this time, the poisonous python began to go crazy, and it seemed to be very painful. Ah, help! Nami and the others suffered. Hurry up to use Waiba to run around, and being attacked by such a giant python is not a joke. That's the forest over there. Paigeia shouted. It was too late. Nami, Aisha and the others had already gone to the forest. Damn, you protect the uncle and Miss Angel, I will come when I go. Shu King then flew directly and rushed in the direction of the giant python. Shu King flew towards Nami and the others like this. Protecting Nami and Aisha was naturally the task of Shu Kingmu's clone. At this time, the python was suffering from all kinds of attacks from within himself, so he started to go crazy. The most lively place at this time is naturally the bottom of the Shrine of God. At this time, the priest, the Shandian, the former god, the Straw Hat group, and the huge python began to prepare for a big melee. Shu King finally caught up with Nami. Nami. It's Shu King. What happened to Enel's subordinates at the back? Shu King replied, in the process of chasing you just now, I thought they were in the way, so I solved them. Let's go back. Wait, what is that? Nami saw the huge bean sprouts in front of her. That's a giant bean sprout, and Enel's shrine should be on top of that. Elsa said, and Elsa's heart twitched. Wepper is there. He's alive. Let's go. Zoro, Luffy and Uncle Sky Knight are also there, we better not look back. Shu King said. There was no other way, Nami could only continue to rush forward. Shu King knew that although he had dealt with some of the divine soldiers himself, he was afraid that more would gather in a while. Enel's purpose was to gather everyone in the upper ruins, and then watch everyone kill each other, and finally bring the survivors with them. 5 people, go to the infinite continent. At this time, Nami, Shu King and others had already appeared in the upper ruins, and Shu King also saw everyone. Catch them, absolutely can't let them get close to the Shrine of God, said the divine soldiers chasing Shu King and the others. Bastard, it's really annoying. Shu King then said with a seal, fire escape, function fire technique. Boom. The small flame balls rushed towards the magic soldiers behind him. Shu King had already opened the writing wheel, and he had completely locked the magic soldiers behind him. Therefore, these flames fell on the divine soldier very accurately. Ah, what's the matter? This guy can actually summon flames. Could it be the devil fruit's power? Ah. Under the sudden attack of Shu King Huodun, these divine soldiers were also killed and wounded. Wiper saw Aisha, Zoro saw Nami and Shu King. Elsa, what are you doing here? Weber asked. Nami, Shu King, aren't you on the boat? Zoro asked. What are you trying to do? Blue sea people, get out of Elsa. Wiper shot Nami indiscriminately. Ganfor quickly took Nami and Asia away. Elsa also scolded. Devil. Wiper, you are a devil. Why are you here? Ganfort asked. Because there was an oversized snake. Nami just finished speaking, and she and the Sky Knight were swallowed into the mouth of the snake. Look at you, what good things have you done? Shu Kang looked at Wiper and couldn't help cursing. Not because, you blue seas. Weber insisted. These fools. Zoro was also very embarrassed, but he didn't expect his partner to be swallowed in one bite. At this time, a priest launched an attack on Zoro and Wiper at the same time, and said, you are all in trouble now, and you are still caring about others here. Save it, anyway, no one of you can be saved. Shu Kang was not too worried about everyone's comfort. There was Luffy in the belly of this snake, and it was good for everyone to get together. Let me give these two a treat. Next, it's you, blue sea people. The priest in front of him looked at Shu Kang and said. To deal with me, is it up to you? Although this Shandian is not a comrade in arms, he is not an enemy. In that case, I will help him. Are you ready? Shu Kang pressed his hands together, planning to start a fight with the priest. That's it. Shu Kang was about to shoot but saw Chopper who was dying. I'm sorry, wait a moment. Shu Kang couldn't take care of others, and immediately teleported to Chopper's side and started medical treatment using the Palm Immortal technique. Let's get in the way for the time being, then let me give them the final blow. Said the priest. Oh, you bastard, how dare you give Weber to? Some Shandia warriors are ready to protect Weber. Is this man who is like dust in front of God really so important to you? Said the priest called Om. Weber is our heart. We carry the glory of Shandia together. In order to regain the homeland that was taken away. You, Enel, Spawn, cannot understand the fetters of Shandia. Said the people of Shandia. Even if I could understand, there would be no sympathy or empathy for you guys, which is to say, it's completely pointless. Om was also ready to fight. Go to hell, Om. The Sandians began to attack Om. Who knows, in addition to Om, there are still a few magic soldiers left at this time. Om also has a dog named Shungi that can stand on both feet. Holy, just use that trick, Om said. Then Shungi quickly jumped into the air and drove those Shandia warriors into a cage. This is the true face of the Iron Trial, the Beijing Deathmatch. Said a magic soldier. Even if you don't trap us, we will never escape. Zoro got up slowly after recovering. Idiot, not only can you not escape, but the thing is surrounded by white thorns. So what? Zoro asked. That is to say, it's definitely not going to be safe, right? Wiper kicked the magic soldier on top of the white thorns, and then the magic soldier was killed directly. Where do I get out after I've got everyone out? Zoro asked. Isn't it better to wait until you've dealt with it before you think about it? Om said. And 9 and 2, Om said. We have to figure out a way to deal with that python. Nami is there, and Chopper's savior. As for Wiper thinking about Elsa at this time, a Shandia woman suddenly appeared. Lackey. Wiper, listen to me, I'm here to speak to the mantis. Run away. Weber, don't fight, Enel is in the woods. Enel is the thunderbolt itself that humans have feared as gods since ancient times. Get out of here, Weber warned too. Hello. Lackey heard thunder and lightning behind him. Chapter 135_1 Kick to fly Enel. For silver. The third. When Lackey turned around, Enel was already behind her. Are you calling me? Enel asked indifferently, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Enel. Don't do this. Enel, stop it. At this moment, Weber's heart was numb. She's given up the fight. Weber begged bitterly, holding on to the white thorns with blood, but still unmoved. Lackey, don't shoot him. Lackey, run away. Weber yelled. Boom. Lackey fired 2 shots, but the bullet penetrated Enel. After all, Enel is a Logia capable, and elementalization is a very basic ability. Lackey looked nervous and didn't know what to do. At this time, a magic soldier attacked Weber from behind, and Weber remained indifferent. Run away. Hey la la la. Enel was about to kill Lackey in seconds, and a figure appeared beside Enel again. At this point, the man firmly grasped Enel's wrist again. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Enel's body was clearly charged, but the figure was still standing. How is this possible? He actually endured Enel's lightning. Who is this person? Lackey was also stunned. It's you again. Enel was clearly impressed by Shu Kang. I'm sorry, I should have told you last time that I won't be merciful to you next time I see you, right? Shu Kang said lightly. No way. This guy threatened Enel. The white thorns are here, how on earth did he get out? Divine Soldier and Priest Ohm were also quite puzzled. Just now Shu Kang was still in his own cage. Why did this thing have no image of Shu Kang at all? What? The mere Blue Sea people are so outspoken here. It was only 10 million volts just now. Do you want to taste my stronger power? No matter who challenges me, I will never let him go. Enel was about to make a move when Shu Kang said immediately, wait a minute. I'm afraid now. Let me hear what you have to say. Enel's brows narrowed. I want to ask, do you have any last words? If not, you can die. Shu Kang said lightly. Although Shu Kang was just a wooden clone at this time, he still had his own arrogance. Go to hell. 20 million volts. Enel's whole body was directly discharged. This time the power was twice as strong as before. Even Shu Kang's wooden avatar was scorched all over his body. Seeing that Shu Kang was hurt this time, Enel was very proud and continued to strengthen his lightning power. 30 million volts. Thunderbird. Enel directly used his own little trick this time. He tapped the drum on the right, and thunder and lightning appeared from the drum, and then the Thunderbird turned into a phoenix and flew towards Shu Kang at high speed. Asura. Shu Kang pulled out his Asura. Although it was a wooden clone, his weapon still retained a lot of its previous power. Shu Kang pulled out Shira and blocked it directly in front of him. At the same time, a demonic shadow formed around his body. Interesting, is this your devil fruit ability? I said that you are not an ordinary person, and it seems so. Enel somewhat understood Shu Kang's ability. However, in the next step, Shu Kang's actions broke Enel's cognition once and for all. Wood done. 4-pillar prison technique. Wooden, all kinds of things. Ninja, shadow clone technique. Ninjutsu, the technique of 5 consecutive bullets. Shu Kang first used the 4-pillar prison to trap Enel, then used all kinds of things to entangle Enel, and then used the shadow clone to create 4 clones, and finally used the 3-generation eyes 5-barreled technique. Such a series of attacks fell on Enel. Although Enel could use his elemental ability to evade, don't forget that Shu Kang can do armament hockey. In other words, Shu Kang used so many ninjutsu, the purpose is not to really attack Enel, but to wait for the moment when Enel becomes elemental and reveals flaws. Sure enough, Enel smiled. Yeah, ha ha ha. I'm a god. No matter how powerful a mortal's attack is, it can't touch me, don't you understand? Even if you are already strong, in front of me, you no chance at all. Really, Shu Kang succeeded in his trick, took advantage of Enel's elementalization and flew out, and then kicked him. Blessed by the power of the devil, Shu Kang's wooden avatar's full-strength kick broke Shu Kang's wooden avatar. Shu Kangmu's clone has been maintained for a long time, and now the chakra has been consumed almost, and he can only do the output of the last blow, and this last blow is really too strong. I didn't expect that he almost kicked out a kick. Season finale. Enel was completely stupid, he never thought he would be kicked away. Enel's brain went blank, and a mouthful of blood spewed out, clearly the worst injury he'd ever suffered. As soon as the wooden clone disappeared, Shu Kang gained all the intelligence and information. This guy, Enel, probably won't be able to come back for a while, let's explore with confidence. The corner of Shu Kang's mouth raised Vivi, only he and Enel understood how exaggerated the power of that kick just now was. At this time, in the upper-level ruins, the melee continued, but the morale of the magic soldiers on Enel's side had obviously suffered a devastating blow. Their serious and undefeated god was kicked away by a blue sea man. And it didn't come back. What does that mean? However, you dared to attack the gods, and now you are punished by God, right? Priest Ohm thought that Shu Kang would attack the god Enel at the cost of his death. At this time, Zoro and Wiper both focused their attention on the python, and they rushed to the python at the fastest speed. The purpose was to save everyone who had been swallowed before. However, the priest Ohm at this time, and his pet dog Shungi, would not let the two save their companions so easily. 6 and 2 left, Ohm muttered to himself. The belly of the python, Luffy also met Nami and Ganfor Aisha, and everyone chatted with each other. Going City, Shandora, should be located in the center of the going clock, but there is no going clock. The clock tower of that clock may be engraved with historical texts. If I am not wrong, this city was destroyed to protect historical texts. Yes, where it should be hidden now, the bell tower with the text. If that's the case, where is it? Hey, this is the minecart track. Robin looked at Shu Kang, who was also a little confused. I don't know. Shu Kang shook his head. Finally, there is something you don't know about. Robin smiled and observed. There are traces of moving something. It is still very new. What exactly has it been moved? Maybe it's going. Shu Kang guessed. Chapter 136 Boring survival game. For silver. First change. Ahahaha. It's wonderful. Even if it was rushed into the air, it is still such a magnificent city, Sandora, Ahaha. If the legendary capital is covered in clouds, it will not be able to show his heroic appearance. I discovered it. The idiots of the previous generation didn't even notice this city at all. Enel who spoke, but when Enel saw Shu Kang, he was stunned again. Blue Sea Man, Shu Kang, aren't you shattered? Why are you here again? Enel looked at Shu Kang and couldn't calm down for a long time. Amazingly, when Enel spoke, he didn't notice Shu Kang's existence. What did you say just now? It's just my avatar. I know everything that happened just now. It doesn't matter. You can ignore my existence for a while and say whatever you want to say. Shu Kang didn't put Enel in the slightest. Eyes. Who is this person? Robin had never seen Enel, and although he had guessed the identity of the person in front of him, he was still unsure. I am a god, Enel introduced, looking at Shu Kang warily. Your partner is also amazing. She must be an archaeologist, right? It took me several months to discover this ruin. If I could read the text on the ruin, I could find it so easily. Enel was clearly interested in Robin. But the going you want is gone. You are a few years late, Enel said. Going. You didn't see them, did you? Robin asked. That's really a good thing. Those shining techniques, only I deserve to have. Enel said. And the going bell that was supposed to be here too? Robin asked. Going bell. Enel thought back, as if not impressed. Robin was a little happy and thought, this guy doesn't know. At this point Enel ate the apple in his hand and said, I'm very interested. What did you know after reading the text? No, it's a pity, if you didn't see it when you came here, then he just didn't come up to the sky. The huge going bell that Shandora is proud of, and the big bell tower that houses him. What I'm looking for is the bell tower. Robin replied. No, wait, yes, there is that, and it came to the sky, 400 years ago. When this island took to the sky, that is, on the day that the island of the gods, Apayado was born, it is said that the loud bells spread throughout the country, but the old people on this island called it the song of the island. So, is that clock made with going? It's wonderful, the game is about to end, there are 8 minutes left. So let's look for that going clock all over the country, ha 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 ha. Enel laughed. At this time, Robin looked at Shu Kang, and Shu Kang also understood what Robin meant. Since the clock tower going is here, the historical text should also be here. However, Enel was suddenly absent-minded at this time. It seems to have found some enemy intrusion in the surrounding area. There seems to be a maggot on the edge of the island. Immediately afterwards, Enel stretched out his hand towards the sky, and then the whole body emitted endless lightning, and finally, Enel released the lightning. However, at the same time, Shu King made another move. Wind escape, great breakthrough. Among the 5 elements of escape, Feng Tele is also the same in the world of pirates. Shu King's breakthrough actually disrupted Enel's ability. It was obvious that Enel didn't hit the target he wanted to hit. People from the Blue Sea. Shu King. Do you want to die? Enel looked at Shu King with a very serious expression. What was he doing just now? Robin also seemed to realize that something was wrong and asked immediately. He was going to deal with our partner just now, but I stopped him. Don't worry, this guy will never hurt our partner because I'm here. Shu King felt quite reliable at this time. At this time, Enel looked at Shu King and said, the game is almost over, it's almost time, let's make a break, the final plan is about to be implemented. Final plan. Robin was also a little puzzled. God is calling you. At this time, Enel once again raised his hand above his head, using his heart net to issue an order, assemble. Common people. Immediately afterwards, Enel's whole body flashed again and again, making Robin unable to open his eyes. Discharge, Enel said. This time Shu King did not stop Enel, but quietly watched Enel perform. I have to say that the power of Enel's discharge is still very amazing, and the entire upper-level ruins seem to be affected by Enel's move. What are you doing? Robin asked suspiciously. I'll call your companions again to this Shandora, said Enel. This man is Logia's ability, what an amazing power. Robin couldn't help but sigh, but for some reason, Robin's heart, Vice Admiral Shu King, compared with the Enel in front of him. Bin still felt that Shu King was stronger. Due to Enel's discharge, the entire upper ruins began to collapse in various ways, and images were taken of the Shandians fighting below, as well as Zoro and the giant python. Ahahaha, let's go to the finale. Enel shouted excitedly. At this time, Shu King did not stop Enel. Enel's original intention was to gather everyone, not to kill everyone. However, then, due to the collapse of the upper-level ruins, the familiar faces just now appeared here together. At this time, Enel saw this huge python and said directly, annoying snake. Then a thunderlight was released directly, and the giant python was hit in an instant, and then his whole body was scorched by lightning and lightning. At this time, Weber saw Enel, and naturally launched an attack directly. Nami Zoro, Robin Shu King, and Chopper, who received medical treatment, all woke up at this time. Ahaha, the game isn't over, yeah, boring game, you and the people behind you are all participants. Enel naturally told Weber. A group of straw hats led by Luffy walked out from behind Wiper. Welcome, honorable survivors, you have worked so hard to get here, let me praise you. Ha ha ha, it's nothing, it's just a small game. 3 hours after you set foot on this island, 82 how many of them will survive the game without incident, and I'm including that, Enel said. Although there are halfway participants, I also admit that he is eligible. My prediction is that there will be 5 survivors. In 3 minutes, it will be 3 hours. That is to say, there are not 5 people who appear here. You should know what will happen, right? Chapter 137_Fight Enel again. The second. God's prophecy can never fail, because it's absolute, so who wants to disappear? Enel asked. Or do you do it yourself? Or do I do it myself? Enel asked. Shu King stepped forward and said, Wiper, Zoro, Robin, me, Ganfer, aren't they just 5 people? Do you think I'm stupid? My heart has noticed that there are 2 more people, Enel said. Shu King felt that Enel must be talking about Nami and Chopper. Chopper was because Shu King had just been rescued, and Nami had been hiding since she ran out of the python's stomach and never came out. She thought she was well hidden. Enel watched the crowd and looked at them all. Afterwards, everyone aimed their weapons at Enel. Just go away. Everyone said in unison. Enel gave a wicked smile and then said, "Bold, ah ha ha ha. Want me to disappear? This is true, ah ha ha ha." Enel laughed like he heard a very funny joke. As expected of the survivors of the game, but you don't seem to understand who you are talking to. It seems that you still don't understand the existence of the so-called gods, the old immortals who long for the happiness of Sky Island, and the warriors who want to take back their hometown. Blue sea thieves with the idea of going, although in this world full of troubles, it doesn't matter what Gao Yang wants to get, but the country itself has mistakes. Enel told everyone again. At this time Ganfer spoke. If you have time to say these boring words, just tell me the location of the god team. What is your purpose? Go back to the palace, Ganfer. Enel said. Once God has completed his journey, he will return to the place where he should return. Enel said. Go back. Are you leaving Sky Island? Ganfer asked. Yes, I have a place I should go back to. On the Sky Island where I was born, people think that's where God exists, people call it infinity. Enel said. There is a vast land that stretches as far as the eye can see, and that's the dream world I'm after. It's the most suitable infinite land for me. Enel's words were already a little crazy. It's really stupid to say that you can earn more in a small place like EPUB. Listen carefully. There are deep reasons for your struggles, think about it, not clouds but born in the sky, not birds but living in the sky. This country rooted in the air itself is an existence that goes against nature. The earth has the destination of the earth, the people have the destination of the people, and the gods also have the place where the gods should go. Quote. Enel talked at length. Shu Kang couldn't help dozing off. Should you want it? I don't know what to say. I shouldn't. I'm just a god, and I'm abiding by the laws of nature. That's right, I'm going to drag everyone out of this sky. Enel's crazy words startled many people. Robin, Nami, Zoro, Wiper and others were all shocked. Do you want to destroy this country? Ganfer asked earnestly looking at Enel in front of him. That's nature, Enel said lightly. Stop being self-righteous. Enel, the name of God is nothing but the title of the leader of this country. Ganfer said. Yeah, it was like this before, Enel said, picking at earwax. In this world where people exist, there is no God at all. Ganfer was clearly annoyed. Enel said lightly, Old God, gone fewer, ah ha 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 ha. You have been worried about the people of the God team. Then Enel sat cross-legged on the spot. 6 years ago, your 650 subordinates, who were defeated by our army and were in charge of me, just finished the work I gave them this morning. Did I say that on this island? It's a pity that there are only 7 of us on this island. Enel squeezed a stone and crushed it into sand, and its meaning was very clear. Ganfer was also a little angry. I didn't want to kill them, but when I told my purpose in the future, they rushed to kill me in a rage, ha ha ha. Enel laughed. They still have their family on Angel Island, said Ganfer. Yeah, that's why they say they have to get rid of their families as soon as possible. Enel's thinking can no longer make Ganfer understand. This guy doesn't care about the lives of others at all. You bastard. Ganfer finally couldn't help it. He took the lead and cursed. Are you a devil? Enel threw the going stick in his hand into the air, and then used his Logia's ability to quickly dodge Ganfer's attack. 5 million, 10 million, 20 million. Discharge. Enel directly condensed the lightning into a slender lightning, and finally, directly solved Ganfer. In this world, God exists, and that's me. After Enel said this, Ganfer fell to the ground. Even among Logia's abilities, they are called invincible abilities. Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit. Everyone present was a little dumbfounded. It stands to reason that when the old gods treated Enel, he would endure a few rounds, but he did not expect to be instantly killed in the first round. If Shu King knew the result would be like this, naturally he would not let Ganfer die. After all, he did not have observation hockey who could predict the future. Ray, that kind of thing, how can humans handle it? Nami was also a little desperate. Then, It's just the time of the prophecy. However, there is still one more person, and I still have to deal with one person. Enel wanted to say something else. Shu Kang had already stepped forward. Nami Chopper, you don't need to hide. Next, leave this guy to me. Shu Kang was quite confident. You Blue Sea people are really strong, but you may not know the gap between us. I am the real god. No matter how strong you are just a mere mortal. Ha 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 ha, even if you are a god, so what? Then I will be a mortal who dares to kill gods. Shu Kang snorted coldly, ready to fight. 30 million volt Thunderbird. Asura Slash. This time, the two sides used a relatively powerful trick from the very beginning, and Shu Kang directly used his Zanpakuto Shira. Since Shira is the state of the normal Shikai, it releases his unprecedented energy from the beginning. As for Enel's Thunderbird, it also looks very hockey. The power of Thunderbolt and Shu Kang's sword chi finally collided together. A wave of air instantly rose around. What a strong collision. This level of power is simply beyond the reach of mortals. Zoro and Robin were also stunned. Chapter 138_Fight Enel again below. The third. After the attacks of the two sides collided with each other, the two sides started various melee battles. Shu Kang's ultra-high-speed movement and Enel's ultra-high-speed movement are both very fast. One is to use the instant body technique among the ninjas, and the other is to use the power of Logia's thunder and lightning. The two sides fought very wonderfully for a while. Since Shu Kang learned armament hockey, he directly covered armament on his hands and his Shira. With armament, Shu Kang's attack can touch Enel. But this also prevented Shu Kang from using Logia's elementalization freely. In other words, the battle between the two at this time was basically a head-to-head fight. Shu Kang couldn't dodge Enel's lightning, and Enel couldn't dodge Shu Kang's series of attacks. I can't believe this guy is so strong. I can know his next move, but I don't have time to attack him. I can only be forced to defend. What's going on? Enel's heart network was useful, but there was no the method really attacked Shu Kang. And soon, Shu Kang became more and more brave, and Shu Kang, who played very heartily, directly opened the 3-go jade writing wheel. Then Enel was even more shocked, because in his heart, he could predict Shu Kang's actions, which made it difficult for him to understand. The other party is obviously not interested, but he can see through all his actions. What is the reason for this? Enel then finally asked. What the hell is going on? Why can you see through my actions? This sentence made everyone else stunned. Shu Kang can actually see through his actions. What's going on? Could it be because of those strange eyes? Robin seemed to have noticed some small details, but the specifics were still unclear. It turns out that you are absent-minded because of this. It's all because my eyes can lock you in. In other words, your every move can't escape my palm. Shu Kang was also very proud. How can you have such strange eyes? Who the hell are you? You're definitely not an ordinary Blue Sea person. Enel then smiled and said, don't you want to go to the infinite continent with me? Only people like you and me can realize their ambitions in that kind of place. That's where our dreams come from. Enel directly chose to dig a foot in the wall at this time, but Shu Kang naturally wouldn't accept it. Not to mention what's there, as long as Shu Kang doesn't follow the plot, he won't get the sign in reward, and the sign in reward is an unprecedented benefit for Shu Kang. Enel, since you claim to be a god, how can my mere human beings get into your eyes? I said that I want to beat you, but I want to beat you. Don't tell me, are you afraid? Shu Kang stimulated Enel, and he succeeded. Enel's expression changed again. Me, am I afraid? I'm a god, a real god. Enel's eyes became very fierce afterwards, and the thunder and lightning all over his body once again flourished. Discharge. Asura Slash. Shu Kang once again used the Zanpakuto in his hand to block Enel's discharge. Enel's attack was not just like that. At this time, Enel seemed to be accumulating some great tricks, and the surrounding atmosphere became more and more depressing. Very good, Seriously, that's right, after fighting for a long time, you don't even use your real skills, don't you look down on me. Don't worry, I'll show you a part of my abilities, and I promise to let you. I'll never forget it. Shu Kang smiled, and then the whole person disappeared. Chapter 139_200 million volts for silver. First change. 30 million volts. Thunder Beast. Enel did not stop his attack because of what Shu Kang said. This time, Enel is obviously trying to get his place back. Enel tapped the taiko on his left shoulder with his going stick, and the thunder and lightning he created appeared from the taiko in an instant, and then the wolf-shaped thunder wolf ran towards Shu Kang at high speed. Although the same as 30 million volts, the Thunderbird and Thunder Beast are slightly different before. Thunderbird is more of a swift, and Thunder Beast is swift. The high-voltage electricity rushed towards Shu Kang, and Shu Kang naturally wouldn't sit still. Although he can't be completely insulated from lightning like Luffy, Shu Kang has armament Haki in his demon body, so he still has immunity to lightning. Plus the Zanpakuto in Shu Kang's hand. The 30 million Thunder Beasts seem to be very powerful, but for me, it is still a little tender. Block him. Shu Kang held Shira in his backhand. Facing the Thunder Beast rushing towards him, Shu Kang did just that. Immediately afterwards, the lightning overflowed, and even others who did not encounter the lightning were affected by the huge lightning. It's really strong. It's the first time I've seen a fight of this level. Nami couldn't help but said. Is this still a human battle? It really is a godlike battle. Chopper also whispered beside him. I didn't expect Shu Kang to block the thunder and lightning so easily. I didn't expect that he could block Logia's attack. Robin knew that Logia was powerful, so after Shu Kang blocked the Thunder Beast, it was Robin who was most surprised. Of course, Ganfer and Wiper were also surprised and speechless. How is that possible? Why do you block my thunderbolts one after another? What is that black thing on you? As a mortal, you shouldn't have the ability to match me. Enel has never seen anything like this before, so right now he's a little pissed off. But before Shu Kang could say anything, Enel immediately said, Alright, Blue Sea people, your name is Shu Kang, right? Infinity, where will I build the real kingdom of God? You have such superb ability, therefore, I warmly invite you. The only people who can live in that land are those who are chosen here, and you, even if it's the chosen one. Enel showed his loving talent, sighed. Obviously, he didn't want to waste more time with Shu Kang here. Enel wants to get everyone present without a single shot, and going to the infinite land is the ultimate thing at present. What the hell is that guy talking about? Nami couldn't understand Enel's words. I can't even afford to play survival games for so many hours. Even if my old men live there, it will only lower the standard of the country, Enel said. What if we refuse? Robin said bluntly. No, why? That's my decision. Staying here will only go to hell with this country, Enel said. Indeed, you should be able to do it with your ability, but if you destroy this country indiscriminately, even the things you want will fall down together. Robin asked rhetorically. You mean the going bell? Enel asked. Yes, Robin confirmed. Ahahaha, you don't have to worry, I already know it in my mind. Just think about the actions you took. There is only one possible place. After Enel finished speaking, panic appeared on Robin's face immediately. I must be thinking the same thing as you. You seem surprised. Do you think using this condition will put you in a good position? It's superficial, Enel said. I hate women who make small calculations. Enel's body was full of lightning, and he was ready to kill Robin. At this time, Shu Kang stood in front of Robin again. Looks like, if you don't beat you, you'll stop me from doing everything, right? Enel then said, I'll give you one last chance to join me, or else, there will be no burial. Shu Kang said without thinking, no need. What fun is there on the moon? There is no sea, so how can you go on an adventure? People like you and I have no partners, and we don't have any common language. Come on, don't waste time, let's solve all this. Shu King was ready to fight. Seeing that Shu King had no intention of leaving here with him, Enel finally made up his mind. Bastard. Very good. Since you dare to disobey God's will, then I can only seriously destroy you. Enel then became serious, and this time he did not intend to let Shu King go. 60 million volts. Brontosaurus. Enel tapped the drum on both shoulders, and displayed the thunder and lightning he made from the drum, and finally formed a huge thunder dragon rushing towards Shu King. This time, the drums were struck on both sides, which means that the ability that Enel used this time was a combination of Thunder Beast and Thunderbird. Today's 60 million volts are not so easy to carry. Faced with such high voltage electricity, most people are afraid that the electricity will go black for a moment, and then fall to the ground. Shu King used armament hardening, the first stage form, and the Shira in his hand to block Thunder and Lightning's attack. When Shu King saw that Thunder Dragon rushing towards him aggressively, he was both excited and excited. It was like riding a roller coaster. Although he knew he couldn't fall, he still had a wonderful sense of pleasure. Enel's tricks now. With Shu King's current strength, Thunder Dragon was still abruptly blocked. This time, Enel did not continue to be shocked. Since Shu King can block the Thunderbird and Thunder Beast with 30 million volts, and the Thunder Dragon, it doesn't seem to be a problem. Your strength is beyond my imagination. Although I don't want to destroy you, but you insist on dying, I have no choice. In this case, I will let you taste the taste of hell. Enel's entire body was once again filled with thunder, but this time, Enel's thunder was much stronger than usual. Enel's whole body is exceptionally dazzling. Even Shu King felt a tinge of numbness in this thunder. 200 million volts max. Thor. After Enel finished speaking, all the lightning from his body was released. Shu King knew that this move was Enel's single strongest move. At this time, Shu King didn't care about his hidden strength. Armament hockey was all released, and the power of the devil was also catalyzed to the maximum. The Shira in his hand was also pulled out, forming a sword chi that resisted Enel's most powerful move. Can I stop it? Shu King seemed a little unsure. No matter what, this was 200 million volts. I didn't have time to write yesterday. Chapter 140_Susano. The second more kaleidoscope. Since ancient times, lightning has been a kind of energy that connects thousands of worlds with self-cultivation. But now, after using Enel's 200 million volts, a larger blue lightning Enel appeared directly in front of him. This Enel slapped Shu King with a palm, and looking at the power, it was obvious that he wanted to tear Shu King apart easily. And Shu King was hit by such a high voltage lightning head-on, obviously it would not be so easy to be fine. While resisting the lightning, Shu King quickly improved his defense, trying to use brute force to resist all of Enel's attacks. However, at this time, Shu King's eyes seemed to have a new change. I don't know if it was affected by the system's image or by the Enel lightning. Shu King only felt the strength of his body from top to bottom, and seemed to be concentrated in his eyes in an instant, and his eyes turned a little for a while. Except for, Shu King felt itchy eyes. Just when Enel's thunder was flourishing, Shu King felt a little pressure. Shu King felt that his eyes had undergone great changes, and Shu King only felt that his body was able to resist the thunder and lightning around him all at once. Shu King looked around and found something incredible. In addition to the demon possessed by his own body, there is actually a huge bone phantom. Could this be Susano? Although it was Susa in the first form, the feeling of absolute defense was still obvious. Even with such a powerful high-voltage lightning bolt as Enel, Shu King still resisted it. What is this? Is it Shu King's trick? Shu King didn't seem to have used this kind of thing before, and always felt that this kind of thing looked very dark. Zoro said. This power is very oppressive, it seems very evil. But it is also very powerful. Robin couldn't help but say. Is this your companion? It feels a little different from just now. Even Wiper felt it. And Shu King felt that with his current state, he could continue to improve Susanoo's state. Drink. Shu King shouted more chakra and poured it into his kaleidoscope writing wheel. After that, only part of the skeleton was Susanoo, but now it has become a fully body skeleton. A lot of flesh and blood, muscles, and finally merged into the shape of a person. Shu King did not stop the evolution of Susanoo, and the huge human body was then covered with armor. Shu King thought that Susanang had evolved here temporarily. He wanted to continue to evolve. However, because the kaleidoscope had just been opened, Shu King was not so comfortable with the kaleidoscope. Even Enel was shocked at this point. He stared at everything in front of him and said, "Impossible. What kind of strange trick are you doing? Is it also your fruit ability? What the hell is going on? 200 million volts. Will 200 million volts be ineffective against you? It's impossible." Enel didn't believe it at all, but reality defeated him easily. "Don't believe it. Since you don't believe it, please attack me at will." At this time, Shu King was no longer afraid of Enel, and even if Enel attacked at will, Shu King would not feel any pain. At this time, Shu King possessed the 4 powers of armament, the power of fruit, the power of Zanpakuto, and the power of kaleidoscope Sharingan. This level of defense was beyond the scope of Enel's understanding. At this time, Enel also brought his own single ability to the extreme. The 200 million volts attacked Shu King again without any restraint. Susanang. Shu King didn't stop him at all and let Enel attack. 1 palm, 2 palms. Enel used the god of thunder to hit Shu King countless palms. The electric light flickered, but Susanoo, at this time, his clothes were not torn. Shu King used the Zanpakuto Shura, so Susanoo also had a very handsome sword around his waist. "Enel, you should have finished attacking, right? Is it time for me next?" Shu King coldly asked Isho, then pulled out Shura. At this time, Susanoo seemed to be in sync with Shu King, and he also pulled out the knife at his waist. Then, Shu King pulled out Shura and slashed at Enel's Thor. At the same time, Susanoo naturally also attacked Thor. "Bastard, do you think you can do anything to me with your mortal strength?" Enel is still so tough, he doesn't think he can lose to Shu King at all. However, reality has been smacking Enel's mouth. When Susanoo Shu King slashed Enel's Thor with a knife and disappeared, Shu King's knife was already on Enel's neck. "Enel, you lost. If you just wanted to kill you, you are already dead," Shu King said lightly. Enel gritted his teeth, never been humiliated like this since he ate Guro Guro no Mi, rumble rumble fruit. "Shu King, this is not over," Enel said. "It's not over. What can you do now? Run away with your tail between your legs? Or, can you defeat me in this state?" At this time, Shu King was like a demon. In comparison, Shu King now King is more like a big villain. So strong. Why is Shu King so strong? Luffy and Shu King are no longer on the same level. This time, my friends also saw that Shu King's strength was far beyond Luffy's unknown number of streets. Wiper was also surprised to have sat on the ground, forgetting the current environment. Fortunately, they were on the same front now. If the Shandia people really offended Shu King, it would be more terrifying than Enel. "Amaterasu." Shu King looked at Enel and said the word Amaterasu. Immediately afterwards, Enel's body was inexplicably ignited by a black flame, and Enel cried out in pain. But don't forget that Enel was Logia's ability. At this time, Enel directly chose to run away, even Shu King did not expect it. Bang! The dignified god just disappeared in place. Ha 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 ha, Shu King couldn't help laughing. God. Enel, he even fled in front of everyone at this very moment. You guy, should know how much he weighs, right? Shu King didn't chase after Enel, because at this time Shu King's eyes had already started to bleed. Now it is only upgraded to a kaleidoscope writing wheel, not an eternal kaleidoscope, so Shu King has not reached the level of unlimited use of Suzuo. Even after using it for a short while, Shu King already had a considerable burden. Although the kaleidoscope is good, it still can't be used much. It's better to use it recklessly after being promoted to Eternal. Shu King thought to himself. Killing Enel, it's not over, because Enel must be recuperating at this time, planning to start his own plan, and run away ahead of schedule.